Right. Welcome everybody to Wraith the Oblivion. We're currently in chapter 33, A Shadow's Reflection. We are just in the final few minutes of November 25th, going into the 26th once midnight strikes. Move us all to the Isle of Eurydice. Everybody has taken some time to delve into different locations and places of interest while still staying on the Isle. If anything, it was a moment for specific wraiths to catch up and speak with their mentors, possibly learning a couple new things along the way. And Bronson also has managed to make a new friend. Although there was never really a bad relationship to speak of. If anyone had gone looking for him, they might have found him on the ship known as the Naglfar, a decrepit and yet sturdy looking ship made up of bones and various body parts to hold it all together. And you'll notice that Bronson has taken some time to learn the ropes, literally and figuratively, figuring out exactly how the boat works. And Captain Hector Morris has kind of taken him under his wing. At the same time, there are moments of reflection and reminiscing. There seems to be three directions that the group is capable of taking together. And you all manage to meditate with similar thoughts inside this very incense filled room that everyone seems to gather within. There are three branching pathways before you, which were considered and thought about not too long ago. The first being Reykjavik, located in Iceland, described as perilous, but a good challenge to your strength and agility as a group. If anything, you've possibly proven both of these qualities in previous locations. Second place of interest is a location in Tokyo, Japan, where it is said that there is a Mnemos, or a wraith who is gifted with mnemosis. And all that you are given to locate this wraith is a feather, a bone, a remnant, as you usually takes manifest for you. But there's very little information known about this necropolis that you'd be visiting. The last location was brought up by Tracker, one of the renegades who seems to go along with the group and has a close attention relationship with Peter. With this information that he gave you is a location called Lambic, an older spot that has risen up, as it were, from the bowels and undercurrents, quite literally from the underworld. But this strange piece of land, this island that has emerged, seems to be taking presence right by the so-called collapse of California. So when California descended down into the ocean, this island mysteriously emerged from the depths. And Tracker has brought this up as a location of interest for your group. It would be a little bit off the traditional route that you normally take as a circle. But he says that you could get into communication with some of the more ancient and eldest of oracles that exist. So, now that the group has regathered and acquainted itself back inside the temple, everyone will hear a very familiar sound coming from the outside of the temple. This familiar sound is the whistle and steam engine of the Midnight Express. And this does ironically come right before midnight is about to strike. So, what does everybody want to do? Do they want to exit the temple and see the Midnight Express, or do they want to stay in the temple and speak with each other?
Hey, Bronson.
Yes.
Well, okay. I got a good one. So we're going on your path to self-improvement, right?
I'm listening.
So your mission, and this is a good one. This is a great one. I like this one. I want you to get a sword. But true warrior does not buy his sword. He takes it. I want you to take a sword. And then you'll have a sword, and a sword is pretty badass, because you need one of them. You have a gun, but you also need a sword. A sword and a gun. But a sword that you take.
While I'm listening to my shadow, I just kind of look down at the sword in my hand and
You need 2 swords. 2 swords is better than 1 sword. Then you can hold a sword in each hand.
Then I look at the other sword.
Wait, 3 swords. You need another sword, okay? You can never have too many swords. Get a sword. Get a better sword than the ones you have. Find the biggest sword, even. I don't know, any sword, but you have to take it.
Out of character, I'm assuming you're using a dare.
Yes, this is your dare. You need to get a sword, but you can't purchase it. But you can't acquire it through regular means. You need to take it.
Okay, well, I guess I don't have a whole lot of option.
All right, the GM has taken a note of how much temporary angst the Shadow has placed into the stare. As you well know how the Devil's Stare works, Alex, that is currently in place. Good luck.
Yay!
Does anyone else want to commit to anything?
Not in as far as shadows go, but I do want to start the conversation with saying, so Lambic? Seems like it'd be most useful to go visit oracles before we do anything else, since they can provide more information that won't be of any use to us after we do the thing.
I kind of second that. Also, we need more money. Maybe we can earn money on the way so we can then get maps and tools for the next place. So that's also a concern.
Solid point.
After a few minutes pass, you'll hear the hissing of the brakes coming from the Midnight Express. You'll actually hear the footsteps of three individuals approach the temple itself, and they appear to be entering as well. The first one may not be totally familiar to everybody. If I can get him to appear on the screen. There we go. Seems to be an older, disheveled man. You might have seen him on the Midnight Express itself at a point in time. Next, you will see a very familiar-looking renegade make his way in as well. And lastly, a very familiar-looking wraith from previous sessions. So, Tracker will kind of walk in and say, "He's all yours." Kind of walks up to the north. And before everybody will be standing Oliver. Very familiar face.
Holy shit, buddy.
Arwen is gonna like run up to Oliver, but like not kind of going for a hug, but then stop and just go, "Hey."
Bronson's just going to walk up and extend his hand for a handshake. Glad you could make it. We thought you were a goner.
Actually, my character is going to be a little suspicious after her training, so she's going to check for pandemonium to make sure this is, the real Oliver.
Sure. Sounds good to me.
Watch me botch it. It's
Yeah,
not
right.
the real Oliver.
Always a great idea.
This is badly.
So you're sensing chaos, correct?
Yes.
All right. Could I have you roll your perception plus pandemonium? Difficulty 7.
Please, botch.
Well, I got one success.
Okay. There is currently no use of pandemonium or shadow-like powers or tendrils, but there is something different about him. It's definitely Oliver. There's no mistaking that. He isn't an imposter or some other kind of entity or creature. It's definitely Oliver. But
Hooray!
the further you kind of examine him, the further you kind of notice that he's behaving a little bit differently than he usually does. And you're not sure what that is. But you just kind of assume that maybe he's gone through something difficult or challenging and has finally made his way back.
Okay, well,
So
this has got my castigate senses tingling, but I'll let somebody else interact while I pull up my castigate information.
sounds good. Nick, sorry. The NPC that's standing right here will cross his arms very sternly at the circle and say, "Unfortunately, he did not have any money with him when he took our train. Is anybody willing to pay his fare of 2 oboli?"
No.
I'll play it. I'll pay it. I think I have 2. I got 2.
Okay. The NPC will gladly take the money into his hand, and he'll look to you and say, "Keep an eye on this one."
We will try. Thank you.
And he will completely disappear and just bamf out of existence in front of everybody. You will then hear the Midnight Express start to depart from the station and pull away.
I was hoping you'd hear it, and then Nicholas would go, "Oh shit," and start running outside to the Midnight Express. So I guess like I'll kind of shrink back from the handshake, like nervously, almost like I, in a flinching sort of way, and look down and be like, "Hey, so I see you all made it."
Yeah, we looked all over the place for you and didn't see where you came out. So, what happened?
I didn't come out. Kind of took it. I guess you could say I took an alternate route. Okay, Myles. How deeply does a wraith understand a harrowing the first time they have it?
It's kind of like being in a nightmare. You know that you have traveled deep into the labyrinth itself. Like you can feel the displeasure of your corpus kind of shriveling and dying inside by being in the labyrinth itself. But it really does try everything in its power to make you feel like you are part of some kind of reality. So any wraith coming away from a harrowing, whether it be target or destruction, always has that kind of sense of dismay and questioning, wondering, is this real? Am I still in the harrowing, or did I make it out? So even seeing your friends in front of you right now, you're kind of wondering if you're still in that state of mind or not. That might pass over time, but a harrowing is, kind of like what you experienced. So you can just describe it as such.
Okay, I'll say, I didn't quite make it through. I ended up having to go through some other place. I'll kind of say with in a way that hints it was somewhere horrible, I guess, but not really describe it because I'm not yet, trusting the situation I'm in. So I'll be like, kind of slightly vague. And then I guess so what are we planning to do? I'm going to try to change the subject. Like, what are we planning to do? Where are we headed to next?
You'll hear Peter in the corner say, "Washington!" Right?
That's
Lambic.
really not part of the plan right now, Peter.
Oh. He just
They want more information.
kind of sulks away again.
Out of character, have we checked Peter for pandemonium? No.
I trust that he is made of 95% pandemonium, so I'm not going to bother to check. But, all right, so
We.
go ahead.
Oh, I was just because Oliver didn't hear about the Lambic location. I was just going to kind of explain what it was.
Oh, be my guest.
Okay. Well, basically, it's near California, or it's in the sunken part of California, and it's supposed to house ancient oracles that could potentially give us some really great wisdom. We were thinking of maybe heading over there, take a break from getting all these memories, and maybe get some wisdom instead, and money along the way.
So Richard will go over to Oliver and kind of whisper a little bit and say, "Peter really doesn't want us to go there, by the way."
Yeah, that sounds good.
And you can kind of see Peter sulking, crossing his arms, like, "Oh my gosh, this wasn't." And he looks at his book very feverishly, like, "This isn't part of the plan. This isn't part of this."
Not sure what we'll find in California. I don't think there's anything left there. I'll say slightly bitterly, but be like, sounds like something worth checking, I guess.
I'll kind of smirk at Peter and ask him, "Are you such bosom friends with Lady Fate that she tells you everything about her plans?"
I wish. She and I, we don't get to talk very often.
Wonder why.
He just kind of looks at his book.
Oliver, friend, you've just arrived. How is your pathos? Because there's some wine up here that you may want to partake in if you are low.
Actually, a drink sounds like a very good idea, Rob.
Yeah, I suppose I could use a drink.
And,
Did we do that already? Like the rest of us?
Yes, everyone
Okay.
is rejuvenated with their corpus and their pathos at this point in time.
Okay.
Except for Oliver, but we can change that.
regarding willpower, I have
I assume I'm full corpus now? Sorry.
okay.
Yes, Rob, you've managed to recover your corpus at this point.
Oh, okay.
To regain willpower, I roll against my nature, correct?
Nope, it's just straight up role playing. So role playing your nature.
To regain.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, to regain willpower, it's role playing your nature within a scene.
Gotcha.
And then
I've been very, very pragmatic about choosing Lambic as that's, going to be the most logical of where to go first. So would that get me back to a willpower?
Yes, at the end of the scene, I can consider that. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
My trick is I like to annoy Myles in direct messages whenever I do something nature until he gives me a willpower point.
Gotcha. Will do.
Yes, Rob is very good at annoying me. So, Richard will start heading up north over to the wine keeper. And this very familiar looking NPC, does anybody remember his name?
Hold on, I got everything written down.
I do
Same
too.
here.
I just gotta.
His name is Harrowing. No, I'm just joking. Oh, it's just a question of scrolling up far enough. There's so many fucking Earl Cartwright.
That is correct. So, Earl Cartwright will look over to Oliver and just say, "Hey, it's been a while since we've seen you here.
Yeah. You got any wine?
You got a story to tell me?"
Yeah, man, I told him all about the Kraken. Did you hear about the Kraken?
No, I didn't. What about it?
Well, you know what? Earl's already heard our story, so we'll tell you later. You should tell the story of your harrowing.
There's not much to tell. It was not a pleasant experience. I went through the tunnel, saw things and lost things, and
Hey, don't forget to tell him about that time that you killed your entire family.
oh, you son of a bitch. Yeah, I don't know if my character would be comfortable with saying that out loud, even for the cost of getting wine. He might just pass on the wine.
Cartwright will pour him a glass of wine, noticing that there's some kind of internal struggle going on. And Rob, you will recover your pathos from this wine.
Okay.
How are you drinking this wine when it's presented to you, by the way?
I'm going to pick it up. I'm going to look at it. I'm going to sniff it. I'm going to swish it around and look at it again. And then I'm going to take a tiny sip as if I don't, like slow, like I'm not guzzling it because I'm not yet convinced everything is real. So I might end up drinking this wine and then it'll be a cup full of my children's eyes or something. So
I mean, that is an awfully familiar red color.
and thank God my shadow doesn't have that ability that lets you what do you call it where you make them hallucinate something?
Trick of light.
trick of flight. Or I hope you don't have it.
I was going to say, you may not want to give your shadow ideas at this point.
No, continue giving your shadow ideas.
So yeah, I'm just gonna take a sip of the wine slowly, and then as I realize it's not something horrific, I'll slowly start drinking it, sipping it somewhat slightly faster.
Okay. Cartwright will look to the group and say, so where are we headed next? What's the plan?
I mean, it sounds like we're doing California.
California? I thought that sank.
Oh, Lambic Isle of the ancient oracles.
Lambic Isle. Not familiar with that place.
Interesting.
Do you guys know where to start for looking and finding its location?
Not particularly. We got this information from Tracker, and he's okay, out of character. Am I just
Hello.
missing him? Okay, yeah. I was literally looking right over him, so.
No worries.
So I'm like, we heard this from Tracker, and I'll just kind of look over at Tracker and kind of be like, do you know how to get there? I kind of assumed we would use the boatman since you knew where it was, but...
No, I think the boatman is probably the best method of traveling out there in the first place. Maybe if you consult your map guy over there in the corner, I forgot his name. He's the guy who makes the maps. Maybe he can give you an idea.
Earl Fenwick?
Yep, Fenwick.
Forgot his name. Nice. It's not out. It's not out loud.
Yes. Oh,
So-
that's fair enough.
Earl Fenwick will kind of perk his head up when he hears his name mentioned, and he looks over and notices Oliver.
Earl Fenwick, is that the Oracle who is right next to... I'm just going to find an excuse to name everyone in the room. No. Right next to Lady Perenelle, huh? And across from... No, I'm just joking.
Gosh, here we go.
And right across from Lady Matilda? No. Okay.
So, does anyone want to speak with anybody while they are here?
Assuming that everybody just falls quiet as Oliver drinks slowly, not trusting, I could wander over to... Shoot, what's her name? Give me 2 seconds.
Everyone stares
yeah.
at Oliver.
Yes.
He's like, I am still in a harrowing! Oh my god!
I can't trust this wine.
Like, literally everyone in the room, like, it's like one of those fucking... I don't know if it's a David Lynch or some horrifying movie where everyone in the room is just staring at you.
Well, I will meander over to Lady Matilda, who has in the past given us more detail on where to go, and ask her if, be like, Lady Matilda, are you familiar at all with the Isle of Lambic?
No, the Isle of Lambic does not mean anything to me, unfortunately. I could consult Our Lady Fate and see if she has something to say about it.
Just for clarity's sake, it has been called Lambic, and it is an island. So I might be mistaken when I call it Isle of Lambic, but if you don't mind speaking to the Lady Fate, or at least attempting, I would be grateful.
Absolutely. She closes her eyes. And the GM will botch 3 times.
Oh dear God.
Yeah. Wow, that was a terrible roll. So, as she closes her eyes and meditates with her incense, she will look up open her eyes and say, in a very, very deep and grisly voice, not that reminiscent of Lady Fate herself, which you seem to be more familiar with when she speaks, but instead a very kind of gnarly, almost animalistic sounding voice that is almost like she's kind of struggling to breathe. But she looks over to you and just very, very plainly says, "You have done great things for me. And for that, you are welcome." And with that, Lady Matilda will spit up what appears to be a large amount of ectoplasm all over the floor. This is very shocking to everybody. You don't know whose voice that was, and you don't know what that message means, but it was definitely not Lady Fate who said that to you.
Can you repeat that in a normal voice, because I wasn't parsing it very well?
Yeah. You have done great things for me, and for that, you are welcome.
Okay. I got most of that, turns out. I just wasn't getting the bit in the middle that was kind of important.
No worries. And Matilda looks absolutely, confounded, but also exhausted from this connection that she's made. She's also very bewildered. She doesn't know whose voice that was who connected with her.
Would you like me to get you some wine from Earl Cartwright?
I think I'll be okay. Just got a sore throat.
Okay.
And she just kind of sits there with her eyes closed as if she's trying to just meditate.
Wow, that was, Well, I hope that was somebody friendly, but...
Yeah, that definitely sounded friendly.
It was terrifying, but a terrifying ally is a great ally indeed, so crossing my fingers here. But, yeah, I'll look over at Oliver. Is Oliver still drinking wine?
No.
No? I'll...
In that experience, I would expect him to drink another glass of wine. It's like, what the hell is going on?
I'll walk up to Earl Cartwright and be like, after that, I feel like I need a small sip of wine. Do you mind?
Oh, not at all, not at all. It's not every day that you see connections that are unnatural.
So you were able to tell that was an unnatural connection.
That was not the voice of Lady Fate that usually channels through our Lady Matilda. No.
That is good to have outside confirmation. I don't suppose
Absolutely.
you've heard a voice like that before, ever, have you?
No, never.
No, she's fucked up. No.
All right.
You broke her.
You broke her.
Okay, you know what? Congratulations. I broke the sword and you broke the spear.
Oh. Well, somebody mentioned that it would be a good idea to perhaps talk to our... Well, you, in fact, mentioned that would be a good idea to talk to the map maker. So I'm going to talk to Earl Fenwick real quick. So I'll start wandering over here. Whee! And I double-click somehow.
Earl Fenwick looks very, very intrigued after what has just happened. Kind concerning Lady Matilda, but kind of looks to you guys like, so what's going on here, guys? That was unusual.
It was.
In
Did
a
you?
deep voice, he says, "You have done me a great favor."
So did you hear the conversation preceding Lady Matilda's unnatural connection?
No, I did not actually.
Huh. Well, the long and short of it is that Tracker, and I'll gesture over back towards Tracker, who is apparently still guzzling down wine, has mentioned an island called Lambic with ancient oracles, and I am now wondering if perhaps it was one of the ancient oracles that made a connection with Lady Matilda, since that is where we have largely decided that we should go. Do you happen to have any information about this island called Lambic? I'm not sure we have coin for maps at the time, but, information you can give right now for them would be fantastic.
Yeah, let me take a gaze forward and see if I can find anything about this. You said it's near where California sank by? Do you know, what city in California?
That is a good question. California is large. I will kind of wander back so that I am not yelling across the room. Tracker, do you know what city this was near?
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles, okay. And I'll meander back this way, pretend that took longer than it actually did. He says that it was near Los Angeles.
All right. You'll see Earl Fenwick close his eyes as he usually does and starts to breathe very, very deeply, as if trying to visualize the Isle of Lambic that has been described to him by everybody. When this happens, there is a moment of silence that kind of fills the entire temple. And then something else, sudden. Without any real kind of moment for others to react, there is a strong electric field of almost chain-like pieces of lightning that start to bind and ensnare Earl Fenwick all over his body. And it looks to be completely shocked and electrified from this sudden pulse that has crawled its way all across his corpus. When this happens, the last thing that the circle will see is a hand, but not typical hand, a very large, very claw-looking hand, very hairy, like a wolf's claw, but very, very monstrous in size, maybe 3 times larger than a normal hand, will reach in, and you can see the decaying, matted fur all over this claw that reaches forward, and it grabs onto Earl Fenwick and is tugged in immediately into this opening that is caused. When he disappears and lets out one final yelp of a scream when he is tugged in, you can't help but get a sense that there was what kind of looked or appeared to be a how to describe it. Does everybody know what a dream catcher looks like?
Yes.
Yep.
There appeared to be, in this opening that he fell through, a dream catcher on the other side. And he will fly back into it as if caught by this dream catcher. And you'll see various trinkets and beads and feathers all across this dream catcher of sort. And the last thing that you see besides his horrified face is this sudden rift shutting completely closed, and heated embers float down onto the floor and start to become nothing but smoke and soot. And he is gone.
Holy shit, this is a harrowing.
Oh my god!
Yeah, you're definitely still in the harrowing.
I'm just going to take a step back, a few step backs, and look around the room at each and every single person there to see if anybody has any looks that indicates they might know literally anything of what's going on.
Every single oracle in the room, including the renegade tracker, looks absolutely like surprised and taken aback by what has occurred. It's almost like they did not expect this to happen at all. The NPC down here will start smoking cigarettes, and yeah.
How to care?
Yeah, he unfortunately has his death mask on, but you can kind of tell from his expression it's that of a "I told you so" kind of gleam on his death mask's gaze upon you, as if to say, like I warned you about
How to character? I have an idea. Let's ask Peter about Lamb.
You know what? I friggin' dare you.
After this has occurred, Richard will run over to the altar where Fenwick was standing, and will try to kind of pull and grab at the soot and smoke that is kind of misting away in front of everybody. The last thing that he's able to locate and find at this altar is some parchment, so some paper that's been rolled up, and a box of crayons. And he just kind of holds them in both of his hands.
Those the crayons we burn stuff to get?
Yes.
Dude, Bronson, let's get the burned crayons.
You already did your.
It's not a dare.
I
It's not a dare, it's just a request.
I am kind of wondering if either of those would be a fetter or something that I could use to track down where he wound up.
Oh, that's a good thought.
Yeah, totally.
But
Better. Take him.
I am going to ask if I can see the parchment.
Sure. I'm just trying to find your character on the screen.
Oh, just a heads up. I can still move Richard.
Oh,
you
okay. Thank you. So Richard will go to Bronson and show
Or
him
will he? No.
And show him the parchment and the crayons.
Am I able to get any kind of sense of whether I could use Argos to figure out where he wound up going, or figure out what's on the parchment?
You can use your life web.
Yeah, life web. That's what I meant. Sorry.
Okay, no worries. So I will allow you to use your sense strand.
Okay.
So that will be your perception plus life web. Difficulty 8.
That's not great. Hey, Shadow, since this was your idea, you want to give me a hand?
Wasn't my idea. This wasn't my idea.
It explicitly was your idea.
No, I just wanted the crayons. I didn't want.
And we have the crayons. Come on, help me out.
What are you trying to do with them? I don't. Who cares about that map nerd?
I like the map nerd.
Ugh. I guess I'll give you 1.
I mean, one's better than none. I'd like 2, but
Nope, 1. 1 for the map nerd.
fine.
Actually, don't I have a thing that can help towards words are hard. Help get what you want from the shadow?
Yeah, not for. I wouldn't imagine it work for other characters because you don't know they're conversing with their shadow.
Coax. This art grants some power over the user's shadow. A wraith using Coax may call on her shadow's power with great... it is her own, not... Oh, wait. Shadow Guide may offer a player a fixed number of shadow dice to assist in any task. A wraith may use Coax to modify this number either way. But... not Shadow Myles.
Yeah.
Is that only for myself, or is that for other people as well? The Coax. And the Castigate.
The Coax is for your own shadow.
Okay.
Tried to coax someone else, their shadow would know and would not very much appreciate it. I'm just a warning.
So, oh boy.
Well,
Oh.
The nerd is dead.
Wow.
it's going to be that kind of session.
Let me make some angst for your shadow. Wow.
Oh my gosh. And that for 1 dice, I got 3 back. Right? Do I?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is correct.
Ha! That's what happens when you look for the map nerd.
All right. So, with a double botch,
Is that a botch though?
it's
What
a
was the
double
difficulty?
botch. The difficulty was an 8.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I done screwed up.
So,
Well, actually,
yes,
if I used a willpower, could I re-roll the 1s or not?
you can re-roll the 6, the 2, and the 4.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to waste the willpower on that. Well, not
Okay.
waste, but like I don't have a huge amount of willpower left.
Okay. So, So what happens is, oh my goodness.
We really screwing over Myles on this one. It's like he's killing they're killing my NPCs en masse.
As Bronson holds this, was it the parchment you were holding?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, to be fair, before I used LifeWeb, I did try to see what was on the parchment, but
for some reason, it might have been one of the embers that was coming off of that rift. Must have touched the parchment that you were holding, because as you activate your power and use your pathos to kind of reach and find this individual, his parchment will burn up and become nothing but the remains of just dirt, soot, almost reminiscent of what was the remains of Fenwick when he got pulled away earlier. So his parchment is now completely toasted.
can I get a sense of whether that used to be one of his fetters?
It was not. It was something that was very, very much so connected to him.
Does this fit a dark passion?
That's a good question.
Namely, number 2.
Number 2.
I don't know. Am I supposed to let the player know what his dark passions are?
No, it's best if you don't.
Okay, then look at number 2 and tell me if that fits.
Yeah, go ahead and roll 3d10 for me.
Oh man, you are You are a font of angst today, my friend.
Bronson is just literally going to sit and like go over to the wall and just sit and put his head in his hands. Just
you're lucky.
like today is not his day.
You can't botch the roll. It's just a fail, right?
You lose 1 point of angst.
Oh, really? For ones you lose a point? Well,
that is correct.
Oh, wow. Okay, that backfired on me. Well,
how do you like it?
Both you and your shadow seem to be in conflict with what just happened. Lichard will grab a hold of the crayons that he still has, and he actually kind of like walks away from Bronson as if to keep him away from the crayons.
Yeah, no, that's a good choice.
It's a good thing this isn't what was it, Nicole's last character, and she's like, they're destroying books again.
Yep, that was her.
Is there any way that I could like use a cult to maybe try and figure out what the heck just happened with Fenwick?
You certainly can.
Cool.
Yes, very cool. So that will be your intelligence plus occult difficulty 6.
Okay. Two successes.
So 2 successes. You're able to ascertain a couple of details that fit what might have happened. One is that Fenwick definitely made a connection with Lambic. So wherever he's been pulled into is definitely Lambic. It doesn't look like he's been harmed, but he definitely looks like he's been ensnared by something that didn't want people using their powers on it. So when he used his powers on Lambic, Lambic decided to pull him in and ensnare him. The second detail you're able to get from your occult is the grizzled hand that kind of pulled him in, the very werewolfy looking hand. That was more of a what you would call, like in Wraith terms, arcanos, or a power, some kind of like spirit power. So it wasn't necessarily a physical being or a physical creature that reached out and grabbed him. If anything, it was a spiritual essence that was triggered the moment that he tried to eavesdrop on Lambic and get a sense of it. So the moment that he used his powers was the moment that that spiritual essence reached out, grabbed him, and pulled him into the trap that is in Lambic. So most likely, whatever created that trap is located on Lambic. So that's what you get with your occult.
I would have thought Life Web would have worked better. Lambic was involved. It's a little inside joke.
It looks
Well,
like,
I mean, in fairness, LifeWeb probably would have worked better if I didn't roll a double botch. So
it looks like Lichard is having a conversation with Lady Matilda and showing her the crayons.
Whoosh. I want to hear it.
Yeah, he will kind of display the crayons down on the altar in front of her and say, "Is there anything that you can do to help us with this?" And she looks down and says, "You are trying to connect with the one that owned these, Earl Fenwick." And she kind of places her hand on top of them, meditates for a moment, and after a moment of time, just kind of like looking down at these crayons, she'll feel a connection to him at that very moment. and will say, well, your methodology that you've been using so far is correct. The Arcanos of LifeWeb will definitely lead you to where Lambic is, especially considering that Fenwick is currently in Lambic, judging by these crayons. So take the crayons with you on whatever means you use to transport yourself, and they will guide you to Lambic. Unfortunately, my Lady Fate does not have anything to communicate in regards to Earl Fenwick's fate and what is meant for him. And you see her kind of like move one of her fingers up to her lips as if to like smear off some leftover plasm that she had spit up earlier, as if she's still in recovery. And yeah, you'll see Richard run back to Bronson and say, well, looks like you don't have a choice. Whether you like it or not, you are the one who will be helping us get to Lambic. So, I don't know what you need to do to improve those powers of yours, but now's a good time for a miracle, man. When you guys are ready to go, we should probably head to the Naglfar and make our way to Lambic.
I think maybe we should talk to the captain ahead of time before, like maybe he knows already how to get there. Maybe we don't even have to use LifeWeb. Maybe he already knows the way, and then we can just go there and then use the crayons when we get there.
Hmm. And Richard just kind of like trails off. As if he's considering a couple things at the same time. Let me know when your circle is ready. And then we should head out. Oh, does the circle have anything to say to each other about these last few things that have occurred?
Oliver, you're definitely still in the harrowing. This is a test of some kind. You need to step up and be the one that leads them out of this.
I've already done my part.
I'll say to the group, there are definitely some traps set there. So I would just say let's be careful, because that hairy hand thing, some sort of Arcanos trap that was set there and brought Fenwick to Lambic. So I'm assuming there's probably going to be others. So
The ball masters.
See, I'm just sitting here thinking, like, out of character. I'm sitting here thinking, like, okay, is there a way that we can trigger one of those traps and just have them bring us to them?
I mean, do you want a master to grab you and take you to somewhere you don't know where it's going?
I mean, it's where we're going to go anyway.
But where, like, what part of where we're going to go anyway? We don't know where it's going to drop us.
Look, I didn't say it was a good idea.
It could be just dropping us into the maw of some horrible creature. I mean, you're assuming.
Even if it dropped us somewhere, that wasn't immediately compromising our safety, how do you intend to, or what if there's no way back?
Look, there's a reason I said all of this out of character. Like,
oh, sorry.
Oh, gotcha.
I forgot you said out of character.
can I maybe go to Lady Perrin? She might have something that could help us. I doubt it, because everyone seems to not know about Lambic. It's worth a shot, right?
Get the lightning ready.
Get the lady ready.
We can all hold hands and then we all end up there together.
Maybe ask her, but don't encourage her to, in fact, actively discourage her from using her powers to talk to Lady Fate, because that's what happened with Earl Cartwright.
Yeah.
Out of character,
Yeah.
I just want to say, Lichard has to be overjoyed to finally see the oracles suffering for their art.
You know?
You're not 100% wrong.
Okay, I gotta step away for like 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
No worries.
Okay.
So, when Arwen goes to Lady Perenelle, she's already looking a little bit surprised with everything that's taken part at this moment. Kind of awestruck, but she looks to you and says, like, so, what can I do for you in your circle? As if, like, nervous that you guys are going to get her bombasted next. Since two oracles have already, like, taken damage from you guys.
Yeah. So first, let me start off and say, don't use your powers at all to even look into Lambic.
Okay.
I'm just wondering, since we are going to Sunken Los Angeles, do you happen to have anything that could help in that kind of landscape?
I don't have anything of that sort. I do have some equipment that you could use for Reykjavik. That's about it.
Okay. Well, it was worth a shot asking, and I appreciate you giving us your time.
Yeah. Is this curse that's going on right now, is that mostly just tied to Lambic?
It
Because
seems like it.
okay, it'd be kind of rough not being able to use my powers if if that's the case. But if it's just Lambic, then I think we'll be okay.
Yeah, you can use your powers for anything else but that.
Gotcha.
It seems.
That is a relief.
Hey, can I go talk to Isolde and see if she can contact Lambic? That'd be great.
Yeah. Sold will look to you and say, well, it looks like you guys are going somewhere dangerous. Hopefully, that wasn't a result of going to Tokyo? Is that where you were planning to go next?
This is Isolde, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. No, we're going to Lambic. Have you ever been able to make any sort of connection with Lambic? It'd be great if you could try.
I've never heard of Lambic. Is that some kind of fruit or something that can be made into a beverage?
No. And Arwen will just walk away disappointed from her. Not a game. I just don't like her. I wanted to see if I can get her caught in the dream catcher.
Later, best friend.
Yeah. Well, let's keep going.
Okay. Next, there seems to be a moment between Lichard and the NPC down here, as if kind of trying to confirm that Life Web is definitely the way to go, and the crayons are like the best option. Lichard seems to be kind of asking her some questions about travel and other methods that would work. The words Argos are mentioned between the two of them. And yeah. Tracker will go over to the group and say, well, it seems that Lambic is going to be decision then, or have you guys changed your mind because of recent occurrences?
Well, I mean, it kind of has to be. We've got to rescue the map maker.
Yeah, it
We
seemed
got
like
him taken.
Yeah.
Do we?
Yes.
That was your shadow.
Yes, we're going to rescue the map maker.
Tracker will look to Oliver and say, "What do you think? Do you think his life is worth it?"
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part. Which character is asking me that?
Tracker, over here, looks to Oliver and says, "What do you think? Do you think his life is worth it?"
I mean, yeah. I guess. I mean, if we need... Without maps, we're going in blind to anywhere we go. And, I mean, we'd already maybe decided to go to Lambic? Like, why would we... Unless there's a reason to go somewhere else, I mean...
If nothing else, we need the map maker for future travels, and it's not so easy to replace someone such as Earl Cartwright's in terms of as easy to replace someone like Earl Cartwright in terms of finding somebody that can make maps quite like he can, correct?
God damn straight. No one can replace me, Cartwright says in the top right corner.
Or Fenwick, sorry.
Aww, and he just kind of goes back to his bar
Don't
headache.
worry, Earl Cartwright. Nobody can replace you either, but you're also still here. Fenwick's not.
Also, and not to make too fine a point of this, he got captured doing a favor for us.
Yeah, it seems
Also
like the
true.
right thing to do to try to get him back.
Indeed.
We'll come back to the group and say, "All right, are we heading out?"
Sounds like
think
it.
so.
Rescue mission. Let's go.
Although, wasn't Bronson wanting to speak to, apologies, what is the boatmaster's name again? I'm blanking on it.
Hector.
Hector.
Yes.
Didn't you want to speak to Hector before we did anything?
Well, I mean, I thought we were going to use him to get there anyway, so I figured, like, if we're going to go on his boat, I'll talk to him when we get to his boat.
That works for me.
My only issue is I don't have anything.
Anything?
Oh,
Like, my inventory is nothing. I lost everything.
Oh no.
that's you and Lichard. You guys have like nothing.
Yes. Everything I was carrying is gone.
This seems problematic.
Just as a heads up.
Well, Bronson, like, if you mention that to Bronson, he'll pull off the heretic saber that he has and hand it to you and say, "Take good care of this. I'm gonna want that back."
Okay, thanks. And in your head, you hear, "You're headed in the wrong direction, buddy."
Look, you said to get a sword, and I couldn't buy it. So even if he gives it back to me, I got a sword.
That doesn't count, though.
Hey, you're changing the deal after the fact. That's
No. That does not. We're going to need a game master ruling. That is not taking a sword.
You said get a sword through non-traditional means.
I said take a sword.
Honestly, I'm not even doing it for that reason. I'm
Okay,
just
fair
trying to help him out, but I just thought it was funny.
Fair enough, but when you do say that, your shadow argues that point quite vigorously. But like, you don't. It's not really. I didn't say you couldn't give away a sword. I'm just saying it's kind of.
Yeah, and if nothing else, it's me just poking the bear of my shadow, just being like,
You better
tempt me,
get.
will you?
You better get a really cool sword to replace that one.
I mean,
it's just a saber.
Look, I'm literally always going to want more swords. Like, that is just a thing.
Okay. I'll believe you for now.
Out of game, Arwen is definitely going to be holding on to her own sword protectively. Not really, but
We're all good friends. We're not gonna steal from each other, right?
Not even on the boat. This is a harrowing.
Right. So I believe I've moved everyone over to the Nagelfar.
I'm not.
No?
No, I that's why I said that. I'm physically my I never got moved over to the boat.
Oh, okay, I'll get you there. I'll definitely get you there. Just getting a new first mate. Now that he's been replaced, let's get Rob on there too. Right. So, you guys board the Nagelfar. Captain Hector Morris will look to you and says to his first mate, who's standing there, look alive. We'll be departing as soon as I get everything in order. And looks to the circle and says, speaking of which, are we ready to go get some more memories?
I'll kind of step forward and say, Captain, speaking of that, we have a little bit of a detour in that regard. We are off to get more memories. That is true. But we've got a lead on where some of those may be, or where we could maybe get more information about that. I'm a little unclear. But something to do with the Lambic Island of Lambic, something to that effect.
Oh, I've never heard of the Isle of Lambic.
I'll look to the party. It's like, is that what it was called?
Yeah, it's by Los Angeles.
Actually, yeah, Costa del Lambic.
Costa del Lambic. I like it. No, it's apparently someplace near where LA used to be.
Los Angeles, California, to be clear.
Yes. And so the other somewhat confounding factor is one of our allies may have gotten taken there, and the only thing we have left of him is these crayons. I was wondering if there was anything you could do to kind of use these to help us find him, because if we can find him, then that automatically gets us basically where we need to go, I think. Unless it doesn't.
Well, yes, I can use my my novice powers of life web in order to make a connection with these crayons and help use my Argos of orienteering to guide us in the right direction, and then eventually we will be able to pinpoint him. The word that seems to stick out to you when Hector Morris tells you this is novice.
Yeah, so what I was kind of thinking is, since I have a little bit of experience with LifeWeb, but, advice even from a novice is always welcome. So I was thinking maybe we could team up and work together on this. I could do the LifeWeb, you could assist me with the LifeWeb, you could do the Argos, I could assist you with the Argos, and just kind of, teamwork makes the dream work.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Sounds like a great idea. Well, if I can remember the substandards of LifeWeb, this involves being able to have really good perception on the target of interest. And I don't know exactly how your perception goes, my friend, but what would you say? Would you say that you're more perceptive than I am, or?
I mean, there is a little room for me to be more perceptive, but I think I'm among the more perceptive people in a given room.
Okay. Wow.
But it fooled me.
Shut up.
I have 4 dots in perception.
Yeah, I have 4
That makes a difference.
Okay, then everyone here has incredible eyesight.
I am the least perceptive person. Sorry, I misspoke.
No, I have 4 as well.
Okay.
May I make a suggestion, Bronson?
Please.
Do you need all of the crayons? I'm just saying, because something weird happened with the parchment, so maybe hold on to 1 crayon and give us the rest, just in case.
That seems like a really good idea. I'll take one of the crayons that isn't the red crayon and give them the rest of them to Arwen.
Oh,
Why not
Arwen.
red? Why not the red crayon?
Because we did a lot of crap for that, and I don't want that one to be the one that we burn down unless we have to.
But the red ones go faster. We should do that.
Wrong game.
Okay. So, a little bit of perspective. While Hector Morris is holding these crayons in his hands, and you'll kind of get this sense out of game as he very amateurishly examines these crayons and uses his perception on them. I have a dice pool of 4. So, if you want me to assist you, Alex, as Bronson, you'll get 1 bonus die from Hector Morris, but I'm just letting you know what his dice pool is if you decide to use him as the user.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying, is that I should do the life web because I'll have a dice pool of 7.
Oh, okay.
Plus whatever I can get from my shadow, which I don't expect him to be very helpful. He's being a brat today. But yeah, have him assist with the life web. And I'm assuming that his pool for Argos would be either the same or better than mine.
I have
But yeah.
Argos and can help.
Convince me. If you can convince me this is badass, I will give you dice.
Look,
You know what? No.
the longer we sit here debating and arguing, the longer it's going to take me to get you a new sword, and you're just going to be stuck here with 1 sword until we find him another sword as well. Really, it's in your best interest to just speed this along, get us there as fast as humanly possible, and just get on with the sword finding. Or do
I'll
you
give you
not
5
want a
dice.
sword anymore?
I'll give you 5 dice.
You know, I'll take it.
Okay. So, the first step in this process is going to be your perception plus life web. Difficulty 8. You get 1 bonus die from Hector, and you will also get 5 bonus die from your shadow.
This is going to screw me so hard.
You did
1 success.
1 success.
And he gets 1 angst, but
You could do a willpower if you want to try.
I'm not going to spend a willpower if I can avoid it. If it looks like this is going to be enough, I'm not spending a willpower.
But is it enough?
I mean, this is the linchpin to our finding them.
Kind of is.
And if you have
Alright.
lower willpower, I can possess you more easily.
You know what? Fine. I'll use 1 willpower to re-roll 3 of the dice.
Go ahead and reroll 3 dice for me.
Okay, that's 1 more success.
All right.
If you spend another willpower... No, I'm just...
No! Then you have to find your own sword, fool.
So, with that in mind, the power of Life Web will definitely go off. This pile of crayons will start to glow, and almost as if a piercing, potent light will start to kind of like shine forward, and like, direct everybody on the ship towards the direction where California is located. With this in mind, Hector Morris will say that's part 1. Now, let's get ready for part 2, which will be Argos. So I'm just checking my dice pool for Mr. Morris. Guessing that it's okay. Here. So I can't find his character sheet.
I'm pretty sure his dice pool was 87.
Oh, okay. That sounds good.
It sounds good to me too, but
Yeah. Okay, I found his character sheet. Let's see here. So we're going to be doing some orienteering. Ghost. Orienteering is going to be Perception plus Argos, difficulty 8. And I am sitting on... Let's see here. I have a dice pool of 8 for Hector Morris. Dice pool of 8.
I have 8 as well.
Okay.
So I would be happy to assist, as well as anyone else who has Argos.
Sounds good. So before I continue forward, it was brought up that willpower is much needed since the last scene had ended. So I'm going to make sure that everybody gets a point of willpower back to their sheets.
I'm grateful for that.
Oh, yeah. I have a feeling you guys are going to need willpower.
It's concerning.
So, going to return some willpower to you guys for this new scene. Is there anybody else who is going to be assisting with their Argos during this ritual of sorts?
I can assist.
You can assist? All right.
Mhm.
So I've got two bonus die. Is Oliver assisting?
Yes.
All right. And I also have our good friend Litchard assist as well. So I said the dice pool for me is 8. Everyone's gotten their willpower back. Let's roll some dice. And let's see how badly I botched this for you guys.
Look, I mean, that's basically what I would have done, so...
Yeah. Right. So, Hector Morris will go immediately to his steering wheel for the ship and will kind of indicate that he has found the direction in which to go and push his ship forward. Thankfully, thanks to everybody's assistance with the orienteering, the light that is emanating from the crayons will continue to shine through the fog of the sunless sea, and the Naglfar will start making its way over to what once remained of California itself. Now, if I could get everyone to roll 1d20 for me, please.
Oh man, I remember this.
Oops. I accidentally double clicked. We'll take the first one, which is a 3.
Okay. Right.
Are we going to get to meet our good friend the Kraken again?
As it turns
No.
out, I have some tricks up my sleeve.
No, the first mate just spontaneously combined. What? Why?
Yeah. This wasn't part of the deal.
This job sucks.
You did it.
Okay. So, let me pull that up for you guys. Does anyone want to use the Fate of the World die before I describe the next scene?
I hate that you ask that.
It's just an option.
I'm gonna try to survive without the Fate of the World because we have had abysmal luck with Fate of the World.
Okay.
Plus, it's only 2:30. Who knows what's gonna happen?
Right?
I mean, conversely, it's only 2:30. I mean, that's pretty short for a game session.
Well, yeah, but it still gives us a couple hours to roll up new characters and get acquainted.
Okay.
It sounds like we are going to go along with our current options and not worry about the fate of the world die being needed. So the Naglfar will travel towards California. And as it is making its way in the correct direction, thanks to your powers used earlier, there is a very strange, silvery sheened circle that appears atop the oily, black ichor of the Sunless Sea. The air above this circle is washed with shifting colors, very similar to the aurora borealis. And there seems to be a sweet fragrance, like lilacs or fresh mown grass, that is wafting from this particular zone. So, the ship will take pause in noticing this pool. If you guys are looking at the screen right now, this is the pool up here to the north of the ship. And Hector kind of like looks to the circle and says, like, well, do you wish to examine this, or should we just keep going?
We should definitely examine it if we can do so without interacting with it in such a way that we could get caught.
Hey, Oliver, you should just jump in. Go for it. It smells lovely.
I don't think so.
Come
Passive
on.
investigation would be a good idea.
It sounds like Josie is going to be on the side of the ship to examine it. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
very weary, but I want to check out any potential threats.
Oliver's going to stand in the middle of the ship next to the first mate because that's the safest place to be.
Bronson's going to be Bronson's going to stand on the edge of the deck, like just looking at the shiny pretties.
Okay.
Good, because you need to investigate that. Investigating it would be fun. We should do
Look,
that.
there might be a sword down there. We don't know.
I'm also going to try to
Arwen.
tie I'm also going to tie myself to the ship just in case, because I don't trust anything.
Nicole, what does Arwen do?
She's standing in between Josie and Oliver.
Okay. I've activated all four of you at this point. So, how would we like to go about examining this pool that is in the waters? So, Josie, I'm just looking at your character sheet right now to see what would be appropriate for her.
So I've got hella perception, and I've got a lot of wits and intelligence as well. But I have alertness, awareness, streetwise.
So,
Oh yes, I have a lot of survival.
So alertness would give you like kind of like mostly the description that I've given you already of like what you see and what is in front of your perception. Awareness might give you a little bit more of a supernatural outlook of like what is happening within the pool or what kind of effect it's giving you as a wraith. You could also use your investigation to kind of like examine to see if there's anything around the pool that is causing this effect that's going on. You also have enigmas. Enigmas can help you determine like any puzzles that might be involved with this pool.
Okay. Just a question, because this is my primary ability. Would survival do anything for me at this point?
Survival would give you a sense of whether or not you should stay here or leave.
You know what? I would definitely like to do that, but I would also like to use enigmas to get more information about that. So it's a I do both, or do I need to choose one and stick with it?
You will need to choose one for the moment. So, would you like to use your survival first, and then enigmas,
Yeah.
or would you like to just do enigmas?
Survival first,
Okay.
and unless I get some, we need to leave right the fuck now sense, then I will use enigmas after to get more detail about what the threat is.
Like, that'll be your intelligence plus survival. You are the only character who has survival, so unfortunately, no one can. Yep, no one can really assist you with this.
Well, that's okay because I still have 4 intelligence and 4 survival, so that's still 8d10. So,
Yeah. Difficulty 6.
all right, roll 8. Type, that would be great. Roll 8d10. Well, I can't explode anything, and that was a decidedly mediocre roll, but I still got 2 successes, so there's that.
Yeah. So with 2 successes, you are kind of, you place your hand underneath your chin and kind of like stroke your face a little bit to kind of like examine the circle. Your survival instincts are telling you that there is definitely nothing dangerous or villainous or really like meant with ill will against you in your circle because of this current entity that's in front of you. So your survival is not threatened by this at all.
Okay, so I'm not going. I'm going to be like, I don't sense any ill intent, or I don't feel like we need to get away from this right now. I still think we should be cautious, but if anybody has, good sense of enigmas or awareness, that would be a great thing to check out. I'll just tell that to you.
I could help with enigmas or awareness or alertness.
I can also assist. I don't
Well, actually-
think I have a good number to do it on my own.
I could do a decent job with alertness or awareness, but I could help with enigmas.
How about if you roll for alertness, and then alertness was one of the things that you said would give us a better idea, right, Myles?
Just tells you about the area around you, and you're just kind of like examining it itself in a physical manner. Awareness would be more supernatural, so more about
awareness.
Yeah. So you guys can team up if you want to do awareness.
Yeah, I can do awareness.
I only have 2 dots, but if anybody has 2 dots or better, I'm pretty sure your roll will be just as good, if not better, than mine.
I've got 3 dots.
Okay, and 4 intelligence?
Yep.
Then you should definitely do awareness.
Who else is assisting?
I
I
will
am
absolutely assist. Oliver, Rob, you have...
I'm not assisting.
You're not? Okay, just checking.
Well, assuming we're looking for 6s, that's 1, 2, 3. Wait.
Damn.
Yeah, 6 successes.
Um,
I finally got a good roll.
just in the nick of time, too. So, you don't know why, but as you and your circle examine this pool, where the circle seems to be kind of like shimmering and inviting you in the circle, you take a moment. Hold on, let me look at your character sheets, which is another thing you don't want to hear a GM say.
Right?
I mean, sometimes it works out well.
Yeah, great. So, in this moment, Bronson will kind of he'll close his eyes for a moment while examining the pool, as if trying to welcome in his other senses. And he himself will feel what seems to be a memory tugging him forward. A memory of his time in Vietnam. And not necessarily in the throes of warfare and combat, but more so a different memory. A memory of him possibly entering a village to examine and investigate some of the citizens living there. And you remember some of your higher-ups telling you to look for weapons, guns, explosives, but also kind of hinted at looking for food as well, as if you could steal some food from these villagers. And although you have that feeling in the pit of your stomach that reminds you of that internalized mission that you have going into this village, and you have your hand on your sidearm the entire time, you can't help but feel a sense of wanting to help and become almost friendly and a source of good for these villagers who are very grateful to see you, but at the same time are terrified. And you open your eyes, examining this pool, and kind of are curious to want to come closer to it and learn more of this experience.
I'll kind of speak up and say, I don't know why. I think I think we should get closer and investigate it. I feel almost like there's something we can do to help it, or it can help us, or maybe it'll eat us. But mostly it was positive emotions, and we should just get closer and check it out.
No, I don't think so.
I mean, I'm going to get as close as I can to it while still being on the boat, and see if I can see anything in there.
When he does this, Josie will have an experience as well. Watching and seeing how the pool is resonating with Bronson as a whole. And when she examines this, she seems to be recalling a moment in time when she was working at one of her zoos and was going through a laboratory, looking at some of the samples that are available there. And then you recall taking a syringe from one of the cases that was in this laboratory. And you remember putting it in a safe, you could say like a tray or some kind of carrier in order to take with you out on the field. And when you do this, you find yourself approaching this beautiful and yet very, very intimidating looking rhino. And you have an internal confidence that kind of urges you to come forward. And you're examining this beautiful and very, very tremendous looking specimen of a rhino in front of you. And you do everything nice and cautiously, as you always do, and you can feel that wonder overwhelm you as you kind of reach for the kit that is beside you. When you blink your eyes, you're in front of the pool again. Still standing on the ship, but that memory is powerful to you. And you get a sense that if you come closer to the pool, this memory will resonate even stronger with you.
Well, given my experiences with my mentor previously, I trust nothing. So I'm still going to remain tied to the boat. And while I will stand there because I'm drawn to this, I'm also not going to go forward. And I know that part of me wants to go there, but another part of me wanted to eat that cake, and I was really glad I didn't. So I'm going to do my best to stay on the boat and not trust this, because if something seems too good to be true, it probably is. And this... no.
Okay.
The risk is too high. The reward is unknown.
I'll actually go over to Captain Ektor and say, do you have a dinghy aboard the vessel?
You mean like a bell?
No, like a rowboat.
Yeah.
Would you be terribly averse if I were to row out there and investigate? I would certainly not want to put your vessel in danger, but I feel a strong need to go look at it.
Can I give you some advice?
Sure, of course.
You're a wraith, so I don't know if anyone's told you this or not, but you can walk on water if you'd like to.
Oh well, that's nifty.
Absolutely.
I just never had the occasion to try, so.
Nicole, the answer to your question is yes.
Awesome.
I'm suddenly terrified.
Next. At the same time and at the same moment, Arwen will be examining the pool as well. Ooh, wow, that's a good roll.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Damn.
So I will make those adjustments, and while Arwen is staring at this pool and is kind of like trying to find the connections that are occurring and happening to the other two circle mates, you will be overwhelmed in a good feeling, not one that is like trying to interfere or interrupt your experience, but one that is kind of like almost accompanying you side by side. And you'll close your eyes for a moment, and you will see that the presence that is standing next to you is an older lady. And she seems to be very well dressed. I'm trying to think if I can describe this for you. I'm going to put the image up on the screen for you, Nicole.
Okay.
But I'm going to have to make an altercation to her name so that you don't exactly see what her name is. So give me 1 second. Right. So this is the woman that you will be able to see in your vision standing in front of you. Did that appear for you, Nicole?
Yes.
So she looks in your direction. Her hood is still over her eyes on her face, and she just reaches forward with one of her hands and with a very, very kind, kindred voice says, I believe I have something that you are looking for. If you come closer, we might be able to make an arrangement. Since you are coming to my direction, as it were. So, please, come closer. And you see her walk towards the pool out in the ocean, into the circle. No one else sees this besides you, though. And when you open your eyes, you kind of see the pool that is still inviting you forward. So if you want to share that with anybody, you may. Unfortunately, Oliver doesn't see anything since he has not partaken in this awareness that is occurring.
I don't even have awareness, but yeah, I'm not partaking in it.
Yeah,
I don't trust it.
Yeah, you don't trust it, so you're just kind of like watching off on the side.
Meanwhile, Bronson has been taking his armor off carefully and setting it on the deck.
Okay. Let me make
I'm
an adjustment.
stealing his armor.
I would not do that.
So
Okay,
let
I'm
me
just-
make an adjustment. Let me make an adjustment to Bronson's character sheet now that he's taken his armor off.
I still don't trust this whole walking on water thing.
I'm quote unquote guarding his armor.
Okay, sounds good. All right.
Arwen is gonna point out to the pool and say, it was a lady. Did you guys see her?
I didn't. But what did she do?
She said that she has something that I'm looking for, and we can make an arrangement.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie.
Sound great to me.
See, the whole arrangement thing doesn't sound great, but I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting really good vibes from this. Out of
I am
character, this is
too,
a terrible
but
idea.
It sounds, yeah, like I get really good vibes. Like she seems, just the thought making an arrangement just does not sound great. She seemed
Myles?
really nice.
Yes.
Myles, I would really like to sense chaos with my pandemonium.
That's a good idea.
plus pandemonium.
This scene, yeah. Difficulty 8.
Oh, 8. This is a new scene? Or just a higher difficulty?
It's a higher difficulty.
Well, fuck. That's still 70-10, but, hey, Shadow, do you have any, dice you want to offer me?
You're not gonna want me to do that.
Okay. I don't suppose literally anybody else has pandemonium. Gonna take that as a no. Alright.
Seems that way.
Alright, so 70-10. Fuck. Oh wait, I can explode that. Roll 1d10, please. Please, please. Thank God. I have 1 success.
All right. One success. You are examining this pool, looking for the familiar kind of like touches of pandemonium and chaos and disarrangement that would kind of lure people in using illusions. None of that seems to be in place. There is no trickery. There is no spectral presence that is creating this pool in front of you. It is definitely something unnatural, but it is, strangely enough, a very natural occurrence out here in the Sunless Sea as well.
Could I roll any kind of Argos to see if I've like heard of, or got a gut feeling about what this could be? Or
Do you have a cult?
no? Actually, I have 1 dot.
Okay, that counts. So
I
what you
have
can,
1 dot in the cult so I can help.
okay. So Bronson, I will need you to do intelligence and occult, and it sounds like another player is going to be assisting you.
Oh, I'll assist as well.
Okay. So you'll get 2 bonus die with that dice pool.
Please tell me you can explode those 10s. Thank God.
What am I looking for?
Difficulty 6.
Nice.
5 successes.
All right. So with some moments of just kind of like remembering all that you've been told from other harbingers who are gifted in the Argos Arcanos, you remember a man named Eric Draven. And you recall him speaking to you about a experience that he had out here in the Sunless Sea. And it seems to be very, very resonant with what you and your circle are experiencing right now. He called it the Pool of Bittersweet Remembrance. The Pool of Bittersweet Remembrance. So, when he had talked to you about this location, everything that you have seen so far seems to match up to that description. It is a pool that a single wraith or a group of wraiths can easily step into and dwell in if they want to, kind of like a hot spring almost, and just settle themselves in. The silvery circle appears to be a very solid entity that is always constantly circling in this pool. So once you have taken a spot inside of the pool itself, the circle that is located around this pool will begin to spin and maneuver around you and your circle, or yourself if you decide to go out by yourself. He described this pool as giving him a sublime experience. It allowed him to glance into many, many different things, such as his past. It was almost like a dream sequence. And it invoked memories that he recalled from when he was once living. And a memory that very much so tied him to his passions, but also his experiences back when he was still living. When this happened, there was a strong connection that had happened between him and the pool, and the connection allowed him to create and almost like mold into existence a brand new, what he would describe only as, because he is someone who also uses LifeWeb, he described it as a fetter that was created by this pool. And he doesn't know what would happen if a group were to go into this pool together, but he himself, as an individual, was able to create a new fetter by using this pool. It wasn't a matter of just sitting there and taking in the memory. It definitely involved his passions, being able to recall and remember this memory and kind of weave it into being. And depending on whose memory was the focal point, which was his own memory, obviously, because he was the only one in the pool, that memory allowed him to form this new fetter. So the stronger he had become closer to his passion that he was invoking, the stronger the fetter was created. So in game terms, if you, as an individual or the circle, decide to go inside this pool, you will be undergoing a dream sequence that is similar to a harrowing, but the harrowing is not targeting your fetters, your existing fetters. It's targeting your passions. And it's trying to almost empower one of your older memories that is connected to this passion. And if you are able to walk through this quote-unquote harrowing or dream sequence that the pool invokes on you, you can create a whole new fetter that exists on your character sheets. So, does that make sense to you, Alex?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. I'll let you communicate that as you would like to the circle then.
So yeah, I mean, the short version is I'll tell you guys everything that I was able to figure out. In character, I'll just say that this old Harbinger I knew named Eric Draven told me about a pool that seems very similar to this, and basically he said that after sitting in it and really dwelling on some memories from his past, he was able to kind of forge those memories into a new fetter. I'm going to go for it. He did say that a group of people could go in, but he didn't know what would happen if a group of people went in. But like I said, I've got a good feeling about it.
You know what? I'm not sensing any pandemonium from this. And since you actually seem to know more about it, why don't you go in first? And if you're able to come out not unfettered, undamaged, then perhaps I will consider going in. But you seem willing enough to go in by yourself. So
Well, I could be wrong on this, so storyteller can correct me, but from what I'm remembering of what Eric told me, it sounded like it may be a one and done thing. He didn't say that it went away when he got in. He said that he got in, and then the circle around the pool kind of started spinning, and then he was in this dream sequence. He didn't actually say much about what happened after. So,
well, Oliver, Arwen, what do you think?
I'm thinking if someone's gonna do it, I don't think someone should do it alone. So at least 2 people should do it. So that way if something goes wrong, at least they're not by themselves. I'm not saying that we should do it. I'm just saying if we do, at least 2. At least 2 people.
Why are we doing this?
I've got a good feeling.
That's it? But that's not...
That's most of it. I mean, look, like I said, I've got the half memory of what a harbinger told me a while back when I was trying to brush up on some of the more occult things, trying to get up to speed with the way things work around here. It seems like a lot of this, and like I said, I got a good feeling.
Do you know what you're risking?
I have a good feeling.
I mean, if you're willing to... Things could get really bad, and if you're willing to do that on what amounts to a good feeling, I mean, I would think you would want to be pretty sure before you do something that could potentially go really bad. To jump into a random, what is this, an oily spot in the ocean?
Yep.
To jump into a random oily spot in a ocean that can be aptly described as a sunless sea because you have a good feeling seems to me like a risky thing to do.
It is a risky thing, which is why I'm not necessarily encouraging anyone to come with me. But it sounds like all of us have good vibes about this. And, I mean, it won't be the best, or it won't be the worst decision I've made today.
Well, I still don't trust my senses given my previous training. So, Arwen, if you would like, you and Bronson could go and check out together, and I'll stay here with Oliver, and if
I don't
you
think
need
it's
help...
wise for Arwen to go.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
I
but-
kind of agree that unless she actively wants to, like, she's the one that's holding all of these memories that we've been working on. I don't have a huge amount to lose.
I mean, we have a pretty important mission, and I don't think it's a good idea for Arwen to go because Bronson has good vibes.
That is...
Hey, I have good vibes too. I want to see the pool.
Well, I don't think this is a good idea.
It
Well,
probably
Arwen,
isn't.
didn't you actually have someone, like, talking to you about the pool?
I mean, I don't have a name, but she just kind of showed up and said that she had something I was looking for and that we can do some sort of exchange. I don't know what that means. I don't know what she has. I had good feeling about it. I'm not saying we should do it. I'm just saying I don't have a bad feeling about it. It's an option. But if we do it, I don't think it should just be one person that goes by themselves. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I will defer to wiser heads. If nobody else thinks we should go, I won't go, but I really think it's a good idea.
I think you should go. You should totally go. Don't listen to these lamos. They're all cowards. I don't really think it's a good idea, guys. Sorry, I'm playing 2 characters at once.
Okay, so potential benefit or reward of going in is a new fetter. While a new fetter would be useful to all of us, it's also not something that we couldn't just say no to, given that the risk is pretty high. And you know, we don't really know anything about this aside from what, sorry, not Alex, aside from what Bronson has told us. So,
well, for what it's worth, from what Eric said, he didn't mention any downsides to it. Like, it didn't seem like it was a super risky thing. You know, the vibe I got from his story was more that if things go badly, the worst that happens is now we're sitting in a pool in the sea and we get back on the boat. I mean, he didn't explicitly say that, but he also didn't say that there was a huge amount of danger associated. He just described it as a sort of a dream sequence that was just sort of like working on his passions to test and improve them.
Dude, if
Well,
you
here's
go in
my
there,
thought.
I will
Okay.
give you all the assistance you need.
Well, here's my
The
thought.
fact that my shadow is telling me to do it makes me not want to do it, but
Here's my thought. I know that Arwen thinks that nobody should go in alone, but Bronson seems to be the person with the lowest risk of, not, no offense, but not particularly mission critical. Arwen is the only mission critical person here. Not even I am mission critical. But he's also the one that actively wants to go in and seems most willing to take the risk. So, why doesn't he go in alone? And if it is a one and done, oh well. If it is not a one and done, the rest of us can go in after the fact. But if anything bad happens, it's only affecting him. And besides that, we don't know what would happen if more than one person goes in at once. So, thoughts?
Not happy about it.
I know.
I mean, like I see the wisdom in it. I will just say, the only one of us that had a vision actually beckoning us to come out to the pool was Arwen. That's either a good thing or a bad thing.
Well, I'm
I got good vibes.
personally hoping it's not a one and done.
Hey, did Luke Skywalker need to go into his vision quest with someone else in The Empire Strikes Back? He
Hate
did not.
you so much.
Real
Hate you
Jedi
so much.
go solo, okay?
Hate you so much.
Or you can go in there like a badass, or you can go hold Yoda's hand, as it proverbially is.
Yeah, no, apparently I'm going to jump in the pool and blow my own head off.
That would be pretty badass, you have to admit.
I mean,
If you could do it while jumping.
no, I'll do it in like drop frame slow motion. It'll be really jarring, and we'll never use that effect in the rest of the movie.
The three of you will start to notice that the circle located around this pool is starting to kind of like move a little bit faster.
I'm gonna make a just kind of a look at Arwen, like, you coming?
Aw, man. Aw, man. That's risky. It's so
Use
risky.
honey tongue.
Rob, that's you.
Yes, can I use honey tongue?
Yeah, let me double check that really quick.
This is funny because I was just looking at Freudian slip.
Okay. Honey tongue. Ooh. Interesting. Oh, that would be the perfect time to use that. Yeah, Rob, you can.
Okay, then I'm gonna use it. So
Okay.
how do the
So-
mechanics work for that?
Let me check to see how many dice you get to roll. And then I need to check the difficulty level as well. So give me 1 second. I'm going to look at your character sheet for the shadow guide. I think you're in a good spot right now. Especially after the events of Eurydice. So, Rob, you can roll 4d10, and the difficulty will be...
Target's manipulation plus subterfuge?
I'm looking at that right now. Ooh. Rob, difficulty 2.
Arwen, I think we're going for a swim.
By the way, Bronson, you can spend a willpower point to counteract this.
No, I can't.
It's going to be 4 successes, and what I'm going to say to him is basically reiterates every warrior's vision quest is done solo. Don't listen to these people. Dive over the boat now without even asking. Take command of this situation and just go without saying anything else. I want you to just jump out there and grab fate in your hands.
Seems compelling.
And I would have to spend a willpower to resist it?
Yes, you would.
Well, looks like I'm going in.
All right.
I mean, I hope somebody, like, if somebody wants to come in, they can jump in after me, but I'm going.
All right. So everyone will see Bronson jump into the sunless sea, and he will not go completely underwater like most people would expect him to, but instead lands almost like on a surface that is the waves and water. So when this happens, he will start to make his way over to the pool, and Bronson or Alex, you can move Bronson to the pool if you would like to at this point in time. Is anybody joining him?
Oliver's doubting got into my head.
I'm not joining the pool, but I am keeping a very close watch. And if that pool, or if he comes out of the pool unscathed, and I don't sense any difference after he comes out, and I'm able to jump in, I might just. But right now, I'm just watching.
Yeah, he seems to be safe where he is right now.
May I attempt Freudian slip on Josie?
Let me take a look at that.
It's either that. You know what? No, I take that back.
Okay.
I would like to attempt to take over Josie.
Oh, okay, even better.
Oh, fun.
Oh boy, this is gonna go swimmingly.
But I'm bad pun. Because we can't swim. Anyway.
Give me one
I gotta
second.
use up this angst somehow, so let's try it.
You know what? I'm not even mad.
But you're filled with angst over it.
Ooh.
Nicole, roll 7d10 for me. Difficulty
Okay.
6.
3 successes.
3 successes. Jay, could you please roll 10d10 for me? Difficulty 6.
I got more than that.
Okay.
Man.
Wow. 1, 2,
wow.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Damn, why can't I get those kinds of rolls?
Yeah. Catharsis does not take place, but you do feel the tug of your shadow urging you to kind of move forward. But catharsis does not take place.
I'm just going to
Alright.
kind of condescendingly metaphorically pat my shadow on the head, say, better luck next time, sweetie.
The higher the risk, the bigger the reward.
Yeah, well, I'm waiting until we see what happens to Bronson there, and, don't worry. If he comes out unscathed, might just do the same. But first, a guinea pig.
What is Arwen doing?
He is just like hopping back and forth near the edge. But she looks at Oliver like the frown. She doesn't go. She's mad about it. But she doesn't go.
All right. Bronson, are you going inside the circle?
Yep.
Okay. Once inside, I'm just going to move you a little bit more forward. Once inside the circle, the glow of this pool will become brighter to the point where anyone on the outside trying to look in will not succeed at being able to see what is happening. But it is a very calm and kind glow that seems to kind of like pull you in. And this very warm, yet strangely eerie memory will start to kind of float around you. You are back in that village, as I had described before. For anyone on the outside looking at this, the circle that was around Bronson is moving really, really fast. I would not recommend coming close to it if you decide to interfere with it. But you will see Bronson disappear within the light that is inside of this pool. When this happens, Bronson is back in the village again. Your hand is at your sidearm, and you're going towards the small little straw huts where you see the villagers come out, and they come towards you, pleading, looking scared, a little worse for wear. But they're speaking in a foreign language for you that you haven't really 100% gotten the hang of quite yet. But you can tell from their faces and their expressions that they're looking for your help, your security of being there. But at the same time, your higher-ups' orders seem to clash at this moment as well, saying, hey, look for weapons, look for explosives, look for food, and bring it back if you find food. So Bronson's a little conflicted in this moment. What would you like to do in this memory, Alex?
I had to pick Vietnam, didn't I? Anyway, I'm going to, in my broken Vietnamese, try to explain that I mean them no harm. I just need to look around. I'm assuming that I've got maybe a candy bar or something in my pocket, and if there are any kids around, I'll break off a piece of that and give that to them. Still keeping my hand near my sidearm, but I'm not keeping it on my sidearm. And I'll as best I can explain that I'd like to speak with the village leader.
Okay. You'll be guided by two young children who have blisters all over their feet and cuts, but they'll still playfully tug you towards the larger of the straw huts. They seem to be munching down on the candy that you've given them, and they will guide you to a very tall and brawny-looking villager who is standing in front of the hut. Arms are crossed. He looks very, very stern and unpleased to you. And he will say something in a foreign dialect. And you're able to ascertain that he is saying, your gun, no.
I will, I get do I get a feeling from him of whether he's just menace? Is he trying to trick me into something, or is he actually just dude, what are you doing? Don't no, you don't need a gun right now.
Basically kind of showing you that it's almost a custom not to bring a weapon into this hut.
Then I will just very slowly and, just making everything very clear of what I'm doing, pull out my sidearm, field strip it, pop the slide, and so it's no longer functional, and I'll put both pieces into my pockets.
Okay.
And I'll is that okay?
He points to the ground and again says, no, your gun.
I'll take them out of my pockets and I'll set them down.
Okay. As you're doing this, he also notices that you have a knife brandished nearby you, and he says, "No, no, no knife, no knife," and points it to the ground where you put the gun.
I'll say respectfully, this is a tool. I mean you no harm.
And you see him kind of point to the gun again, crossing his arms very, very aggressively, as if to say, "You're not getting past me if you're going to bring that knife in here."
All right, I'll take the knife out and set it very carefully next to the gun.
Mm-hmm. He will nod his head approvingly at this action, and he'll move out of the way, opening the very old creaking door to this hut, and allows you entrance.
I'll kind of shoot him a glance of like, really? Was that necessary? And then I'll walk into the hut.
Okay. Waiting for you, and sitting in a very meditative kind of stance with her body language, is a character that you've never seen or met before. And I just put her image back on the screen again in case you missed it.
Okay.
But she's there. Her hood seems to be covering her eyes, but she, with a very old and withered voice, reaches out her hand and kind of guides you to come inside and sit with her.
I'll bow deeply and follow.
Okay. When you sit beside her, she'll smile very keenly and say, "You are a very brave one. I admire your courage."
I don't know that bravery is the right word. I have orders, and I'm here to follow them.
Of course. If I may ask you, to whom do you treasure the most? The lives of these people? Or the generals back in your homelands? And the orders that they pile on top of you?
With respect, I have always tried to find a way to serve both. And in situations like these, I find it best to focus less on my orders and more on the morals of the country that I represent. The orders I may get are less important to me than upholding the values of my country. In this case, caring for those in need. I will do my best to follow my orders, but I won't commit war crimes.
See. Where does that come from? Why do you care about these people at all?
They're people. They are in dire straits and have been put into such terrible conditions by situations outside of their control. Largely to blame is my country. We've cast so many people from their villages, leaving them with nowhere to go, and then burned down the next village. That's not what my country should be. And if I can offer some comfort and solace to those who have been cast out, well, obviously that's my duty.
Seem to understand this. This burning pride that comes from you. And yet, the war that your country has decided to enlist itself in is covered with what you call people. People with guns. Trying to keep you out. Like a leech on the flesh. How do you feel about those people? Do they deserve to be killed and shot for trying to harm your fellow soldiers and warriors?
Respectfully, and this may not be the answer you want to hear, I would lay down my life in defense of my unit and my squad, and my country, frankly. I would fight back to defend myself. And in cases where we have to attack those who prolong this war, if those are my orders, those are my orders. Do I believe that they deserve to be hunted down and killed while not taking hostile action? No. I think if we left everything, we'd be better off. At this point, I'm just here trying to do the best I can and mitigate the damage being done. You know, a few good apples maybe make a few bad apples seem less bad.
So let me ask you one last question. Who is in the right and who is in the wrong? Tell me your perspective.
I think both of our leadership is full of it. We're both in the wrong. I think my leadership had no idea what they were getting into. I think on the personal level, each and every soldier on both sides thinks that they're doing the best they can for their country and their people, and I respect that.
So you believe you are in the wrong right now?
I believe that I am in the right to defend my country and my countrymen, even if we are here for the wrong reasons. It's a complicated question. I can't help but give a complicated answer.
So Alex, you get a choice to choose between your pride or your redemption. Which one would you like to trigger in this moment?
I guess probably the redemption.
Okay. Roll 4d10 for me. Difficulty 6.
Well, that's probably not great. That's nothing.
Okay.
Unless I can explode the 10.
You cannot. In this moment, she will look to you and say, I believe what you are saying to me right now is correct and well and good. But I'm drawn back to you repeatedly saying, out of all respect, and trying to be very etiquette focused and very coy and careful with your words. I'm not interested in your thoughts on how things are going currently. I'm more interested to find out what you believe should be happening right now in this war-torn country of ours. What is the right set of actions that need to take place right now? And be forward with me. Don't be gentle with your words. What needs to happen for things to find balance again?
Frankly, we need to haul ass out of this country, send back in not necessarily a peacekeeping force, but a force to rebuild, a force to rebuild the infrastructure that we've burnt down, the fields that we've torn down, and rebuild villages for the people to be able to go home. We need to aid in propping up a hopefully democratic government, but if not, that's for the people to decide. I mean, your people have enough weapons. If the government that gets put in place doesn't meet your needs, you can start your own revolution. That's how my country started.
You will ponder and think about your words very carefully. Alex, I need you to roll 4d10 for me. Difficulty 7. There
Okay,
you go.
so that would be 3 successes.
That's better. There's something about your words that seem to trigger a memory of her own. And you'll see a very bright and pleasant smile come from her very eerie-looking face. And while she bears this grimace, she will look to you and say, I once had a child just like you, thinking the way that you do. And that brings me much satisfaction to remember that child of mine before your people killed her. And she will reach down into what appears to be a small bag that is at her side. And she will pull out a very interesting looking trinket. It is almost like a pendant that looks to be like a dragonfly with very ornate and jeweled looking parts and pieces that make up the dragonfly itself. And there's a very thin but still relevant looking band made out of coils that are around it as well. And she holds it out to you and says, I would like to continue these conversations with you. And I have a feeling that we will be having them more sooner than you realize. In the meantime, I want you to have this to remember me by.
I'll kind of bow again and extend my hand to take it and say, if I may be so bold to remember you, do you have a name that I should remember, or?
You can call me Anna. Grandmother Anna.
And Bronson will, I guess, take the pendant and say, Grandmother Anna, it has been a pleasure to speak with you, and I would be happy to speak with you in the future. I apologize, I failed to introduce myself, but you seem to know a fair bit about me, but my name's Bronson.
Bronson. A very nice name. My daughter would have loved to meet someone like you. So convicted. I will see you soon, Bronson. Take care.
Thank you, ma'am.
In that moment, you'll be swept away and overwhelmed by a beautiful, almost pearlescent light that seems to kind of dwindle inside of you, and you can feel the passions within you start to grow, and the connection to this dragonfly pendant that you are holding seems to resonate with you and become more and more potent with every passing second. You can almost feel your heart beat again as if you were living again, and start to feel that pulsing of blood through every one of your veins. And as that passion starts to ebb and fade again, you will awaken in a very familiar looking sea of shadows, as it were. And the circle that was once around you has faded, and you are just kind of sitting in this lifeless pool of nothingness. And the Nagelfar seems to be still behind you. Everybody who is on the Nagelfar watching this, only a few seconds have passed ever since the light has left the sea. And Bronson seems to be just kind of sitting there by himself out on the ocean. So, does anybody want to say anything or communicate with Bronson?
Forgot I was on mute. Hey, Bronson, you okay?
I'll just, like, without saying anything, I'm just going to stand up and walk back to the ship and climb back aboard.
I'll take that as a yes, then.
Did you go well? Did you see something? Like, what happened? Can I do it now?
I mean, I don't think that pool's still there, unless I'm just blind now.
Pool seems to be gone.
Yeah. Okay, and also, do I have that pendant with me, or...?
You do not. It is not on your person anymore.
Okay.
Interesting.
That was... weird. Kind of reliving some old memories that weren't really memories, and... I mean, at the end of it, I kind of felt almost like I was alive again, so that was nice. But it was weird.
Kinda guess you don't know if going in there as a group would do anything, would you?
I mean, I genuinely don't know what it would have been like if you had come in. It seemed very personal.
Interesting. Well, if we come across it again, perhaps we can do science and go in as a group. Arwen
Well,
and I
for
can
what it's
go in.
worth, Grandmother Anna did say that she would be having more conversations like this with me in the future.
Grandmother Anna, you say?
Yeah, seemed to be the...
What does she look like?
I'll give the best description I can of her.
Arwen will recognize this description immediately.
She's the one who was telling me to go to the pool.
Seemed like a nice lady.
That's what I was saying as I glare at Oliver and Josie.
I was being very cautious. You're kind of mission critical, and we don't know if we can trust this. So, if we come across another one, I'll throw you into the pool myself. How about that?
I don't have to.
Of course you are, Craig. So, if everyone looks at Roll20, they will see the new area that we are approaching across the waves of the ocean. The Isle of Lambic appears to be a combination of many things. There are some familiar-looking rock formations and crevices and caves that are built onto the island itself, but there are also spider webs that seem to be covering every single inch and centimeter of this island as well. Hector Morris will kind of look at this with a little bit of discernment, but at the same time has confidence that you guys know what you're doing as you approach this very peculiar looking landscape. After circling the island for a decent amount of time, he will notice that there is a harbor in the Skinlands that will allow him to basically make landing next to. And he will bring the Naglfar alongside this harbor. And it doesn't seem to be affecting any of the other ships or boats that are nearby. So the element of surprise is still within the group itself. The group will disembark from the Naglfar when they are ready and make their way onto harbor. of Lambis. If you look on the map, you will see that you are on the bottom right of the area. There's very little light that seems to be allowing you to kind of see what is around you. In front of you, as you kind of allow your vision to adjust, is a rock formation. But this harbor was also built into that rock formation with purpose, which appears to be the opening or cave with stairs that lead into the cave and lead into Lambis itself. At this very moment, there appears to be no other sounds except for the waves crashing up against the boards of the harbor floor and against the boats that are tied up nearby. And Hector Morris will salute you and your circle and say, I will see you in a few. Good luck! And the Naglfar will make its way across the waves yet again. What does the circle wish to discuss at this moment, now that you've made landing at Lambis?
So, who wants to lead the way? Sounds like nobody.
It would seem that.
And I look around for traps.
You certainly may. Just in like the vicinity or the is there somewhere in particular you'd like to look?
I guess just in the just us moving forward, because like I don't want us to go forward if there's like a trap right at the entrance.
Yeah, that would be a good decision to make at this current moment. So
as he takes notes for where to put traps next time.
Exactly. Perception and investigation to look for traps.
My perception is 4 and my investigation is 2, so I would be able to roll 6 and explode 10s. So I could do the same separately, or I could assist you.
Well, I was actually going to ask Myles, can I do perception and alertness just because my specialty is traps?
You may.
Cool. So if we want, we could do it separately if you want to do investigation, if that's okay with Myles.
It is.
Then I will do that.
Okay.
Okay.
So go ahead, Nicole, and you can roll first.
And I can assist with either or both, so.
Okay.
Choose your poison before I roll. Which person?
One of you call my assist.
So Arwen will
Actually,
go
Myles
first
can-
with... Yeah, what's up?
Can Alex assist both, or does he have to choose one?
He has to choose one.
Okay.
Well, I get 7 on my roll without an assist.
Okay. So
So-
seven successes?
No, I mean like because I
7.
didn't take the assist. Yeah,
That's
so
a
I'm
nice
just
pool of 7, okay.
Yeah.
I still think you should go with Alex since your specialty is traps. I feel like that's going to be more helpful than what I would get with just investigation.
Okay.
All right, looks like I'm helping Arwen.
8d10. Explode the 10.
Nice.
Aw, man. Difficulty 6?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, -1, 3.
Okay. With 3 successes, you are examining this kind of rock formation that you guys are walking into. It seems to be a pretty clear pathway. There are no traps. There are no strands or anything that is kind of designed or meant to ensnare you the moment that you walk in. If anything, it's just more welcoming. And yeah, you just kind of examine it. There's nothing that seems to jump out at you as like giving off the attention that you are here. There's no sirens. There's no falling rocks. So you venture forward. Did Josie still want to roll, or did Arwen want to communicate to her before?
I will say I don't see any traps. Everything looks pretty okay, welcoming. I don't know if you still want to investigate, but from me and Bronson, we kind of don't see anything right now.
Well, I will just take a look around and see if there's anything worth noticing. I'm guessing that there probably isn't at this time, so I'll save my actual hard look for further on in.
Okay. You get a sense that if you were to use a technique called flicker to get yourself onto the top of this rock formation that is in front of you, you might be able to get a view from the top down of what's going on.
Is that at all of us, or is that at just one person?
It would have to be one person at a time.
No, I meant, were you telling that to one person, or were you telling that to all of us?
I was telling that to you in particular, since you were kind of like looking around to notice anything.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Wait, do I have Flicker? I know I have Argos too. Let's see. Sorry, pulling
Flicker,
up
I believe, is a level 3 power.
Does anybody have Flicker? Actually, Bronson,
I do.
You have Flicker, don't you?
I do.
Why don't you flicker on up to look from the top down to see if you can see anything special?
Will do. I'll flicker on up.
Okay. Let me get that out. Argos. So I will need you to roll your dexterity plus Argos, difficulty 6.
I'm very glad I forgot to put my armor back on.
Yeah. Yes, you did. I forgot about that. How'd you do?
Working on it.
Okay.
So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4 successes.
Okay. With 4 successes, you are able to make it easily up to the top of one of these formations. Could you please radar where you would like to be standing when you flicker up?
I mean, I really only have limited view, so I guess like here.
Right there? Okay. Sounds good. Give me a moment. And go ahead and move your character where you want to be standing when you flicker up. Okay. Let me reveal more of the area to you now that you've made your way up there. A little bit to the left. So, from where you are standing up on the top of the rock formation, you're able to see that there are some pathways that kind of diverge and go in different directions. Things of notice while you're standing up here, there does appear to be a wall that has been constructed. It is existing in the Skinlands, so you can actually walk through this wall if you really wanted to. But there also seems to be a stream of water that continues up to the north, and then some other passageways over on the sides as well. This is something that you can kind of like walk down the stream into. Where you are standing, you would probably have to go back down where the other characters are in order to walk down the streams. Or you can, if you want to, continue flickering further and further forward, but of course you don't know what you'll see if you continue to do that, so that's up to you.
Yeah, no, I think it's best that I rejoin the rest of the group.
Okay. Would you like to activate your phantom wings so that you can float down?
I would.
Okay. It sounds like a good idea. So, for phantom wings, I believe that is your stamina plus Argos, difficulty 6.
Three successes.
Okay. With 3 successes, you are able to float down and rejoin the rest of the circle. Feel free to place your character down into the passageway or where you want to be standing, and then you can rejoin them and tell them what you've seen so far and describe it to them.
Yeah, I'll fill them in on what little bit I've seen.
Okay. When you guys hear about what he describes, you definitely get a sense of all the different trenches that lead into different passageways, and you're able to visualize what he's describing. So everything that you see on the map so far that I've revealed is basically what he's described to you at this point in time. So there are some branching pathways to the left. There is a branching pathway up to the north that seems to be going down a passageway, and then there's a wall to the east that is in the Skinland, so you could easily walk through that wall if you would like to. What would we like to do now?
Why don't we just go ahead and go forward on in and just check everything out as we go.
Okay. Yeah. And Arwen's sense for looking for traps will continue to dwindle into this scene as she looks around. Nothing seems to jump out. Which passageway are we looking to explore? Are we going to go down here, further up, or would we like to examine?
For me, it's just kind of a roll of the dice. I don't have any particular sense of where I should go.
Okay.
Because I don't have fatalism. Does anybody have fatalism? Guessing no.
Josie is met with silence yet again.
Come on, guys. Somebody needs emollient.
Keep forgetting I'm on mute. I'm sorry.
Oh. Do you have fatalism?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, there's not a whole lot of choice. I'm already headed this way. Why not down this path right here?
Okay.
Which I should have used my pointer, but eh.
All right. He reveals some more to you as you explore. You're able to see what appears to be like a spout where some water it comes rushing out. It doesn't seem to affect you since you are literally standing on the water, and nothing seems to happen. So you're just kind of like examining this spout of water. When you look down to the south, it seems to be another passageway of water that leads out to the Sunless Sea itself. So this passageway will allow you to exit.
Okay. Well, that's good to know.
Mm-hmm.
Just to open up the map, I'll just be like, I think this might be an exit, so you guys are welcome to stay there for a minute. I'm just going to pop down here, and it looks like there might be more.
Okay. Good. Reveal some more for you guys.
And everybody's like, nope, don't split the party. Hey, look, more exit.
Yep. You seem to find another alternative exit that exists.
I'm going to go down here just to see what this is.
Okay, sounds good. So at this point in time, I will need Josie to roll her perception and alertness.
All right. Alertness 2. All right, 60-10.
And we assist?
The one I had here.
Yep, if anyone is with Josie when she's over here, they may assist.
I can assist.
I can assist you.
Okay. So that's 8d10. And what am I looking for?
Difficulty 6.
All right. Give me 1 second to explode 2 10s.
All right.
Well, still, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 successes.
All right. Very clearly, everyone will hear what sounds to be right past this wall here. There is the sound of 2 individuals, one male and one female. They are in the Skinlands, and they are just having a conversation with each other.
Can I hear the conversation?
Yeah, it seems to be kind of mostly speaking about kind of a sentry check, like, going around the island itself, and they're talking about like the different times that they're meant to go out and look, and you'll hear the sound of playing cards hit the table as if they're now betting certain time slots, as if to say, hey, I bet this one shift that that I can beat you at this game of cards. And they seem to be gambling.
Okay, so basically sentries in the Skinlands gambling and not particularly being what is the word I'm looking for? Not particularly on high alert at all.
Correct.
Okay. Is there anything that goes north of this, or is it just continuing to exit to the Sunless Sea?
When you examine that opening, there does seem to be a passageway that heads over.
Interesting.
Mhm.
All right, so I will assume this straight ahead is just another passage to the Sunless Sea.
Yeah, it seems to just kind of go off into the island. You can hear the sound of the rushing water coming from the ocean itself, so there doesn't seem to be any real progress that could be made going out there.
Gotcha. Then I will go ahead and go north.
Okay.
And let's see, where's the draw? Freehand. Not freehand. Where's the text? Here we go. I'm just writing a note to myself here. Sentries. Okay. If I can. Sure. Okay. And then, there's another, presumably, exit to anything.
You kind of hear the sounds of the ocean coming from that exit as well.
Mm-hmm.
Out of curiosity, this is from the GM to the players. Are we trying to be stealthy, or are we just kind of walking around since it's in Skinlands?
I'm not trying to be particularly stealthy, but I'm also not attempting to get, not trying to draw attention either.
I need somebody to please roll. If I can find the appropriate. I need one player to please roll their dexterity and stealth, and others may assist them. Dexterity and stealth.
Well, that's only... Where's my stealth?
I would have 5.
Well, it's probably more than me, unless stealth is somewhere else. But
I've been muted this whole time. Jesus, I'm gonna roll. I'll roll.
okay, you roll.
Okay.
I can
I don't think-
assist.
Okay.
I can't. I don't think.
How many assists am I getting?
I'll assist. So 2.
Okay. And I assume it's difficulty 6.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Three. Hold on. Do I reroll successes? Let me check. No. Okay, so I got 3 successes.
Okay. So with 3 successes, all 4 of you are able to make your way down these passageways without really alerting anyone or anything. However, I will note that with Josie up at the front, your alertness goes off, and you will hear what sounds to be like pitter-pattering and scampering going on up here. And Arwen will hear some pitter-pattering and scampering coming from the other side of the wall or rock formation. So something seems to be scampering on the other side.
Is anybody going to tell me, or is that something I can hear as well?
Oh, you hear it. You hear it at the top. Then I
Oh,
hear
okay.
it down
You're
here.
closest to it, actually.
Oh, I'm
Gotcha,
pulling
gotcha.
out my sword just to be ready because I don't know what's going on.
Fair enough. Let's see.
If I see her pulling out her sword, mine's coming out too.
Got 2 characters who have pulled out some weapons.
I have my sword, kind of my hand ready on the scabbard.
Okay.
My sweeping eastern axe is a little more difficult to conceal, so I'm not dealing with it right now.
Okay.
But actually, let me check my Argos real quick to see if there's something I can prepare. Just gotta, find the dang thing. Let's see. Brigade. Excuse me. Back. Fatalism. Embody. Castigate. There's Argus. Actually, for orienteering, would that help me find the oracles that we're looking for?
It would lead you in a direction that you want to go, but you definitely would need some kind of like object in order to kind of like get a full sense of what you're looking for.
Gotcha.
Mm.
Well, in that case, let's see. Oh, Phantom Wings won't really help me do much.
You guys can hear the scampering start to kind of get a little bit louder up against the wall that you're creeping
I will
across.
Point to the wall.
I'm going
so
to.
guys know why I have my sword out.
Okay.
Gotcha. I'm going to look around the corner up here to see if there's anybody or anything down this path.
Okay.
I'm not quite going to move into the path. I'm just looking around the path or looking down it.
Yeah. So you take a look, a quick glimpse. Seems to be more waterways that open up. There is a wall here in the Skinlands that you can walk through if you want to. Another passageway that can go further up north. And then there's also a corner over here on the side. Seems to be the corner where the sounds of steps and pitter-pattering seems to be. And it's
All right,
definitely
well,
something in the Skinlands because it's causing the water to splish and splash as it walks.
Oh, and reminder: people in the Skinlands can't actually hear us, right?
They can get, if they are a supernatural entity, they can get a sense that there is something there. But
okay.
if it is a being in the Skinlands, they won't immediately see you. No, because you are a wraith in the Shadowlands.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go back down here and whisper to the rest of the group, say, it's somebody in the Skinlands that's making the sounds. They're affecting the water. We should be okay, I think.
Are they coming closer?
I'll be like, I'll point up and say, if you take a right up here, there's another passageway. If you take another right, and it loops back down across from us, which is likely where the sounds are coming from.
Meaning that the sounds are
Okay.
probably coming from here.
Ish, yes.
So
should
let's
be
go
okay.
this way.
Okay.
I mean, just my 2 cents.
I'm ambivalent about where we go. I was just moving forward to get somewhere since nobody was, walking.
Okay.
So we'll go ahead and walk forward, and I guess I'm just gonna go all the way over here,
All right.
unless you need me to roll for anything.
Not
All
yet.
right. Does
No.
anybody? Okay. Does anybody have a preference on which way we go, aside from not back that way?
I mean, north seems to be viable.
Okie dokie. So I'll go up here, and then I will look down this pathway to see if there's anything, which is to say, open up the map.
Certainly. Open that up for you.
Interesting.
Also, I will be just kind of keeping an eye out for traps as we're moving forward. So
There doesn't appear to be any traps that are occurring at this moment.
Okay.
Or
Then
present.
I will continue to go north.
I need you to roll again as a group another stealth roll. This one will be a difficulty of a difficulty of 7 this time.
Who rolled last time? Rob?
Yeah.
You want to roll again?
It'd be
You can-
difficulty 7. Am I still getting the same assistance?
Yes, for me at least.
So is that 2 or 3? How many people can assist me?
Wait, I can't. That's right. My bad.
2.
That's 2.
Two successes.
As you are making your way up to the north and are kind of like able to see a little bit more of what's happening in the area, you will again hear the pitter-pattering of something walking on the water up to the northeast. So something seems to have like drawn its attention towards you and your circle and is like starting to walk towards your position. It's in the Skinlands again.
Okay. Well, I am going to prepare befuddlement in case this is something that can not only see me but also interact with me and is also, what's the word? Malicious? Malevolent? Basically an enemy. I'm not going to use it until I confirm, but I am going to prepare it.
Okay.
I would like to use sense intellect.
Okay.
Please, thank you.
Sounds like a good idea. Just pull that up. Right. Please roll your perception plus mnemosis. Difficulty 6.
2 successes.
2 successes. There is definitely an intellect that is very alert and interested in trying to seek out intruders that is making its way over here. And there is also another form of intelligence coming from the north. It seems to be holding its position, but it is very, very interested on what could be coming through this hallway. So for you, Nicole, there are now 2 life forms in the Skinlands that definitely are interested in what's going on in this hallway.
Okay. I will let the group know by saying there's 2 up here. And they definitely sense that we're here.
Then do we want to try going through this wall? If they're in the Skinlands, then they wouldn't really expect people to come through the wall, right?
Can I intimate them to see what they want?
You're look. Which one, Rob? The one on the right or the one on the left?
Where are they?
One of
Back
the you don't. Yeah, you don't know the exact location of the one up north.
Mhm.
But just to the corner on the right, there is definitely an entity that's making its way towards you right now.
Okay, you mentioned something that's interested in something. So I guess it would be that entity. I want to hold on, let me pull it up.
Yep.
I want to sense their most recent desire.
Okay. Would that be gleaming or?
I think it would be twinned because, like, basically, I'm not looking to get something. Oh, it's a wraith. This is in the.
This is in the Skinlands.
Okay, then I guess I can't do it. Yeah, well, I it's just a wraith, so I can't do anything. Never mind.
Okay, no worries. So, Josie is kind of preparing her pandemonium if she needs to. Bronson, you said you were going to you're holding onto your weapon or something, or?
Yeah, I think at this point I'm going to put it back in the sheath, but I'm going to have it like at the ready.
Okay.
I think at this point I will. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh no, go ahead. What were you going to say?
I think at this point I'll just hold my hand out as if to say, stay here, and I'm going to go ahead and walk forward just to see what happens, because worst case scenario, they see me, I cast befuddlement and confuse them. They totally didn't see me after all. And, I run back and be like, go, go, go. So, did you have something else to add before I did that?
No, sounds like a solid plan.
All right, so everybody stay there. I take one step out.
Okay.
Do I see or hear or interact with anything or anyone?
You do. You see a giant spider make its way.
Yay!
All right. So, as we were saying, a giant spider will be in front of you in this cave. It seems to be on high alert. It is examining the room very, very cautiously and carefully. All of its eyes seem to be darting around, but it does not see you because you are in the Shadowlands. But it is on high alert, looking for what it sensed was out here, but it does not see anything. It seems to be like chittering and chattering something, but unfortunately, you don't know the language of spider.
Question.
Yes.
Do I know if I touch it, if it will be able to see or interact with me?
You will be reaching through it if you do that.
Okay.
And it will not see. It will not see you or sense you. It might get an auspicious feeling, like something is connecting with it, which will maybe upset it.
Okay. Well, I mostly just wanted to know the risks in case I accidentally touched it or if it came through me. But
yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm just going to turn back to the group and do 2 thumbs up and just say quietly, just a spider. Big spider.
No, just
Murder you. Actually, I'll throw you to the spider. Let the spider murder you. Anyway, that was out of character, just for the record.
you have to find me first. I'm hiding.
Are you? Are you afraid of spiders?
No, actually, I'm not.
Good. But I'm like, be like, okay, just a spider, and continue on north.
Okay.
Actually, before I do that, is this of any importance or just decorative, or what's up with this?
It seems to be decorative. Some plant life seems to be growing there right now.
Huh, okay. Then yes, continuing on.
Yeah. When you look
Bye,
to the north,
spider.
when you look to the north, you will see another individual, the one that Arwen had pointed out, will start to make her way. I'm assuming you want to move out of her way as she's walking down?
Yes, I'll be like, move back, guys, move back. And then I'll move over this way and then, do my best to get out of her way, but also try to predict where she's going. Maybe go back the way she came if I can.
Okay. Yeah.
And just be quiet.
Yeah. You simply move out of her way. She will knelt down next to the spider, and it appears that she is whispering to it. You try to listen in on what she's saying, but the words coming from her mouth are not necessarily an English or human language dialect. It's kind of mostly just a bunch of sound effects, like chirps and clicks, and the spider seems to.
She's speaking spider.
Yeah, I guess she seems to be speaking spider, and the spider will kind of acknowledge this as well, as if they're communicating with one another. Does anyone wish to do anything while these two characters are interacting with each other?
I don't actually want to cause them pandemonium because I don't want them to notice me. Don't need my Argos, and I don't think there's any use for Castigate, so there's nothing I can do but move forward, but I'll hang out and wait for my compatriots to join me eventually after she leaves. Okay. Or moves on.
Okay. What does the rest of the circle wish to do while this communication is going on between these two characters?
She have a sword?
She appears to have what looks to be a gun at her side, and maybe a small little knife inside of a sheath. Yeah, but no sword.
I like where your head's at, though.
I guess I'm just gonna follow Josie. I want to explore and open up more of the map.
I'm going to be very, very careful not to touch her and then sneak past.
Sounds good. If you guys want to continue heading up north, you may do so at this time.
Sure.
Actually, as we're moving up to the north, can we get a glimpse of what's down this hallway at all, or is it too far away?
No. Yeah, as you look down that hallway, there appears to be a door with a knob. It is currently closed.
Is the door part of the Skinlands or the...
It is part of the Skinlands, so you can walk through it if you wanted to.
Oh, cool.
I'm going to...
We'll come back to that later.
Okay. I was just going to say, we should check that out at some point.
Well, why don't we investigate the rest of what we can see without acquiring corpus damage by walking through mortal doors, and then come back to it.
I'll just shrug and be like, all right.
I am remembering that, right? That walking through Skinlands doors and walls inflicts some sort of damage, right?
That is correct. And it is accurate. So you'll start to reveal more of the formations around you, and it's trying to reveal enough for people to see what's going on around them. And where Josie seems to be standing, there is a continued pathway to the left. There's also what appears to be a small little cove here in the bottom as well. Oh,
This way?
You want
Guess
to go
we'll
down?
check out the cove.
Yeah, Arwen goes down into the cove. I saw that.
Yep, I'll check it out too.
Okay. So you will find a body that seems to be mummified and wrapped up in spider webbing.
Yay!
Give me. I need
Our
some.
favorite.
Yeah, Arwen, I need you to give me a perception and alertness roll. Difficulty 6, and others may assist you.
All right. Does anyone want to assist?
I'll assist.
What's exactly the roll again? I'm sorry.
Awareness, I
Perception
think.
and alertness. No, it's alertness.
Awareness.
If it's alertness, I'll assist.
Okay, so that's 3.
It sounds like you have 3 people assisting you.
Yep.
Oh, let's see. 7, 3, so that's 10. Difficulty 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 successes.
Okay. So with 4 successes, you kind of examine the body that is lying there. It appears to be indeed a mortal life that was taken and drained of all of its blood and anything else that may have remained inside of it before it became this empty husk in front of you. But more importantly are the objects that seem to still be on its person. For example, you're like examining a little bit further into the webbing, and in the Skinlands, this particular body seems to have what appears to be a sword at its side, a machete, a very sharp-looking machete.
Well, well, well.
So there's no way that I can really interact with that because it's in the Skinlands and I don't have the Arcana way to do that, right?
You gotta
That is
destroy
correct.
it.
You got to destroy it.
And
As Oliver, I'm wondering, are there any signs of calls nearby?
There doesn't appear to be any calls nearby.
now,
Oh,
okay, so question.
yeah,
Fetters are in the Skinlands.
correct.
Okay. So I could make that a fetter using splice strand.
Okay.
I don't know what that gets me, but I'm working on this.
That I think works against you.
Yeah.
Because what happens when you create it as a fetter and then, you know what? I take that back. Yes, that's a great idea. Create it as a fetter. Forget I said anything. Shit. God, why do I open my mouth?
No, like I wasn't going to do it because I didn't have the second part of what I would do with that. But like that's the only way that I can think of that I'd be able to interact with the sword right now.
I think we all know what the next dare is going to be.
I do have one, but I don't think you know.
Yeah. There's as Bronson is examining this machete, he can definitely tell that this was very, very important to its former user, as if they were the person who has deceased here was a former explorer hoping to find something, maybe some kind of treasure on this island that no one had ever seen before or heard of before.
So then can I use sense strand on it?
I think you can. Let me check your ability. Yes, you can.
I'll do that.
All right. Perception plus life web. Difficulty 8. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. That's for rates. Difficulty 6.
Well, the good news is it's not a botch.
Okay. So 0 successes?
Yes.
All right. You can't, as you're examining this, you can't really tell if it's a fetter or if it's just an object. All you can tell is that is very significant to its former user. But you're not sure if it definitely looks like it would qualify for a fetter, but you cannot 100% guarantee, yes, this is a fetter. but it seems like it would be a good. It has the qualifications.
I mean, I'll let the party know and encourage them if there's any way that they can like destroy it or bring it into the not skin lands. I'd really like that, but
I don't think I have the ability to actually destroy. Oh wait, pandemonium.
Hold
I
on a
can
sec.
destroy. What?
Do we really want to be destroying things in the Skinlands and start making
No.
noises that'll draw whatever is going on in here to us?
No, but I'm taking a look here real quick anyway.
I'm thinking maybe on the way
out. Yeah, but it only inflicts 1 health or corpus level of damage on beings in the vicinity. It doesn't affect non-beings, so it doesn't really matter. Anyway.
It needs to make a roll while you guys are having fun with the machete. Right. Reroll those zeros. Let me reroll that 0. Let me reroll that 0. All right.
I think this is the DM's way of telling us to hurry the heck up.
This is the DM telling you that something has happened recently.
Well, this
This
person's
is the
moving.
DM tone. It tells us that we're screwed. Hooray! I'm seeing. I should probably not metagame. Never mind. Anyway, so there's nothing we can do with this person, right? Why don't we
Not
just
at the
move
moment.
on to explore more, see what we can do?
Okay.
You want to go north or do you want to go this way? Well, I guess we should first let Myles open up the map so we can actually see the options.
Do that for you.
Because it looks like there's something up here too. Yeah.
To the west, it seems to be another opening clearing that leads to more continued passageways. To the south, however, there is some rubble, some rocks that you could probably use your athletics to either climb over and hop over, or you can just take a corpus damage and walk through them if you want to. But there just seems to be some rocks and rubble. You can see that there is kind of like the flow of water coming from the pebbles and the rocks in the ground. So there's definitely something on the other side of this rubble, but you either need to take the damage to walk through it or use your athletics to hop over it.
Well, because it doesn't seem like there's any issue, I'm going to quickly pop over here to see if there's anything interesting, and then I'll come back and let them know if there's anything interesting there.
Would Blink be a substitute for athletics? Or Flicker, sorry.
Flicker? Yes, you could substitute it with Flicker if you'd like to. And depending on how many successes you get, would determine how far you get.
And how much pathos does Flicker cost?
I believe it's 1, but let me double check. I believe it's just 1 pathos to Flicker.
Because
There's
I'm
also
getting
the
better
other
on
option.
Corpus than I am on pathos. What was that, Arwen?
You can. It looks like we can also go around, see if we can go in the opposite, like come up instead of going down to see if maybe it's just blocked in this direction, but we can still go in this direction because it looks like there's a little opening.
You have any explosives, Bronson?
No.
So, as you are kind of examining this area somewhat more, Josie will notice that there is a small set of stairs that lead downward into some more water. And then there's also another passageway over here on the south that just kind of leads into another cove.
Oh, I'm going to be like, hey guys, I found something. I'm going to disappear for a minute. You're welcome to follow me, or you can wait for me because who knows what'll happen.
I'm just going to go
Yeah,
through
I'm
and take the 1 point of Corpus.
Sounds good.
Well, I was going to follow this path, so, you know.
All right. Let me reveal.
Bronson's shadow has been being a bad influence. It's finally getting to him.
Okay. So you'll make your way into this, what appears to be a house. Like a small little house. How'd you do?
Still working on it.
Okay.
Assuming we're looking for a 6, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 successes.
All right. Strangely enough, when this body was mummified and destroyed, and killed off, it appears that some object has also made its way into the Shadowlands after it had been destructed as well. You kind of like look down and you can see that there's something underneath the webbing, as it were, that exists next to this husk. So there's something in the Shadowlands that exists here. I need you to roll 1d10 for me.
Turns out it was a live grenade! That would be a 3.
3. Okay. It appears to be a small bottle or potion of sorts. And you just kind of pick it up and you examine it, looking at it to see, like, what is this, what is this kind of tincture that you've discovered? Use a little bit of your knowledge and examine it closely. And this solution appears to be something that assists with soaking damage if needs be. So it makes your corpus a lot more stronger and sturdy when taking damage itself.
Okay.
So, do you take the solution with you?
Sure.
Right. Sounds good.
It's no sword, but sure.
Let me add that to your person. And so that will enter your inventory. After you do this, I need you to roll your dexterity plus your stealth. Just by yourself, though, since you're doing this on your own.
If we're looking for 6s, that's 1 success.
Okay. With 1 success, you start to hear the pitter-pattering and scuttling of something very similar to the sounds that the spider was making earlier, coming from this area of the room. It seems that you've made a noise that it's noticed.
I'm going to flicker back up here.
Okay.
It was a very expensive way of finding a potion, but whatever.
If you could please roll for Flicker, that's going to be your Dexterity plus Argos, difficulty 6.
It looked like there were perfectly serviceable entrances and exits that you could have walked around too. So
Hey, look, the same point that Arwen made earlier.
Let me know when you make your dice roll.
Total of 6 successes.
All right. Yeah, you easily are able to flicker over to the other side. All you can hear after you get to the other side is the sound effects of something that sounds like a spider that is now crawling in the area that you were once inhabited in. So, now that we're back with the group again, where do we want to go? I think Josie said she wanted to examine here.
Yep, I would like to follow this path to see what happens.
All right. You will find another carcass that seems to be wrapped up in spider webbing.
It's carcassness. I guess I'll take a look, investigate it, see if there's anything interesting.
Like perception plus investigation, please.
Alright, so 4, 5, 6. Does anybody else have investigation that wants to help?
I can help.
I'll help.
Sure.
Arwen? Ooh, 90 pin. And exploding pins. 1d10. Oh, thank God. Well, that at least makes it not a bunch, and we're looking for 6, right?
Yes.
Alright, well, I still have 2 successes.
All right. You kind of examine this wrapped up husk. There is indeed something of what appears to be like a box or a container that they're holding close to their side within their hand. Unfortunately, it is in the Skinlands. So in order to find out what the contents are, you have to make yourself appear in the Skinlands and open it, or find another way to get to this object. But it appears to be something that they may have like grabbed and heisted, like something that they stole. And unfortunately, they didn't make it very far with this treasure that they had taken. It exists in the Skinlands, though, and it looks like something pretty precious is inside that box.
I don't think I have the ability to manifest in the Skinlands at all. Does anybody else have that ability?
No.
Well, at
Do you
least
think
one
if we make
silences.
enough like loud noise, the spiders will like knock it over, and then we can see what's in it? I don't know.
You know, I do have some fun things that I could, let's see. With
And
my
that's only if we
pandemonium.
want to like make our presence known.
Rob, while this
I
is
mean,
happening, Rob, while this
Good.
is happening, I need Oliver to roll his perception and alertness, difficulty 7, because of your abnormality.
Oh,
Hey, Oliver. You want to learn how to use outrage?
2 successes.
As this conversation is going on, you will hear the sounds of footsteps coming up behind you, as if another individual is making their way towards you in your circle.
Someone's approaching from behind.
interesting. Well, if somebody's approaching from behind, where do you hear them? Because I was looking at something else. Use the thingy. Oh, you hear them over there, huh?
Right, Miles?
Yep, that's the direction where you hear the footsteps.
Well, in that case, what I can do is cast an illusion to perhaps Myles. Let me know if this is not actually feasible with the skill I just got, but like a line of spiders that goes from the box in this hand all the way out here to say here or so, and have a line of spiders visible to lead it to the box. If we are all standing back, like say here, I should have just done that. If we're back here and hiding, perhaps that will make the person or the people that are here investigate the box in their hand. Any thoughts?
So there's a twinge of your awareness that kind of kicks in, and you remember and recall that the individual who was that you had watched and observed earlier had knelt down and whispered to the spider. So most likely, if there is an individual who is single file walking, so 2 feet, a 2-limbed person walking behind you, most likely they're going to attempt to communicate with the spiders that you create and manifest. And if those spiders do not communicate back, which you don't know how to speak spider, it will probably see this as some kind of ruse and will investigate even further.
That is correct. That is a good point. So, I forget. Is this thing limited to bugs, or could I do like small rodents, like mice?
It'll have one small rodent.
One small rodent?
Well, I mean, the other thing is if they feel inspired to investigate further, like, isn't that what you were trying to get them to do with the box anyway?
Well, yes, but mostly wanted to disturb them enough to, or be like, hey, here's the thing, investigate. But I think if I used a single mouse, made them see/believe that there's a single small mouse, and have the mouse just up ahead long enough for them to catch up and then not quite disappear, but move on ahead, and then have it sit on the corpse when they get in here, and then have the mouse look like it's trying to hide either on top of or behind of or beneath the box, so that it makes them want to remove the box.
Okay.
That work?
Yeah. I'm guessing you're using your Mouth of Madness to
Yes.
use this? Okay. I need you to roll your intelligence plus pandemonium, difficulty 6 to cast this.
All right, 7d10. Six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 successes.
Okay. See a single rodent appear in front of you. Everyone will see this rather kind of strange vermin appear in front of them, and show me where you want the rodent to kind of look and stand.
Well, I will have actually first backed up and told everybody, hey, back up with me so that we can stay out of the way. But I will have it first appear just kind of right in front of me. Well, right here-ish, because I don't see any spider in eyesight. So I'll have it start here and then go down this path.
Okay.
And I will have it look towards this and then see nothing, and then go back here, and then assuming that it kind of wait until that person sees it, and then have it kind of run around and not run, but swiftly walk backwards.
Okay. So
not
scamper
backwards,
away.
but yeah, scamper away back this way so that it goes back, and then back into here, and then onto the corpse. When the person sees it on the corpse, then hide in the direct vicinity of the box.
Okay. The individual who is down the alleyway will definitely notice this rodent of interest and kind of walk towards it and make her way into the room where everyone else is. The moment that she is standing right here, she will actually look directly towards all 4 of you and kind of wave her hand a little bit and say, hi. To whom am I addressing?
Oh. This is out of character. This is the same person that literally didn't see us and was talking to the spider, right?
Correct. She's looking right at you now.
I will step forward and say, so you can see us now.
I can see you now that I have opened up my eyes to the spirit world, yes.
Ah.
And
Well-
you are definitely spirits standing in front of me. I just need to determine what kind of spirits you are.
Just the kind in search of oracles.
Oracles. You've come here looking for oracles?
That was the information we got, and that's what we were looking for. Hoping for more information, that is all.
Do you have a name of someone who might be an oracle that you're looking for? Because I really can't follow what you're seeking.
At this point, I will look back at Oliver and Arwen, and I'll glance at Bronson and kind of assume he doesn't have any input since he's pretty new, but still at least, look at him and be like, do any of you guys happen to know any names of the oracles?
I don't think Tracker gave us any names. He just said ancient oracles.
Fabulous. Well, that'll teach us to go on half-assed missions with insufficient information, I suppose. Well, turns out...
Earl Frenwick.
That is true. Technically, he's an oracle, and he is
Yeah, I
here.
guess that is true.
I will say, well, as it turns out, we don't have any names of any ancient oracles, but we are also looking for Earl Fenwick, who was...
He got a little
looking
kidnapped.
That's one way to put it. He was looking into this situation for us and was taken somehow from his own safe home. And do you have any information? Because we would really like to get Earl back. Mr. Fenwick, Earl Fenwick back. Words are hard.
So I have some information and knowledge of how the spirit world works. What you're saying is one of your other spirits was summoned here and captured?
That actually sounds pretty accurate.
Okay. What was his intent? What kind of spirit was he?
He himself was an oracle and was attempting to get the lay of the land, so to speak, because he was our map maker. He was able to get some information about what a given terrain would look like and write that information down so that we could be safer in our dangerous travels.
Hmm.
Let's roll for the GM.
Sorry, you cut
Well-
out very badly. What was that?
He said
I
roll
said,
initiative.
I'm making a GM. Making a GM roll.
Gotcha.
Yep. Okay. She will kind of turn her head slowly, examining the four of you very, very carefully and cautiously, as if trying to determine your intent. And she just kind of like looks onto you to tell whether you're being honest with her. And so far, she can kind of detect that you are telling the truth. But at the same time, she gets a sense from one of you that you know a little bit more than you are revealing. And it isn't Josie. Like, she looks past Josie and looks at the other three.
And it's not Bronson.
Rude. Not wrong, but still rude.
And she says, she basically says to the other three members, one of you is hiding something. Information. A name of importance.
Am I
I'd like
hiding
to-
something?
I'm like, is it me?
And she looks at you and she's like, I'd like to know it right now, please, before I am going to take you anywhere.
You said she's looking at Arwen?
She's looking past Josie and is looking at Arwen, Bronson, and Oliver.
Oh, all three of them.
Yep. She seems to believe you, but she detects that there is someone hiding something behind you.
I mean, none of the names that come to mind for me are relevant.
I don't think I know anything. I don't think I'm hiding anything. I'm like looking through my notes. What do I know?
She looks at Bronson. She looks at Bronson directly. Try me.
Oh, well, so we had this weird experience on the way over here. Long story, but so it brought to mind this guy that I used to know named Eric Draven. But I don't think that's the one you're looking for. You're probably looking for Grandmother Anna, but I don't see how that's really related to this situation. So I didn't think it was relevant, but you know.
He walks directly up to your circle and looks directly at Bronson's face.
Bronson, nice to meet you. Sticks out his hand for a handshake, even though, you know, that's not going to work.
Take off your mask.
He'll lift his mask.
She just kind of like stares right into your eyes. After she gazes at you for a moment, there seems to be a strange static connection between the two of you, and you'll see her eyes open just slightly, as if some form of awareness has overtaken her, and she seems to feel a sense of communication occurring within her. It's very animalistic, and it doesn't really relate to you as a wraith, but something is communicated with her directly.
Yeah, I get to be a telephone.
She looks to Josie and the rest of the circle and says, "Follow me."
I'll put my mask back down and follow.
Hey, before you go, can you just open the box? I just want to see what's in it. I'm joking. We can keep going, but I am curious.
I mean, I am going to ask her to go step on that machete, but, you know.
You're going to ask her to destroy the machete?
No, not right now. The thought crossed my mind, but...
She leads the circle down a passageway. Seems to be more water, more steps, more stairs. But she seems to also know her way around this area pretty naturally. And after what Bronson had said to her occurred, definitely has a sense of interest. Hold on, I'm trying to get Roll20 to cooperate with me. Seems to have a sense of interest to get you to a destination or location after hearing what he had said out loud. So I take it the group follows her?
Yep.
Okay. And she will head further up to the north. You will see a set of stairs that does lead up to the right to a whole new passageway. As you're kind of like walking by, you will notice that there is a spider egg up against the wall. A small spider egg.
Quick,
Hey,
somebody eat
spider.
the egg.
No, you.
She will wave her hand at you and say, come this way. Don't dawdle, please.
Oliver?
Do we go up? Maybe I'm not. Oh,
Yeah, we're
sorry.
up. Go up.
You disappeared. I was zoomed in too far.
I had that happen as well, so...
Allow me to open up the next location that you guys make your way into. But you take in the scene in front of you while I reveal next scene for you. Done. Okay. And one moment, I wasn't expecting one of my NPCs to go with you, so I gotta make sure that she comes along with us. Go. So in this next area, you guys wander into very cavernous, continued depths of spider webs and what appears to be the remains of what used to be some type of kind of almost a holy place or holy ground that has been taken over by these spiders. Thankfully, because this is all in the Skinlands, you are not affected by the spider webs that are around you, and just kind of simply walk through them. But yeah, you can't help but notice and be perturbed by the carcasses of once living creatures. Just a bit of something for everyone to keep in mind. She did not call you guys wraiths. She called you spirits. Something to kind of keep in mind as you continue your etiquette into the next few scenes. So, continuing down into these caves. My NPC will continue walking forward. If anyone wishes to make any observations or...
Yeah, I'll definitely take a look around.
Okay.
I'm
I
kind
definitely want to see.
of
Go ahead.
worriedly and suspiciously checking everything.
I'm looking.
I am first checking for threats using survival, and then secondarily checking for, anything occulty, even though I only have one dot in occult. So if anybody else has occult and wants to roll it, I'm helping.
I can help with occult.
So that'll be your perception and occult, since you are looking. Difficulty will be at a 6.
Okay. So not doing survival then. So that's fine.
Yeah, you want to do... Yeah, did you want to do survival?
I did want to do survival first because, she said spirits, there are spiders. It seems like a good time to just double check that I'm okay.
Bronson, did you want to do occult separately then?
No, I would rather do like an alertness or an awareness.
Okay.
I can assist with an occult, but I only have one dot in occult.
So, Josie, go ahead and roll your intelligence plus survival if you're going to be using survival.
I am, just to be sure. So 8d10. Let's see. And still standard 6, right?
Yep.
So I got 5 dots in, or 5 successes.
Okay. You are kind of taken aback by this whole scenario that you're in. Unfortunately, you can't really get a sense of the intent from these individuals. They're, like I said, these are very animalistic kinds of people, especially seeing those spiders. The only thing that really jumps into your mind as you are allowing your survival instincts to kick in is, wait a minute, haven't I dealt with spiders before? Don't I have kind of a sense of how they work and nonverbal communication? I better keep that in mind as we continue on forward.
I did actually remember that the first time, but then the spider couldn't see me, and I was like, oh, well, that's useless. But, yeah. So then secondarily occult, which I can assist with anybody else if they want to do that instead, because I also only have one dot in occult.
Does Bronson want to use his occult, or does he want to go awareness?
I mean, other people have awareness, so I guess I can try occult.
I'll do the occult if you want to do the awareness. I've got 2 in occult.
All right, let's do that. I'll assist with the occult.
So, For Bronson, that'll be your perception plus occult, difficulty 6, and it sounds like you have some assistance from other players.
No, Arwen is
Arwen.
rolling occult.
Oh,
Arwen
Arwen's
is
going to be
rolling.
rolling. Cool. Sorry.
Me and Alex are assisting, so
Okay.
yes.
Sounds good.
Well, if you're assisting, are you still allowed to do awareness? 'Cause I thought we were just doing 2 separate rolls.
Oh, I mean, in that case, I can just do awareness.
Oh, if I
I
can't
was just
do,
double checking.
Yeah, so if
can I
Josie,
assist with the cult? If
You can-
since I'm
you cannot. You are taking your own action right now.
gotcha. Apologies.
No worries.
Then
So Bronson can assist you with occults, or you can allow Bronson to use awareness, and then someone else can assist. Arwen can assist with that.
I think what we were planning was Johnson does perception and awareness by himself, and then I do perception and occult by myself. I think, right?
Yep.
So,
Alex, you can go first.
Okie dokie. If we're looking for 6s, that is 2 successes.
2 successes. Entering this cave, the sense of it being holy ground definitely takes you aback. You can kind of feel the energy like flowing around in this place, like a feng shui. But more interesting to you enough, as you kind of examine the 2 individuals that are up to the north who are speaking, they are just glowing with this powerful supernatural energy about them. They are definitely not human or mortal human that would just kind of be wandering on the street. There is a sense of decay on them as your death sight kind of kicks in and examines them. But that death sight also tells you that there is something within them, some kind of spiritual energy within them that is prolonging their life and causing them not to age and decay as a normal human would. So that's what your awareness gives you. Arwen, you want to use your occult next?
Yep.
Okay.
Ooh, let's explode those 10s. Okay, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just 5. Wait, 6. Yeah, 6 successes.
6 successes. You are kind of examining this area that you've kind of like walked into. There is kind of a strong sense of kindred relationship occurring behind these like humanoid figures and some of the spiders that they've encountered before. You can kind of tell that they are all communicating with one another, and there's a possibility that they have a similar ability to yourself that is that of I'm trying to remember what the Mnemos call it. Is it mind speak?
Yes.
So they have a very similar power to mind speak, kind of accumulating together this network of communication. And as you examine this, you can't help but notice that there are these strands, and maybe it kind of goes along with the webbing and the spider webs that are all along these cave walls. But it is those vibrations that seem to be coming further and further down into the cave that are communicating to all of these humanoid individuals and the spiders that are in this cave. So you kind of can tell that they are all communicating to one another. So if you and your circle decide to do anything, most likely everybody who is a part of this hive mind will know exactly what you were doing or, deciding on. As for the reason why you were spotted earlier, you kind of got a sense of like staring into the eyes of the individual who had looked at you, and there is this very strong glow coming from her eyes, as if she has activated what Wraiths would call an Arcanos in order to get a better vision or view on the what she would call spirits or ghosts that are around her. But it is definitely a power that she had to activate and use. Right now, she is the only one who can really see you, but it looks like she might be communicating with another individual about you and your circle. Again, that language that she uses is kind of like a bunch of like clicks and sounds and nothing of human language that she communicates with this other individual. So,
Okay.
does Oliver want to do anything at this point?
Well, I don't have any of this information, right?
Correct.
Because I don't know that occult information.
That is correct.
I mean, I'm just. These aren't wraiths, so I can't intimate him to see what's going on. I mean, I think right now, is there any sort of etiquette or bureaucracy type role I can make to see what, like, get ideas of how they're expecting us to behave, or just kind of pick up on social cues and stuff?
It's your intelligence and etiquette to make a determination by just watching them communicate.
Sure. No successes.
0?
Yes.
Okay. You are left in the dark. You are not sure what's going on or what's happening or what your circle has gotten themselves into.
Well, then I'm going to stick close to my circle and kind of. I assume we're following them still, since they requested we do.
Yeah, that seems to be the case so far. After some conversation is had, the individual to the north will move out of the way, and the young lady who had spoken to your circle earlier will make a gesture towards you and kind of like with her hand to indicate, come along and follow me.
Is there a way to tell if this would be a difficult area to Argos out of?
You get a sense that the only Argos that would probably help you is the one that kind of summons you back to your fetter.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's like a level 4 power to jump back to your fetter. But then you also have a twinge of awareness that kicks in and goes, wait a minute, didn't Fenwick get stuck in some kind of like dream catcher thing when he tried to use powers
So
involving Lambus? So if I try to exit this place using my Arcanos, will a dream catcher pull me in as well? And that kind of like circles your head a little bit.
I'm just going to keep an eye out and my eyes open in terms of potential escape routes as we follow them into the...
Okay. Everyone will notice to the left is a giant spider, just kind of like watching you with all of its eyes. And
I will
then,
bow to it as I enter the chamber.
okay. It seems confused by your gesture, but just kind of continues watching you. Up to the north, these two individuals will speak to each other, again in a language that is very bestial. The individual will move to the side. Looks a little bit unsure about what is happening, especially considering that it doesn't really see the circle of wraiths. But yeah, your guide will kind of like make a motion with its hand again, and seems to go down what appears to be a bridge leading down into the depths even further. Let me make sure I get my character to follow you guys into the next area. And the circle will enter what appears to be a more sophisticated looking place. Give me 1 second to activate everyone's characters in this area. There's Arwen. There's Bronson. Josie. And Oliver. So you guys will enter what appears to be a more sophisticated looking chamber. This definitely is still in the Skinlands, but it is a more ornate, and like I said, it appears to be something constructed by these individuals themselves. This is definitely not something that was part of the native terrain. So this was brought in here by the entities or the creatures that you are interacting with currently. Again, you will see two spiders kind of lounging and examining the various tools and objects that are here. There are two male humanoid figures who are standing there. They'll kind of like turn and look at your circle with a little bit of curiosity. But they don't seem to see or view you. Instead, they are just looking at the guide who is walking in front of you. She will say a few things, again, gibberish, to the spiders and also to the individuals. And then she will again address you in your circle to continue and follow her down into this like library or laboratory of sorts. And it's very ornate. It's very beautiful, and there's a lot of like light and colors involved with this laboratory. As you guys are walking, you can't help but be curious about like what's going on in the hallways. And you'll see some very ornate looking doors, both on your left and your right as you walk down. They are currently shut and do have some handles that you can open. But like I said, they are just doors that are shut at the moment. Does anyone wish to do anything before I move us further up to the north?
And this is all in the Skinlands, correct?
Correct. This is all in the Skinlands.
Okay.
I don't have
May
anything I can
I
think of.
activate Mind Speak?
Certainly. Who are you using Mind Speak on?
I would like to attempt to get the whole circle. Wait, let me read how many people this can I use it on. Do-do-do-do.
So if you're successful, I believe you can make a connection with one player, but then you have to use additional pathos to connect with more players. If I remember that correctly.
In this case, I will choose Bronson.
Bronson? Okay.
Yep.
Sounds good. I need you to roll your perception plus mnemosis, difficulty 6.
And explode the 10. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 successes.
Okay. So with 4 successes, for the cost of 3 pathos, you can connect with your entire circle if you want to, or you can just connect with Bronson if you just want to connect.
I will just connect with Bronson.
Okay. Then I will allow you to have 4 phrases, both to him and between each other. So you can say 4 things to him, and he can say 4 things back to you in your mind.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to continue us forward then, unless you want to say something to him at this moment, or...
Nope, nothing right now.
Okay. Good. Feel more of the area. Again, everyone will see what appears to be more doors that are shut with handles on the left and right as you progress down these hallways. But your guide seems to just ignore these and just continue on forward and walking forward. Does anyone do anything or communicate to each other before we enter the next scene?
Oh darn, is my mind speak gonna carry over? I thought it was gonna be I thought something was gonna happen in this room.
Yes, it will carry over.
Okay.
That would have been mean.
Yeah, that would have been a very mean thing to do. So, if everyone is progressing forward, you will enter what appears to be almost a cathedral-like area with beautiful decorated windows, stained glass, and in front of you seems to be knelt in front of you 5 cloaked figures. They seem to be wearing very religious-looking garbs, and are holding small trinkets and objects in front of them as if they're worshiping this entity in front of them. The entity itself is very, very ghastly and spooky looking, like a statue in the form of an altar. But as your vision starts to kick in and you start to see like the entirety of this area, this is a statue of a spider, a giant spider in front of you that these individuals are worshiping. Let me activate everybody again.
Yeah, as soon as he realizes that this is a religious space, Bronson's going to take off his mask and helmet thing.
Okay.
I'm definitely going to bow as I come in, since I did interact with a different spider previously.
Okay. Yeah. The guide who was with you will look to Josie and say, like, is everything okay with your back?
I like this idea that you're just bowing at everyone and they're like, what the fuck?
She said,
Previously interacted with the spider, and it was very respectful to me, so I assume it is best to be respectful, and I don't know of any way to show respect other than bowing. So if you have a different way to show respect towards a spider, I'm all ears.
She'll look to you, and you'll see her kind of like hold both of her hands out in front of her, left and right hand, palms out. Not to take your hands, but just to kind of like address you as if like she's kind of it's almost like she's playing that game of slap hands, Jay, where you put your hands on top of her hands and then you try to slap each other's wrists. But yeah, she holds her palms out towards you, and you'll see her close her eyes very serenely and then open them yet again.
Quick, slap her hands.
I'll slap you. That is out of character, just for the record.
Well, so was mine.
Yeah. And she says,
I assume
that would be our equivalent of a bow, but you don't need to do that unless you are hoping to engage in like a conversation or some form of trade or are hoping to explain something that is important to you. So
understood. And I noticed you speaking to a spider in a language they seem to understand. Is that something we could learn?
Absolutely not.
Ah.
Unless you're spider spirits, but I don't think you are.
We are not.
Yeah. And she continues on, walking around this cathedral-looking area, past like the altar and the candles and whatnot. Does anyone want to roll their perception and awareness when they walk past this giant statue?
Absolutely, yes.
I'd like to.
Okay.
I'll assist.
Yeah. So who wants to make the roll for everybody in the group?
I've got a dice pool of 6 and exploding 10s.
Okay.
I believe I've got 7.
Do we want to do 2 rolls and then, or do we want to do 1 roll?
I mean, if
Kinda
2
feel
rolls
like
are an
2
option,
rolls.
statistically it's better, but
I would like to do that. But do we want to do it with Arwen helping one of us and then having a dice pool of 8 exploding 10s and dice pool of 6 exploding 10s, or 2 dice pool of 7 exploding 10s?
I'd say 2 7s.
Okay. That work for you, Myles?
Yep.
Okie dokie. I'll roll my 7d10, assuming Arwen is willing to help me.
Yep.
Alright. And then Alex will, I assume, roll his too. So 7d10's going now. Oh. That is a nice roll. Difficulty 6?
Correct.
Okay. Well, it's not as good as I thought. It's only three successes.
Oh, you beat me. I only got one success.
So for Jay, that was your awareness, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then for Alex, that was also your awareness?
Yep.
Okay. So, as you guys are examining this giant statue and altar, the thing that seems to grab your attention, Alex, as you're walking past it, is the chamber at the very center of it. There seems to be some type of crystalline, almost sarcophagus-looking object that is at the center of it. It's strangely very ruby, but you can tell that it is meant to be more pearlescent and crystal in shape and form. But right now it has a very ruby red to it. For Jay, you were assisted by Arwen?
Yes.
Okay. The two of you will pass by this altar, and not only will you notice what Alex did, but you will kind of see what appears to be a figure at the center of the crystal that seems to be kept in solid mass and is like almost captured, as if frozen in motion. So you know those crystal balls that people put like I want to say like, you know, paint or acrylics or even just like physical objects in, and you can kind of look in the crystal ball and see that there's an object there.
Mm-hmm.
So all that your awareness is allowed to kind of like penetrate through this sarcophagus is to notice that there is a winged creature at the center of this crystal. And and the wings seem to be like wrapping around its body very, very carefully. You can kind of see what appears to be a form of like legs that are kind of like curled up. This body is currently just kind of huddled together, almost in like a fetal position, but its head is sunken in to its arms, and the wings are just curled up around it. So you're not able to fully see like a face or any real kind of identifying feature to it. So there appears to be what you can only determine as maybe an angel locked inside of a crystal at the center.
Did you say an angel?
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be like a winged form of a human, so you can kind of determine that it might be an angel.
All right.
I will give that information to Bronson
Okay.
using Mind Speak. So that will be one of my statements.
So Bronson will become aware that there is within that sarcophagus that Bronson was examining earlier, there's apparently an angel that is stuck inside of a ruby crystal. You can't see it, but apparently Arwen has communicated that to you.
I'll just very subtly kind of nod, not look at her or anything, just okay.
Okay. And when you guys are ready, you can join your guide up to the north. She just seems to be kind of waiting for you as you're examining this statue.
I was scrolled too far down. I didn't see where she had gone.
She assumed that you were all taken in by the statue. She's like, "Are we ready to continue?"
Of course, lead the way.
Yep.
Oh, good. The last chamber that she takes you in. Appears to be almost a garden of beautiful garden, but you can't help but get a sense of what reminds you of a graveyard or a tomb or some kind of burial ground. So still a very holy site to be walking around in, but at the same time, very familiar to you. Like, this is a very ethereal location meant for the dead or the grieving. And your guide will walk forward. She will notice the two individuals that are standing by her, and she will do what she had showed Josie earlier, and extend both of her palms and close her eyes very ceremoniously, and they will do the same in her direction as well. These individuals appear to be seeing you and your circle. They are actually looking for spirits and notice your circle immediately. Through the guidance of your guide, they will obviously ignore you or not pay too much mind to you. And that the same goes for the individual who seems to be up in this corner. Just seems to be like a guard or a sentry watching in on you. And as you head to the north, in front of a very, very picturesque looking tomb of sorts will be a woman who is sitting very, very still. But the moment she opens her eyes and looks at you in the circle, will walk forward and will no longer seem a statue at all. And in fact, Arwen and Bronson will recognize her almost immediately. And I know I've flashed her photo in front of you guys one too many times, but I'll do it one more time just in case. In case you forgot what she looks like. And she's wearing the same outfit and clothing that you guys recognize from your vision.
Bronson, Arwen, are either of you saying anything about this?
I'm gonna look at Bronson because he's the one who actually had like a full-on conversation with her.
I'll just bow and, wait for her to speak first out of respect.
Are you going to address her so the rest of us know who she is?
No, because it seems really rude to be the one to speak first.
Okay.
Your guide will have some non-verbal communication with this individual in front of you, and she will hold her palms out and move out of the way very gracefully so that the circle is able to face her. And she'll take a step forward and say, Bronson, was it?
Yes, Grandmother Anna. It's a pleasure to see you again.
Yes. And much sooner than I had expected. You and your friends are very good at traveling and making yourselves present with me so quickly. I must commend you for this.
Well, you said it would be soon.
Would you like to introduce me to your friends?
Oh, of course. Forgive my manners. This is Josie the Haunter. This is Oliver Berg, and this is Arwen.
And she looks to each of the four of you and says your names very, very delicately, as if she's almost like reaching out into the fabric of your existence and kind of like touching you lightly on the shoulder with her voice. Josie the Haunter. Arwen. Oliver Berg. It is a pleasure of mine to meet and address all four of you. You may call me Grandma Anna, if you so wish to. There are many others who would call me Queen, and there are many others who would call me other names. But you may call me Anna, or Grandma. Whatever fits your dialect and culture best. You all look very confused. Is there anything that I can help clarify for you?
I have a couple questions, but actually three. First off, would I be understanding correctly that you are the entity that spoke with Bronson when he entered the pool of bittersweet remembrance?
This is correct, yes.
Okay, well, the information that we had about that was that it would be possible to enter it as a group, but no known effects. If we should come across a pool of bittersweet memories in the future, what would happen if we entered this as a group?
You'll most likely experience something of a group, or a vision, or dream altogether. And I'm so glad you brought that up, actually. And you'll see on her neck appears to be a dragonfly amulet that Bronson had encountered in his vision as well. She takes this off of her neck and places it in her hand and looks to you and says, unfortunately, as I examine the four of you, it does not appear that this is something that you can take with you. But Bronson, allow this to be a connection, an anchor, or as your type of spirits may call fetters. Let this be a fetter for you, and use it as you will. Or guide us as how you would like us to place this. I assume that you would want to keep it here for safekeeping, but I also want you to have the freedom to make that decision for yourself. And she places it at her side.
I certainly thank you for the choice in the matter and for the honor of such a gift. I think for now it probably is safest in your care.
Very good. Do any of the rest of you have questions? I've heard very little about you.
Well, if I may, I do have one question. In our preparations to come here, one of our colleagues, a man by the name of Earl Fenwick, may have accidentally triggered some sort of anti-intrusion device. He appears to have been just taken somewhere. It would be wonderful if we could get him back. I assure you, that we meant no harm.
I see. Very interesting set of events has taken place. I could see that. Yes, I am aware of your colleague, the Earl Fenwick. He unfortunately ensnared himself in older artifacts left here by a species known as the Black Spiral Dancers. The Black Spiral Dancers created these artifacts to capture and trap spirits, or in your case, ghosts and wraiths. Unfortunately, your colleague was pulled away from his location by using this power. And she kind of like reaches in the back of her mind for the word Arcanos, as you probably put it. And she kind of like gestures over to Josie and says, I have been told by my brothers and my sisters that you have shown kindness in the past, and you seem to know of our customs as well. So, to address these customs, I will be more than delighted to return your Earl Fenwick in exchange for something of value. And Josie in that moment remembers, oh yeah, I did kind of have to give the spiders something in order to get the box that was being held in their webs.
I did.
Nicole, did Arwen want to say something? I kind of caught that.
No, that's okay. Alex basically brought up what I was going to bring up.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't really give away the mask of the murderer because we need that for plot train. I don't want to give up my weapon. I do have a heretic warbow. I can tell her. Oh, I will just say, I don't know that I have much that I have myself that is worth anything to you specifically. The only thing I personally have that I can think of is this warbow, but I'm uncertain if that is something you would be interested in.
Glances over and examines it. Unfortunately, such things are trifle and do not interest me at all.
So
But yeah, I appreciate the gesture.
I'll use the mind speech, whatever, to Arwen and say, so I found this potion thingy earlier. Do you think that would be like a thing I should give her?
I will not respond in the mind speak, but I will nod my head like, give it a shot.
I will. I'll reach into my pocket and pull out the potion I found earlier and say, this I recently found this. Would this be a fitting exchange for Earl Fenwick?
He has a very confident smile on her face when you reveal this, but she doesn't seem to be smiling because of the potion that you've taken out of your pocket. She seems to be smiling about something else that's just occurred.
No, that's probably fine.
And she will shake her head. But now her attention seems to be focused on Arwen.
Well, that's not good.
So, she says, Mnemos.
Shit, sorry.
Very interesting. I'm surprised that you still exist. But this makes things a whole lot more interesting for me. And she kind of leans forward with her hands cupped together. And a very wry smile enters her face as she examines Arwen. I'd be willing to give you your Earl Fenwick back in exchange for one of your memories.
One of my memories.
Mm-hmm. And she smiles. Yeah, I think that'll do.
The problem is, I actually don't have the ability to show my memories, but I could show another, or I could help you and that you experience one of your own happy memories all over again.
There will be no need for that. I'm fully aware of the Mnemos, the Nemesis. There are many names that it goes by, but this is something that I'm very, very familiar with as a tapestry. I dare say it's something that has interested me for centuries. No, I'm more interested. Sorry, say that again, Oliver?
Does give imply that she won't have the memory afterwards?
Correct. So she'll look to Arwen and say, I want to see what you are willing to sacrifice from your memories for the Earl of Fenric. And this is something that I can arrange with you with my own powers. We're very similar, you and I.
I have a question.
Of course.
Actually, this is a question for Myles, GM.
Oh, yeah.
Is the one of your memories being deliberately vague in terms of one of Arwen's memories, or is she specifically trying to imply one of the memories she's acquired from one of the Nemoi for the quest?
She is not implying any of the memories that Arwen has acquired so far, unless Arwen decides to give those away. It's more like a personalized memory, possibly tied to one of Arwen's passions.
Ah, man, I
Gotcha.
was just going to ask if I can use a memory from the mini session. It has to be from a passion?
It has to be one of your passions, yes.
Okay. Wait, but then I lose it. Does that affect my passion?
Yes, it does.
No! Okay, this sucks. This really sucks. Is Fenwick worth it, you guys? I'm not asking this in character.
I'm sorry.
Out of game, Rob.
I mean-
Do you know who this character is?
Grandmother Anna?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I
Okay.
know who this character is. She's a little less mummified, but
Oh, man. Okay. That's... I'm looking at my passions and I'm like, well, which one do I want to give up here?
I'm an expert on giving stuff up. So we need
Will this...
Like your
Will
family.
this just be like 1 dot? Or will I lose the... So, for example, I have passions where it has 2 dots. If I give a memory, will it make it go down to 1 or I lose it completely?
You'll most likely lose one of your passions completely.
Oh my god.
Dude, Bronson, what'll she give you for one of your memories?
I like my
Perfect.
memories.
Eagles.
Yeah, but you could get something really cool.
No, we would explicitly just get the map maker back.
Yeah, but you could trade a memory for something else. This is a memory dealer, apparently.
I
Just
don't think that-
offer.
I feel like that's not how this works.
Worth a shot. For you
No.
to have fewer passions.
No.
Can
Used to be cool.
Is there any way that I can try to be persuasive and not have to do this?
Quite possible. How would you like to go about doing this?
I guess I would like to ask if in exchange can we maybe do a favor for her? Is there something that she would like us to collect or do instead?
That would be a very good strategy. But it really comes down to like you can kind of get a sense from the way that she's worded everything, that she's interested to see what you and your circle, particularly you, Arwen, are willing to sacrifice in order to gain your colleague back. So if you are to say something like that, like, oh, we want to do a favor for a favor, let us do something for you. You would probably have to describe how far you'd be willing to go for this NPC.
Okay.
Does the memory have to be from the Mnemos?
Yes.
Okay. So I can't give away my memory of going through destruction harrowing. I'm just
Probably
teasing.
not, no.
She's like, ah! It's like the end of The Crow where he gives the villain all the memories of his pain. That's what I want to do.
No, she seems very interested in Arwen.
Okay. Then I will. Okay. Arwen will say, why don't we think of another option? What if we went on a mission for you and we collected something for you, something of value to you, that would have been a little too dangerous for yourself alone to go for, and maybe the group, if we all agree, like to go out and try and get it for you. Try to get it on my own.
I need you to roll your manipulation plus etiquette.
Okay.
Can I help?
Yes, you may help.
Okay. Because I want to appear like I'm fully in to assist this. So that's how I'm going to help, by showing that I'm also on board. So she has my assistance too if she goes with this path. To the grandmother and.
If I had etiquette, I would help, but I don't have etiquette.
Clearly, Bronson doesn't have etiquette.
Rude.
But true. Say it.
Shut up.
May I use 1 willpower for an automatic success?
Yes, you may.
All right. Now I'll roll 60, 10.
Must kill the heretic god. Oh, fucking hell.
If it was a difficulty of 6, I get 2 successes.
You'll see her smile, like her overconfident, very sly smile, kind of dissipate back into a neutral look on her face. And she says, well, that's very disappointing. Let me consider your
World.
proposal.
Should we fade of the world right now to get a better...
It is an option.
Guys?
Was she
Look,
thinking of
just
turning
saying-
me down? Like, wait, hold on. Before we was she thinking of potentially turning it down? Because then that's me.
She's considering your proposal. So she hasn't indicated a yes or a no to your answer.
I'm just saying, knowing our luck, if we fate of the world, we're going to get a 1, and then she'll be like, oh, you won't give me your memories willingly? Then I'll take them all by force.
Yes, but it'll be
She'll say I have to give away
fun.
3 passions instead of a 1, and I'll be screwed.
But it'll be so fun. I'm telling you right now, this is the best time in this session, I think, to use the Fate of the World dice. Myles, do you disagree with me?
No, I don't disagree with you.
Myles wants us to do something horrendously good or bad. So there you go.
Myles is a bad influence.
It's up to you, but I think that considering what she's about to give us will probably drive a lot of what's going to come. Not in terms of what she's going to ask us to do. Fate of the World could make a big impact that carries on even beyond this session if we do well.
But if
I mean,
we
it'll
do
be true whether
poorly,
we.
you have to think about
It'll
it on
still
the other
have the
end,
same
too.
thing, but negatively.
Yeah, but I mean, this might be one of the more impactful times you could use the Fate of the World dice. Which is what it's for. fixing or fucking things up.
Look, I'm not saying no.
I'm saying yes. My vote is yes. So the
Fate
rest
of
of you.
Okay. Sounds
What?
like one. It sounds like one of you wants to attempt the fate of the world die. The question is, do we want to make this a group attempt, or is this just one individual attempting?
No, I'm not going to do it unless the group wants to do it.
Okay.
If it's
then it
not,
needs-
if there's, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, then I would need the group to come to a consensus on that.
I am ambivalent. On the one hand, it could go really well. On the other hand, it could go really poorly. But you know what?
Yeah, okay.
I
Roll.
will,
Sorry.
I'm just going to say whatever Arwen votes, I will vote.
Oh yeah, put the pressure on me.
Tabletop is about failing your way to success.
Well, unfortunately, I haven't had enough fails today for me to feel safe that I might have a win coming up.
Unfortunately, I've had so many fails today. Like, on the one
Kinda
hand,
in the
I'm
middle.
due, but on the other hand, today has not been a lucky day.
You know what? You know, it's bigger go home, right? The higher
Yes.
the risk, the low, the bigger the reward. I said it earlier. Maybe this is it.
Yeah, don't you already regret not taking the risk earlier?
I do. I really do. I'm so mad.
So, who wants to roll against me?
Not it.
Okay.
Not
I'm
it.
I'm just gonna say I will roll, but I think it's most fitting if Arwen does.
Okay.
Oh man.
No pressure.
I'll roll. I'll do it.
Here, let me roll first.
Oh, yay!
Okay.
If you say under, you're out of the party.
Higher or lower?
It's higher.
Okay.
What happens if we tie?
Exactly.
I was just fixing to say, if you roll a 1, I'm going to get up and walk out.
All right.
Well,
You
thank
did
God.
a 1. I would have rolled a frickin' 11. Like, I would have had to roll above or below an 11. It's always in the
Yeah.
middle when I.
So, Anna will cross her fingers into a very gentle-looking clasp of her hands, and she will have a small smile on her face of amusement towards Arwen, and will simply say, "I think we can make an arrangement that will benefit all of us. And we will take a dinner break." Nice job.
Alright.
Yeah, nice job, Nicole.
Thanks. That was luck. The fact that you rolled a 1.
Yeah, that is pretty rare that happens with me. So, right. I will see you guys in 1 hour after you get some dinner, and we will resume negotiations with Grandma Anna.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Yeah,
Right.
then.
Do I need to deactivate
Sounds
Mr.
good.
Craig?
Probably.
Yep.
Unless
Probably.
he ducked off
Yep.
on his own.
I know, he's been kind of
Yeah,
doing his own
right.
thing. He's been doing his own thing lately, so let's see here.
Hi, Craig. Join
If
me.
you don't, he'll just be
Leave,
crying,
Craig,
saying,
leave.
"I don't hear anybody."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Left off. Arwen and Grandma Annie were having a little bit of a exchange. It would seem that the scales of fate have tilted in the right direction for the circle of wraiths. And Annie will look to Arwen and say, "I think that we can come to an agreement that will benefit all of us. So, she will wander off over to one of the nearby stumps that has some growth with flowers and mushrooms and various moss. And she appears to pick what appears to be a beautiful white, almost ivory-colored flower. She will walk over back where she was settled earlier, and she will actually present it to Arwen. When she presents it to Arwen, there is an ethereal glow that occurs in this flower, and all of a sudden, there is a strong pull from the Skinlands and into the Shadowlands. And the very flower that is being held in her hand will automatically emerge into the Shadowlands and become manifest. You can still smell its beautiful, pungent smell. But instead of it existing in the Shadowlands, in the Skinlands, it is now trapped here in the Shadowlands, thanks to this individual's spiritual powers or essence that she has unleashed into, and she hands it to Arwen. Does Arwen take it?
Yes. I really have no choice here.
Okay. And she looks to you and says, I want you to give that to an old friend of mine. I have looked at the strands of fate and seen what your circle will be venturing forth towards. And it just so happens to line up with some of my own interests and some of my own schemes and designs that are taking place. So, I would like you to go to Asakusa in Tokyo, Japan. And I want you to deliver that flower to a very old friend of mine. He is known as the God of Destruction. Do you think you could do that for him?
May I ask a couple questions?
Of course you may.
First, what does he look like?
If I could describe him for you. He'll most likely appear very young. Very well-built man. Average height. Fair skin. He has neck-long, wavy black hair. Seems to wear his hair in front of his face as if it's some kind of cool trend. You'll notice that his pupils have different colors. He has two different colored eyes. One is red and one is black. His right eye is red and his left eye is black. He normally will have what I can only describe as a very gloomy facial expression. And the last time I saw him, he was wearing some kind of black vest, a gray kimono as an upper kind of garment. But he always has the right arm folded up, tucked up. He wears black boots. And yeah, that's the best I can give you.
Okay. Appreciate that very detailed description. That will make it a lot easier to find him. My second question is, this flower,
Yes.
is it just a gift? Will it do something? My main concern is, because his name is the God of Destruction, I try not to create enemies, and I don't know if he's really an old friend, or is there like a vendetta that I'm helping with? I just want to know what I'm getting myself into here.
He is an old acquaintance of mine. We we used to do great things, he and I. And he decided to settle in his small little location in Asakusa. Never really branched out or affected anyone around him. He is, by all means of description, a god of destruction. But I think you'll find that he is approachable, as long as you have the right mannerisms and demeanor. Knowing a little bit of Japanese might help too. But no, there is no bad blood between us. We used to travel the world together. He means a great deal to me. And I would like him to fight by my side again. Come out of his, I guess you could say, hermitage. His life of solitude, which mostly consists of Japan. But I could really use his help in times such as these. So, if you could offer him that peace offering and tell him my intents to have him join my side and fight alongside with me, I think we can make this arrangement work.
I do have one quick question.
Oh, yes, Josie
Do
the
you have
Haunter.
Yes.
Please.
Do you have a way of pointing us in the right direction, contacts to make so that we can find him more easily?
Well, and she will gesture towards Arwen. You are seeking another Mnemos out in Asakusa, are you not?
I am, in fact. Or we are, I should say.
It just so happens that the god of destruction, Banimaru, is protecting this very Mnemos of yours. So, if you find the Mnemos, you will most likely find the god of destruction as well. I'll put his name in the chat. I'll put his name in the chat for you guys.
Oh, Benimaru. And you, out of character, you're saying that Benimaru is the contact that she wants us to give the flower to, and he is the one that's guarding the Mnemosis.
That is correct.
Okay,
So,
I'm making notes.
this will most likely align with your mission to gather the memories of Charon. That's still accurate.
That is still accurate, yes.
Hmm. You'll be pleased to know that you're not the first to attempt this.
Richard pops out. I knew it!
I'm not sure if it really pleases me because that means that the others failed. It makes me concerned how dangerous this is going to get.
Where they have failed, you will most likely succeed. She kind of turns over and looks at Oliver. What are you doing on my throne?
I moved back. If I still appear on the throne, it's because it's not updated. Where does it show me right now? I'm standing right here. I moved it back. Did it not move it back on your screen?
It did not.
It is now.
Oh.
I mean, you were still up there for me.
Well, I guess I moved it.
Yep.
It didn't update. This entire scene, I only moved it there shortly. I moved it back when we started talking. I guess it didn't update it. Sorry. He's like, oh, and when you meet this god of destruction, call him a dick.
You specifically, Oliver. Call him a dick, please.
Oh, shoot, I had another question now. I can't remember it.
Sorry.
I have another question.
Please.
Oh, please. Thank you.
Are we able to see Earl Fenwick and possibly even talk to him? Because he does help us on our quests, giving us maps. And this will help us to Benumaru a lot faster if we did get maps from him. Is it possible that we can, one, see him and talk to him?
Yes, you can. But I'm afraid he doesn't have any parchment. Did you bring some parchment with you?
Oh, no.
Oh,
Can he, write on, a bag? We've got lots of bags.
He seems to be someone who always carries parchment with them. Surely you haven't lost that on your travels. She kind of smiles very coyly over at Bronson as if she already knows what's happened.
Bronson has his head in his hands and he's weeping to himself softly.
I tease. If you can find yourself some parchment in the Shadowlands, I'm sure that you'd be able to bring it to him when you get a chance.
Okay. He's down here with you to bring it to
I'm
him?
keeping him currently. But I can have one of... assistants bring you
I
there.
cannot think of what that question was, and it's going to bother me, but I guess it wasn't that important if I can't think of it, so I suppose let us go to Earl Fenwick to see what's up with him, see how he is. Let him know he's being rescued.
Then if there's nothing more, it was a pleasure to meet all of you. And I sincerely hope that our paths cross again in the near future.
I'm sure they will.
How did you survive here?
How do I survive?
Well, didn't California fall? How did you manage to survive here?
Well, when the Archangelic came and destroyed California, one could say that I made my appearance at the absolute most needed time to completely encapsulate him and seal him up. I trust that you saw his... I did, yes.
God damn.
So could anyone else have survived?
It is possible. You and she kind of like squints her eyes at Oliver for a moment. You were searching for your family, yes?
I don't know anymore.
If you can bring me something that once belonged to them, I might be able to help you. Find them, that is.
Okay. I don't own anything. Wait, hold on. Let me check my fetters.
Look over to Bronson. You seem to be more quiet than you were once before.
Well, it's just been a lot to take in, and frankly, I'm still more than a little embarrassed about losing our friend's parchment.
These are small difficulties, small trials that you will soon surpass.
I have no doubt I'll recover. I just don't like making mistakes and it causing trouble. Unless it's amusing.
Making mistakes is what helps us acquire perfection.
I suppose that's true.
Well, if there's nothing more, she will gesture towards your guide from earlier. She will take you where you need to go. Please make sure that that flower is safe on its travels.
I will keep it safe.
Very good. Farewell. And good luck with those memories. And your guide will start heading down to the south.
Oh, south. There you are.
Is there something else, Mr. Bronson?
Sorry, I was just trying to find my mouse.
Oh, okay. We will forego the chamber with the giant statue, unless someone really needed to do something there.
Not so much.
Okay. So, your guide will make their way to the door over here on the left, and will knock a couple times. She will hear a response, and she will open the door, allowing everybody entry into this small, what seems to be a laboratory. And you will find inside Earl Fenwick. He seems to be just relaxing on one of the beds that's provided for him. A little, he's seen better days, but also seems at the same time. Well, well, well. Sight for sore eyes. How's everyone doing? You all look well.
Slightly better than you, apparently. Have you recovered from your untimely relocation?
Well, after being pulled apart and reset back together again several times, yes, I am definitely recovering.
For the record, that statement is not going to get any sympathy with me. Like, oh, you've been pulled apart and put back together. How hard that must have been for you.
But, yeah. It would appear that there have been some traps inset in order to find out more about this place, but here you all are. I take it all of my things are still intact?
Shadow snickers in Bronson's head.
No.
No.
We still have your crayons, but
Oh, good.
parchment.
Then I can use those crayons to make you some maps if I need to.
We don't have parchment anymore.
But I left that back at the temple. That should have been easy to collect.
Well, so it was easy to collect. It was less easy to keep from catching fire from the ashes where you were.
Good. Blame it on the environment. Tell him
It's technically what happened.
So you're saying that the reason why my parchment burnt up was because of the explosion of me being torn over here? Is this the truth? Is this the truth?
It is entirely true that some of the ashes from your teleportation landed on the parchment, and then the parchment caught fire.
I see.
I may have also tried to use it to figure out where you were so we could rescue you, but that's neither here nor there, really. But it was my fault.
How are you planning to do something like that?
Well, I was going to try and use my life web to track you using the parchment, and then it exploded.
I see.
I was trying to rescue you.
Well, I guess as long as you can find some parchment, I could still find a way to make you maps. But I have a sense from the ruler of this place that I am not allowed to leave just quite yet. Something about an exchange. Did you guys pay my toll or whatever they call that?
It's in progress.
In progress. I don't understand.
We need to deliver this flower, and I'll show it to him, to Animaru, the god of destruction, in Japan.
Oh, that sounds pleasant.
Yeah, that's my thoughts exactly.
Okay. So, what's your plan? What's the next step that you want to take?
Guess we need to find parchment first.
That would be very helpful,
I
yes.
just
Especially if you're going to be traveling to Tokyo, Japan, I take it.
Ask him if he can make maps on bed sheets.
I was hoping you could write it on the bag, so I'm sure we each have a bag or something. Can you write maps on anything, or does it have to be parchment?
Parchment is very, very useful to me. It allows me to create the scale and measurements that I need for the proper maps for you and your circle. It was very important that that parchment not be destroyed.
At least I didn't destroy your crayons.
This is very true. I am very happy that you at least kept my crayons intact. So, it seems to be set in motion. If you can bring me some parchment and come all the way back down here to Lambic, it seems like I can make you some maps from right here. I just can't return to the temple like I was hoping to. So, I guess that makes me a prisoner?
A little bit, yeah.
yeah.
Well, where
For
did
now,
you get
until-
your parchment before? Is it possible we can find more wherever you got the first batch?
Wait, see your question again? Sorry.
Where did Fenwick get the parchment before, and is it possible that we can get more from wherever he got that first set?
My parchment came from the early 1900s, there was I think it was a factory that caught fire to this very, very important manufacturing company. And when that paper burned, it was very important to somebody who owned that building. And that's how I was able to acquire it. So I'm guessing that if you and the Circle can find some form of parchment out in the Skinlands and destruct it over here, you would have yourself some parchment. It seems like it would be very similar to how you brought me those crayons. Does that make sense, or is that...
No, it makes sense.
Okay. Jay, if you wanted to, you could actually head back and ask that if you want to. But otherwise, you can save that for next time when you meet up.
You know what? I'll just save it for the next time we meet up, since we have to come back here for Fenwick anyway.
Okay.
Save it to forget the next time.
Well, she typed
That's
it in
why
here,
it's
so
written
now she
down.
can see it.
Yeah. But I would think that parchment shouldn't be too difficult to come by. You just have to find yourself a location and basically do what you did last time. Just have to look for the right looking spot. So, sorry I can't join you. Your escort will kind of look to the Circle and say, was there anything else, or are you and your Circle about to depart?
I think that's it.
Out of character. I don't remember exactly why we were coming here originally before we needed to do a rescue mission. So is that something that we want to bring up?
Well, the whole point of us coming down here was to seek oracles for wisdom. But out of character, I got some suspicions of stuff, and so now I don't know.
Fenwick will look to Arwen. You didn't find a single oracle down here?
We found Grandma
Bodies.
Anna.
Grandma
And
Anna?
I'm
corpses.
still not sure who she is, but she used to fight with the god of destruction. Like, I guess they were old pals. But I'm not sure. She seems oracle-like. She has the ability to see into the future and the past and whatnot. Apparently could tell what I was. It's possible that she is an oracle. But again, we were told that there were multiple oracles, and yet we only found her.
And she did claim to have stopped the Archangel from completely destroying California, I suppose, since she kept the Isle.
Well, I get a sense that this isle isn't necessarily from the Skinlands originally.
Although that does ask more questions than it answers.
So Fenwick will look to the Circle and say, well, if you have found your oracle here, I hope you asked her all the questions that you were hoping to.
I'm certain that
Well-
we'll have more once we come back for Earl Fenwick.
Yeah.
Well, tell everyone at the Delphic Temple I said hi. But yeah, I'll be waiting for you guys when you're all set.
Go to the Delphic Temple. Hey, Earl Fenwick says hi. Who's Earl Fenwick?
So is the like shared telepathy thing still active, or is that done now?
It is still active.
Bronson is going to send Arwen a message saying, So, would it be in bad taste to ask our guide to go break that machete for me?
Arwen just kind of looks at him like, "What in the world?"
Well, it's really important to me that I get another sword today.
That reminds me, now that we've left the room, just for the record, I want to say the first thing you offered grandmother Anna to convince her to give up Fenwick was something you picked up from inside her facility.
That's the reason I asked her in the first place, because I was like, okay, is this rude?
I was like, I don't know, give it a shot, but I didn't think she could figure out that I could do that just because of this.
The reason I asked is because, like, okay, well, I picked it up off of a corpse that was just laying there. So that's why I'm like, okay, maybe it's not the worst idea to like ask her about the other thing that's just laying there on a corpse.
It'd be like, hey, excuse me, fellow. Could I perhaps trade you this urn with ashes on it that I found on your mantelpiece? Yeah, those are my grandma's ashes. Put them back.
To be fair, nobody saw him pick it up.
Yeah, nobody saw me pick it up, and she
really
didn't care.
Oracles.
She didn't care that I offered it to her.
She was
totally fine with it.
I have these throw pillows. Could you put those back on my couch?
What else? What else are we to offer? We all have things that we wanted to keep.
That's true.
Both your escort and Fenwick will look at each other strangely, like they're not sure what's going on.
I guess it's time to head out.
I guess so.
I just don't want to die because of that stupid dare.
Well, you're already dead, so you have nothing to worry about.
I don't want to die more.
A badass does not concern himself with death. He looks death in the face and says, not today. That's actually appropriate because I think the book that's from was written well before the 90s, early 90s, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, also appropriate to the 90s is, look, if death comes near, I'm going to rip his nipples off. So
there you go. We'll go with that one too. Actually, you know what? Why the hell would a meth head shadow know a Song of Ice and Fire? Strike that quote from the record.
Okay. So, in Lambic, were there any subsections that the Circle wanted to revisit with their escort before I take you outside to the...
I will actually, and probably more respectfully than, hey, can you go step on this machete thing? I will say, on our way in, I noticed that there were some corporeal remains in one of the antechambers, in the canals out there. Would it be in terribly poor taste to... I don't know the polite way to put it. To take something from their remains. I don't know if they're in a place of veneration or if they're just interlopers that you've dealt with.
So you're asking to take a weapon from a dead individual who tried to ransack our island.
When you put it that way, it does sound worse. But the crux of my question was, are those some sort of venerated dead that we should honor, or are they used up husks? And apologies if this is an offensive question. I'm relatively new to the etiquette of these areas.
It's over to Fenwick. Are you sure you want these individuals rescuing you in the end? And he kind of shrugs. I'm going to pretend like you didn't ask me that question. Does that seem fair?
I appreciate that very, very much. Still going to find a way to break that dang sword.
Then, if there's nothing else, I will escort you back to your stores.
I think...
Sound agreeable?
I kind of wanted to see
yeah.
the rest of the chambers just out of curiosity. Would that be okay, or not so much?
Those are off limits.
Eh.
We are the worst guests. So can I take you guys
Let's
back?
go.
We're letting you go. Can we see the rest of your house? Where's your kitchen?
Okay, in their defense, or I guess in my defense, I was only asking to loot the corpses they left on their lawn. So, like, anyway.
So,
For all I knew, maybe they were. Go ahead.
as you're being taken back to the shorelines, are there any attempts that anybody wants to make to get this machete?
No, I feel like I've been fairly well told off.
Okay.
And I need their help to get it anyway right now, so.
Right.
Apparently they don't want me to loot the corpses they left on their front lawn.
They apparently don't want me to see the rest of their very pretty chambers either.
For the record, if you try to steal that machete, I will give you all the assistance you need.
I don't trust you.
That you can trust that I will give you all the assistance you could possibly need to get that machete.
Look, the only thing I can think of would be for me to suddenly learn how to do that one Arcanoi, Outrage. And I'm pretty sure I don't have enough willpower for that, even if you had the Thorn that could do that. So I'm just going to have to find some other way to get a sword.
Back on the shorelines, everyone will be escorted back to a very familiar-looking harbor. It was at that moment that when you were brought back to this area, you will notice in the distance a very familiar-looking Naglfar ship that seems to be kind of beaming its lantern light in various directions. When the light hits the harbor area, the spider / humanoid looking individual will look to you and your group and say, if there's nothing more, then I will be departing from here. I assume you have a way of getting back? She clearly doesn't see the Naglfar at this point.
We do. But before we go, can we get your name?
Oh, you want to know my name?
Yes. Well, we have spoken to you for a while now, and you were a perfectly welcoming guide. So, yes.
Well, my name is Starlet.
Starlet?
Yep.
Okay.
Starlet, my name. I was not born human. So that name was given to me when I first emerged. So it may not be a traditional human name, but it is the name that my mother and my mother's mother and my mother's mother decided.
Well, it is very nice to meet you, Starlet, and thank you for guiding us back to the shore.
Of course. Thank you for not making this a difficult transition. I'm only a select handful of my kind that are able to communicate and see and speak with spirits such as yourselves. So I'm very grateful that you decided to converse with me as opposed to making things challenging.
As are we, frankly.
At this point, you'll see a very familiar-looking platform come down, allowing you and your circle to board the Naglfar. Hector Morris looks very pleased to see everybody in one piece. And that you're not missing anyone.
This
See
time.
the first mate getting hauled off by a spider.
Oh,
Oh god!
Second. I put you guys on the proper ship. So many Naglfars.
In the good ship, Naglfar.
I hate you a little.
I'd rather be on the now go far than the now go close.
Right, how do I mute somebody in
Wow.
Discord?
So everyone will reboard the Naglfar. Waiting for you there is, of course, Hector Morris, the captain. There's also Lichard. But there seems to be a missing crew member.
Oh no.
Is it the first mate? It's the
Oh,
first
yeah.
Did you
mate,
really
isn't it?
get taken by spiders?
Hector Morris will look to Arwen and say, like, well, little Missy, you see, first mate decided to, well, he decided to take something from the island as, like, a keepsake, and, well, we saw him get hauled off by some very unfriendly-looking things, so gonna have to get a new first mate.
Hey,
I can't even
Bronson.
remember the name of that guy. God.
Shut it.
Bronson. That salty sea air, wind blowing. I mean, you could be a good first mate, and then when he least expects it, you could take over the boat and be a pirate captain that all the race would fear.
I'm not gonna lie, I do want to see if I can loot his quarters for a sword, but
Ooh, I'll help you if you do.
no, I feel like that's probably rude around here.
A true warrior does not concern himself with what's rude or polite. Polite society means nothing.
Yeah, but sometimes it's better to die
Contact.
another day.
You want to live forever?
I'd like to, yeah.
That's from Conan.
It's from like 19 different 80s movies.
Well, yeah, but Conan. Conan's the only one your shadow has seen.
Hector Morris will look to the circle and say, so where to? I don't see your friend that you were hoping to pick up?
We brokered a deal, but we need to go through on our end first.
See. Well, where to?
Well, we need to get somewhere so that we can get to the Skinlands. Somehow get parchment. Can we just get just paper? I don't know.
We
But one of
assuming? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, just you're fine. I'm just saying we need to get it to the Shadowland.
Do we have Obelai?
I'm assuming very little.
Bronson has 20 or 22.
I mean, is it possible to track down and purchase parchment?
It's possible. Hector Morris will look to you. Have you asked around, maybe on my ship? Sato? Anyone?
Well, I'm going to be honest. I don't have any money, but I think it might be a good idea. Would we have time to perhaps speak with your crew before we head out and see if we can get some parchment? Because it could help us in our further...
You certainly may, yes.
I'm going to put on my armor and then go talk to Sato.
Okay. Let me adjust your...
I'm gonna.
Go ahead.
I will go ahead and pay Oliver's boarding fee since it's 2 obli for all of us, right?
Yes. Right. Let me adjust Bronson's dexterity now that he has his armor back on. So, Bronson, you're going down below into the lower deck to see Sato?
Yeah.
You put on the armor. That's cute. That's like when you know your grandmother's coming on, see you coming over, see you wear the awful sweater she got you.
Look, I'm not that dumb. I am that dumb, but
What is Josie doing again? Jay?
Talking on mute, apparently.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure Josie is just hanging out. I don't have anything to sell, really, so I'm just wandering around and looking out for krakens and that friggin' thing of bittersweet tears. What's it called? A pool of bittersweet remembrances. Sorry. Because it's a ship. Ship happens. But
Moving yet, right?
We're
We're not moving yet.
No.
not. Oh, okay.
So I would say maybe it's best we all split up, and I mean, even though we don't have money, if we find someone with parchment, we can go back to the player. First of all, do any of us have money? I guess that's a good place to start.
I think technically I only got 2 oboli left.
I have some money. I'm not sure how I still have money, but I do. So
I just added that right now, Jay, for the Nagelfar trip.
mhm.
So,
So let's each go talk to a different person and see if they have parchment, and then we can go from there.
Okay, I'll go talk to this guy all the
I'll
way
go talk
back.
to the first mate. I'm just joking. I'll talk to this guy. This isn't Sato. Sato's below, right?
Sato's down below, yeah.
Okay, well then I'll talk to this guy.
Okay. And what is Arwen doing during the scene?
I guess I'll go talk to this guy.
Okay. So first, let me run the scene with Bronson. Bronson will go down below, wearing his samurai armor that he's also proud about. It's a little bit heavy and not the easiest to walk around in, but there's a certain amount of pride that he gets by wearing it and feeling very pleased with himself. He also is looking forward to meeting up with an old friend of his. So as soon as you make it down into the lower barracks and approach the blacksmith area and the forge that Sato has settled himself in, he seems to be in a very peculiar mood. Not his normal type of kind of conversational or workman's attitude. Instead, he looks very fierce and possibly irritated. And he looks at Bronson with a look of disdain.
Bronson will bow very deeply and say, Sato-sama, I feel that I have offended you. What?
He will respond in Japanese. This is very off-color for him.
Unfortunately, I don't speak Japanese, which I feel is probably a good thing. If it's because I wasn't wearing your fine armor during the entire adventure, it's because stealth was required, and I'm not skilled enough to sneak while wearing your fine armor. In fact, I wasn't about to go swimming in it either. It seemed disrespectful to you and to your craftsmanship, but I apologize for any disrespect.
He will draw his sword, which appears to be a very sharp-looking katana, out from its sheath, and he will utter some more Japanese towards you. It looks like he's preparing for one-on-one combat.
Oh, this is going to be great. Field of Honor.
No, I did not live up to my end of the bargain. I will just take a knee and bow my head.
He runs towards you and will kick you down, as if to provoke you to basically reveal your weapon and to fight him one-on-one.
I will.
And he continues to yell at you in Japanese.
I like this guy.
I do too, actually. I will remain where I've been kicked to and say, I have no defense. I won't fight you. I could not fight you. You would best me in combat, and I have failed to live up to representing your fine craftsmanship. At least that's what I assume you're mad at me for.
Down at you. He continues to utter words in Japanese very banefully. It looks like he's getting prepared to execute you and cut off your head.
I guess that's one way to get rid of all that angst and willpower. No, I mean, I'm going to continue with it. Like, I told him that I was going to rep his armor. I didn't do that. And I will just continue to apologize that if the only way that I can make it up to him is by dying again, then I feel like he's missing out on opportunities, but that's for him to decide.
I have a question.
Yes.
As his shadow, do I know what's going on here?
Yes.
I don't know how I want to play this. I'm like, look, buddy, this isn't an honor thing.
I mean, all he has to do is say something in English.
He's not going to.
Probably not, but I don't know Japanese.
As much as I'd like to see you get your head cut off, you're not gonna persuade this guy. Let's just say you're not. So tell you what. If you draw your sword, I'll tell you why he's attacking you.
Oh,
you know what? I'm just gonna stand and walk and start to walk out. I've done the obsequious thing. I'm done kowtowing. I'm gonna stand, and if he attacks me, and then I'll draw.
He will attack you.
I'm sure he will. Fortunately, I'm wearing his dope-ass armor. I mean, unless my shadow wants to tell me something.
I don't know. I'll think about it. What? Persuade me. Why should I tell you? Why should I tell you this little piece of information I have?
If I'm dead, you're not getting another sword.
You know, you could take his sword. He might not even remember you taking it. And do you want to know why?
I would love to know why.
Because he's in catharsis right now. Is that right, Myles? I'm right,
Yes,
right?
You are correct.
Yes. There you go. Take the sword. He's not even in... He's in catharsis. You could look at it as being, a thing of, you were defending yourself.
I am going to get my ass kicked either way.
That is not how a true warrior speaks. So do you want to die on your feet or give up and die on your knees?
You know what? I might as well listen to my shadow. He's almost never steered me wrong except for when he did.
Okay.
Bronson will just kind of stand there for a moment, turn to face Sato and say, if it's a duel you want, it's a duel you'll have. And he will ready his hand to draw his sword.
Okay. So, time stop. We're going to go into initiative in the next scene. But
I have a quick question. So when Sato periodically loses his mind, does the captain just go, well, we're locking up the lower decks again? Just go shut the ship?
That's a very good question, Ron. So back on the upper deck with Josie, you kind of like look to one of the crewmen, and they'll look to you. What is it? Do you need something?
I was curious if you had any parchment that you had available to purchase.
Parchment. Oh, you mean for like making maps and chartering voyages?
I sure do.
Afraid that's not why I was hired. So no, I don't know where you could find some of that. The first mate might though.
Are you shitting me?
Myles, you bastard.
No, I'm not shitting you.
Well,
Somebody wouldn't let me go on the island to do it anymore.
First mate is in charge of that kind of stuff.
all right. Is there any other crewman member on board that would have parchments that they would be willing to sell that you know of?
You might want to check with the blacksmith down below. Sato seems to have some paper handy sometimes.
He's very well balanced and not at all insane.
I've seen the old man write on scrolls before and work on his calligraphy.
I see. In that case, I will just...
Yeah, better than nothing, right?
I will... True. But I'll be like, well, thanks for your time, and then I will just walk one step over and be like, you heard that my conversation, right?
Oh, you're talking about...
I'm just...
This crewman right here?
I'm talking to... Yeah. Basically, I'm just going to be like, do you have any different information, or should I just go straight to Sato?
Hoist sails.
You cut out really badly. I have no idea what you just said.
Hoist the sails. Prep the ropes. Get the... and he just kind of like mutters to himself.
Okay. So no useful information for you. Or from you, I suppose. So in that case, my next action will be to meander over... Well, I'll just start walking over to Sato.
Okay.
Because, there's nothing useful going on over here.
Okay. Oliver, you're speaking to one of the crewmen.
Yep. What's he doing right now?
It looks like he's just tying some ropes together, trying to make sure everything's all ready and prepped to go for the next voyage out.
Greetings.
What can I do for you?
My group is looking to get our hands on some map maker's parchment, and we're sort of asking around to see if anyone's interested in selling. What did he say? I'm sorry, you cut out.
I said, are you now? Maybe I can find some for you. How much you got?
Well, I'm just asking around to see who has it, but if you have some that you'd like to trade, I can put you in contact with a member of my group who's doing the buy-in.
Be able to find you some map-making paper?
Paper, or I'm going to read how he's saying this. Is he's being... paper and parchment are two different things.
You get a sense that he means to steal something off of the ship and give it to you in secret.
And I'm pretty sure of that?
You're pretty sure that he means to steal something from the ship, sell it to you for money, and then let you have it.
And then we get caught stealing it. Okay.
Probably, yeah.
I'm gonna say, well, okay. You know what? I'll talk to the rest of my group, and if they're interested, they'll get back to you. Kind of make him non-committal response before he starts stealing stuff and getting us in trouble.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna approach Josie, who I think you're the one with the cash right now, right?
If by cash you mean Obelai, yes.
And I will say to you quite clearly, with a subtle nod towards this guy, don't buy anything from that guy.
Okie dokie.
Wise words. Arwen, you seem to approach one of the sailors. He is what appears to be kind of keeping some inventory on some of the stock on the ship itself. Looks up to you. What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy?
I'm so sorry. I don't mean to take up any of your time, but real quick, do you have any parchment that you are willing to sell or trade for?
Parchment. Parchment? Let me ask my good friend Brian. Maybe he knows.
Hey, who's Brian?
Oh, shit.
Wait.
Hey, Brian! Brian! This lass over here is looking for some parchment. You think you can help?
I'm clearing my throat in Arwen's direction.
Arwen will look at Oliver like, what?
Doing the you know where you put your hand like across your neck to say
Arwen will. Oh man. Okay. So let's get over there. You know what? Don't worry about it. I think we'll figure out parchment on our own.
You sure? Brian says that he can get you some.
Nope, I'm good.
Very easily, too, I might add.
I appreciate it, but that's okay. I will figure it out. I will not take up any more of your time. Thank you.
Whatever
And
you
then I'm gonna leave.
say, whatever you say. Proud of some hours.
I'm just gonna look at Oliver like, why couldn't I get the parchment from Brian?
do not buy anything from that guy.
Alex, I need you to roll your wits plus alertness. Difficulty 4. Mindset.
Oh man, this is so badass. We're gonna have like a samurai battle.
I mean, I have always wanted to.
Hold on, I need to put on the Shogun Assassin soundtrack.
Difficulty 4?
Yes.
That would be 3 successes.
8. So, Sato will be going before you.
Oh, good.
Yes. So what would you like to do? You get to declare your action first, and then I get to react to it on Sato's behalf.
So, you know, I'm wearing the dope samurai armor. I might as well commit to the bit, right? So I'm, you know, standing there with my sword ready for a cross draw. And I'm just going to wait for him to make the first move. And as he attacks, I'll block.
Hey, if you want help, say the word.
I'm going to need help.
Okay. I'll give you 5.
Well, I mean,
When you roll.
yeah, I'll take it.
Nope. You'll be blocking with the sword, correct?
I mean, actually, no, what I would like to do is, and tell me if I can do this, is stand there, you know, ready to draw, and then as he makes his attack, I step to the side and just kind of outposition him and draw my blade.
So you're just
So a
gonna-
dodge?
You're just dodging to the side then, right?
Yeah, I'm dodging to the side and drawing my weapon.
Okay. But you have no other action that you wish to take after your dodge, correct?
I would be splitting dice, right?
If you wanted to take more than one action, yes.
Yeah, so that's my action.
Okay. Gotcha. Let me just that. And you're drawing your Stygian steel sword? Correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. Sato will lunge at you with his katana and try to strike you.
He shouldn't do that. It's mean.
I know, it's terrible. Okay. Let me explode that. Okay. I need you to give me a proper dodge roll, since you had prepared for it ahead of time. It's going to be your dexterity, which has been shifted,
Yeah.
with your dodge. Your dodge, I believe, is 3.
Yep.
And it sounds like you get some bonus dice from your shadow.
There's a reason I took the bonus dice.
So, go ahead and roll your dice pool, and we'll see what happens.
If we're looking for 6, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4 successes.
Okay. 4 successes beats my 3. So Sato will come at you with his sword, and he will make a valiant swing towards you. Looks like he was aiming right for your neck, but you will move and maneuver to the side, and just moving right out of the way and getting out of his swing. So, with that being said, everyone who is on the top part of the ship will hear a very violent roar that comes from Sato, as if he is yelling at Bronson very, very vehemently. Everyone is allowed to react to this as they see fit, but it sounds like Bronson is getting yelled at by Sato down below.
Oh no.
So what would the circle like to do for this round?
We go down there?
You can,
Yes.
yeah.
It's time to see what's going on down.
Let's go.
Okay. You guys will be able to enter in the scene after the second round. So it looks like everybody's going down below.
I think
Yep.
so.
Okay.
I'll pay you a whole dollar if you say what the guy is saying in Japanese.
What, me or you're talking to me?
Yep, I'll pay
Oh.
you. Yep, I will pay you a whole dollar if you say what our blacksmith is saying in Japanese.
Do I have to?
Depends on how bad
No.
you want that dollar.
I know, right? Maybe during post game I'll do it for you. So, do you want to re-roll your initiative?
He's just yelling Thunderdome.
Do you want to re-roll your initiative against me to get the upper hand, or do you want to continue?
Would the difficulty go up?
You
Can I
would
make
not.
Can I make a suggestion?
You may,
Yes.
yeah.
As your shadow, there's nobody else in battle right now, and you're the last initiative. There's literally no reason for you not to attempt to re-roll initiative before the other players come into this battle.
That's kind of what I was thinking. So yeah, I'll go ahead and re-roll.
Wits plus alertness, difficulty 4. I will re-roll mine as well.
I can explode 10s, right?
Only if your wits is a 4.
It is.
Good.
That would be an 8.
Okay. You will be going before Sato this round. It seems like you've kind of put yourself in a position to get a clear advantage against him. So what would you like to... actually, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Sato looks like he's going to stay where he is, and he's going to try to swing for you again. So what would you like to do?
Okay.
I'm basically declaring my action, but you get to go first.
Yeah, so so out of character.
Mhm.
If I wanted to just like cold cock him with the hilt of my sword and try to knock him out, what would that do? Like, what would that take?
It would most likely be impossible to knock out a Wraith.
Okay.
You can put him in a harrowing.
Well, I don't want to put him in a harrowing. I want to end the situation without killing him.
And
See?
get his sword.
Hmm?
And get his sword.
Okay, actually, yeah. Is that a viable option? Like, what would it take to try and disarm him?
You could attempt I'll allow you to attempt a melee roll against it for disarming.
Shadow, you got my back?
For the record, you have to keep the sword. Taking the sword is not, giving it back.
You did not say I have to, like, get a new sword forever and ever. You said I had to acquire a new sword through abnormal means.
I will help you, but we're gonna need a game master ruling on that if that's how it plays out. But
Also, I never said I was giving it back to him.
yeah, okay, if you don't give it back to him,
Like, you try to stab me with a sword, it becomes my sword.
yes.
You tried to put it in my body. It is my sword now.
Actually, if you just let him stab you, you're like, it's mine now. Okay, so yes, I will help you. I will offer you 5 dice. You're a badass for this battle.
All right, let's do it. I'm going to, as I, step aside as he prepares to attack me, I'm going to, do my very best to, take the sword from his hand and put it, in my other hand. Like, no, this is mine now. You can't be trusted with this.
So you're going to be using your brawl then instead of your melee.
I mean, I guess. Okay, so I guess if I use melee, that would be just using my sword to knock the sword out of his hands.
That is correct. And then brawl would be trying to grab his sword out of his hand.
Okay, then let's ignore that. I'm just going to knock the sword out of his hands, preferably into a wall someplace where he's going to have to fight to get it back.
Okay. Roll your melee plus your dexterity plus any bonus die that your shadow has given.
Could I use strength?
This is unfortunately a dexterity move.
Darn, worth a shot.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Okay.
What happened?
Your shadow just gained some angst. That's what happened.
Oh.
And I didn't get any successes.
I just went full on.
I am truly impressed.
I looked away for a sec. I was trying to find a gif of the guy in Sekiro getting his arm cut off to give you a suggestion.
Shadow, why aren't you paying attention?
Okay. Okay. Can I spend a willpower to re-roll 3 of those?
Yes.
Let me check your character sheet.
Because I should be able to re-roll the 3, 4, and 5. Or 3, 4, and 4.
Yes, you may. Spend a willpower. Go ahead.
Okay. That would be 2 successes.
Okay.
Versus his almost certainly more than 2.
So, you have the speed over him, and you are faster than him. And you will hit his sword. Now I need you to roll your strength. Just roll your strength for me, if you get a chance.
Just strength?
Yep, just strength, and I'm going to add that to the power of your sword.
Okay.
Yep.
That's 2 9s.
Nice. So, with the power of your Stygian steel sword and also the strength that you've placed behind it, you will hit strongly enough to disarm him from his sword, and you'll hear it clang onto the floor, a good distance away from the two of you. At this point in time, everyone else will come running down the stairs, and they will witness what appears to be 2 samurai duking it out. And at this very moment, when everyone runs down into the lower area to see what's going on, Sato has been disarmed of his sword by Bronson. And after this happens, he looks absolutely disheartened. And he will actually get down on his knees and expose his neck to be executed. And he will mutter something in Japanese too.
And I see the other people come in.
Yeah, yes you do.
He wants you to kill him.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he does.
It'll be
Harlan
very
just
dishonorable to take his sword. You should give him the honorable death he wants.
No, I'm going to give him the opportunity to get an honorable death while he's sane. I'll like slowly with my sword still extended, walk over, pick up his katana, put it in my scabbard, because this is mine now. And then while watching him, I will, okay.
When you do this, if he could cry, he would cry when he sees you do this action in front of him.
I mean, I'm presuming it's behind him, but still.
You're dishonoring him.
Actually, I have acquired a sword.
Yes.
And so, therefore, I have fulfilled the dare.
Far, yep.
I will walk over in front of him while he's kneeling, and I will flip my sword around and hand it to him.
It's a trade.
No, it's not. It's me offering him a chance at redemption.
Looks at your exchange. And he will take the sword that you've offered him. He seems to walk away, muttering to himself, and goes over to his blacksmith's anvil and starts hammering away at the sword as if he's been working on it all along.
Can I tell if he seems like he's now out of catharsis at all?
He seems to be his old-fashioned self.
I'll kind of move back to the door and then walk in as though I was walking in for the first time and say, Sato, my friend, how are you?
So good to see you. It's been a small while.
Not so long as it may feel.
How are you? How's the armor treating you? It looks like it's in mint condition.
I have been very blessed. I think it may be charmed, in fact, that I have not taken any blows while wearing it. Such is a testament to your craftsmanship.
Oh, I see. Well, very good. Very good. If there's anything I can do for you, please let me know. I would love to be of good service to you.
Well, the one thing that brought me down here is, do you by chance have any parchment that we could persuade you to part with? I know one of the traditional tests of a blade's sharpness is cutting through paper or parchment. I thought maybe you had some spares laying about.
Let's see what I can find. Do you have something to trade for, such as oboli or something of worth?
Well, it would really depend on what you're able to come up with. But I just thought we could figure out what you're looking for, what you have, things like that.
I do have some oboli.
So he goes back and he rummages through some of his belongings looking for things. Does the rest of the circle want to say anything to Bronson?
Nope. I will politely inquire what the actual fuck after we have disembarked.
After, once his back is turned, can I examine his sword and see is it a decent sword? I'm assuming it's pretty good.
It's a decent sword, but it is not Stygian steel.
Then I am going to take my Stygian steel sword off of the anvil before he ruins it and put his sword back on it.
Okay, I'm gonna need a dice roll.
I mean, he's busy digging and stuff.
All right, Mr. Bronson.
I'll help you if you don't put the other sword back.
I'm gonna need to know what the role is before I take that offer.
It's gonna be your dexterity and your stuff.
Oh hell yes, I will take those dice.
Okay. I'm gonna be clear here. You're taking the dice is contingent upon you not trying to put the sword you took back, just taking the one he has on the anvil.
Fine.
Okay. 5 dice.
I don't like it, but okay. This is the bet I've made for myself.
Go ahead and roll that dice pool when you get a chance. Hey!
Unfortunately, I can't explode those because I'm wearing armor, but if we're
Right.
looking for sixes, that is 6 successes.
Yep, with 6 successes, he is so busy looking for his parchment, and maybe he's a little bit tired and exhausted from the combat that the two of you just engaged in, that you easily just swipe the Stygian steel sword that was once there and kind of pocket it back into your belongings.
Can I get like I sent you a note about the one I'm considering. Is there perhaps a dark passion roll involved anywhere in what just happened?
I need to check your shadow guide sheet really quick.
And related,
I
Does
DM'd you it. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
does my proving myself in combat passion count for anything right now?
Yes.
Because if that doesn't count as proving myself in combat, I don't know what does.
See here. Rob, let me check to see which one you were yes, Rob, roll 3 d10 for me. And Alex, I'm just checking your passions really quick.
It's 6, right? Difficulty's always 6.
Yes.
1 success.
Okay.
This is one of my most successful shadow sessions ever.
Yeah, no, it's been very eventful.
And you said proving yourself?
Yeah,
Alex?
proving myself in combat.
Yep, go ahead and roll 4d10 for me.
And I can't explode that, can I?
No.
Then
Not for
difficulty
passion.
6, it's 1 success.
All right, you will gain a pathos back to that. You feed your shadow really quick.
I keep giving him more angst so that he can give me more stupid dares. This is terrible.
The next one's gonna be great.
Love you too, Rob.
Oh, this is the best shadow I've ever played.
So, Sato will come back to the table that everyone is speaking with him, and he will say, I just so happen to have some parchment on me, so I am a little bit limited, but I can give you with what I have, depending on what you'd like to trade for. How many pieces do you need?
Okay, so out of character.
Yeah.
All Earl Fenwick needs is 1 piece of parchment to be able to draw like a number of maps, right?
You might need multiples for different maps.
But is it like 1-to-1 or
1
It
to
probably
1
is. One
one
map per
map.
piece of paper.
for parchment, yes.
I mean, he only left 1 piece of parchment, so I don't have to feel that bad about it then. I
If we
will.
could get him to draw off all of the maps while we're here for Tokyo, we can go direct. Also, damn it, I wrote down the name.
Asabuko. I have no idea.
Asakusa.
Atsukusa?
Asakusa. We could get him to draw all the maps. Oh crap! But we still want to go back to the place with the oracles so that we can get the blind box of goodies too. So,
Well, also, hasn't the ship already set sail?
No.
Nope, it's still on.
Oh, okay. I thought it did. Sorry. I will pull out the potion.
Okay.
That I got earlier, and I'll set it on the table and say, I feel like surely this must be worth at least 4 pieces of parchment.
He looks at it, kind of like examines it very carefully. I could give you 3 pieces of parchment for this.
Can I roll on my non-existent Streetwise to know if that's anything like a decent deal?
You kind of remember.
Oh, I do have Streetwise now. Never mind.
You kind of remember when you had dealt with Sato. He doesn't do back and forth deals. He just gives you a straight up number.
Well, that's what I was thinking, but he also doesn't normally try to run me through. So,
this is true too.
I'll nod and say 3 seems acceptable.
Very
Uh,
good.
for perhaps Obelai, would you be willing to part with some of the other?
Yeah, this will be my last piece, but I can part with it.
How much would you want for it, by
Just
chance?
just 2 Obelai will do.
If I'd realized that, I would have paid you an
I'm okay
Obelai
with-
up front. You were saying something, Josie?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying that I think I would be okay with paying 2 Obelai for this to, get our map sooner rather than later.
Works for me.
The exchange of hands and some Obelai passed across the table. The group will acquire 4 pieces of parchment. It seems to be very, very good quality parchment, even better than the quality that he had back at the Isle. With that in mind, sounds to me like the group wants to bring the parchment over to our good friend Fenwick to have the map made. Is there anything else that anyone else wanted to accomplish while they are here, either on the Naglfar or on the Isle?
Actually, I will look at the paper and be like, wow, this is really good quality. And then I will ask the blacksmith, if do you happen to have a dealer that sells parchment? Because this is really good quality.
Look to you and say, no, I'm afraid not. That was just a old relic from some of my travels.
I see.
Yeah, I think I picked that up in Montana, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
You think
Long time ago.
perhaps there would be more in Montana?
There might be. There might be, yeah.
I don't know.
I got it from a agency that dealt with investigations. They seem to have a lot of paper there.
Interesting. Good to know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Then, in that case, the only thing left to do, may as well go and talk to Earl while we're right here already. Ask Hector if he's okay with holding off for long enough to talk to Fenwick to get the maps, and then proceed on with going to, what's the place?
Atapusa?
Well, actually, don't we want to go back to the island with the oracles first to get the blind box?
I believe the blind box is for Reykjavik.
Yeah, yeah, because we never got the Japan one from the Oracles.
Came from East.
I was thinking that we had. Oh, that's right. That's right. Disregard. Yeah, I forgot that the Japan one came from Isolde and not the oracles themselves. So.
Yeah,
It's another place Peter doesn't want us to go, so we should definitely go.
I'm on board with that.
I don't know. I've been
Same.
questioning some of this stuff. I kind of wanted to talk to you guys when we were on the boat. I guess when we're on our way to Japan, I can talk about it.
That sounds like a plan to me. So, first,
looks
Fenwick.
at you guys and says, do you guys need, like, some private quarters to speak in, or...?
Yes, but I think probably we will get the maps from Earl Fenwick first, and then come back, and then private quarters would be the order of operations, if that is okay with you.
Myles, the GM, is going to run the Fenwick map scene separately, because the GM still needs to make those for you.
Understood.
What? This didn't go exactly how you planned?
You guys did
Sorry
some
for
pretty good
fucking
turnabouts, so it actually helped. Yeah. So we'll say that in a momentary amount of time, Hector Morris will take you to one of the private cabins down below in his ship, and he'll just kind of guide you in and say, you're allowed to use any form of Arcanos to mask your voices, but I can assure you that you should be fine in here. My crew has no interest in spying on you.
I actually believe that.
Okay. And he'll shut the door behind him, allowing you and your circle to converse.
What the hell happened with Sato?
I
Our
thought you were
friend-
about to murder the man.
Well, actually, quite the other way around. Look, okay, so I don't know Japanese, right? And I haven't been wearing his armor like the whole time that I've had it. You know, because I took it off like when I was gonna go dip in the hot tub in the ocean. And like I'm not gonna get his armor all funky with that, right? And then I just didn't put it on, and then like we needed the mobility, so I didn't put it on. And so I go downstairs to talk to him. And the dude just starts screaming at me in Japanese. So I'm like, I'm apologizing. You know, like clearly the man knows that I haven't been wearing his armor because I don't know. He saw me get onto the boat without it. He holds a grudge. I don't know. Anyway, so after completely apologizing, doing everything I can, it still looked like he really wants my head. And I really wanted his sword. So I just kind of decided that, you know, he could call how things went. And also had kind of a hunch that he wasn't in his right mind. Little birdie on my shoulder told me that. So I moved aside as he carelessly placed his blade where I used to be. And then to, you know, aid him in his recovery, I removed his weapon. You know, yeah, that's kind of when you guys came in.
Why did you steal the weapon from the anvil?
Oh, because that was mine. See, I'd given him to that one because I thought maybe it would help him save some kind of face. Because it looked like I completely broke the guy when I stole. Well, when I took the sword that he tried to give me intravenously.
So why didn't you just give him his original sword back?
Because I wanted his sword. He just looks at you like, what part of this are you missing? Like, and then Bronson will be like, look, I have this firm policy. If you try to put a sword or a knife in me, it becomes my knife.
That's an interesting policy, but understandable.
Fair enough.
So, the key lesson here is don't try to put a sword in me, and you get to keep all of your swords.
I'll remember that when you want this back.
Oh, no.
Good to know as I hold on to my own sword.
Yeah, no, that... He looks at Oliver. No, that one still applies. I loaned you that sword. And I will need to compare the two to see, you know, which one is better. Out of character, I'm legitimately curious about the statistics of Sato's sword, but
Certainly.
also out of character, I think it would be hilarious to stick Oliver with Sato's sword. So the next time we go down there, Oliver has Sato's sword.
I don't think I would accept that.
So, Arwen, was there something you wanted to share with the circle now that we have a moment of privacy?
Well, yeah, I guess maybe I'm misunderstanding something. So it's kind of partly to you, Myles, but also to the group.
Okay.
So the very beginning of this game, we had to go and get Lichard, and we were told Lichard's group was annihilated, basically. And that's why Peter found us, right?
His
What?
group, you can assume that his group was considered lost and completely dispatched.
Okay, so then, but Tracker specifically told Oliver to talk to Lichard.
Yes.
He told me to talk to Lichard because I asked him if he knew any contacts in the area. It wasn't unsolicited. I led him to say that by asking.
Right, but wouldn't Tracker have known that Lichard... Well, he would have assumed Lichard was dead. So why would Tracker tell you to go talk to Lichard? I guess that's what I've been wondering that for a while.
Tracker is not part of the oracles. He doesn't associate with them. And there is a possibility that there is some communication that does not happen between Peter and Tracker.
Tracker's a renegade. The rest are not.
Correct.
I guess I thought
That's
Lichard
also why I
worked with
trust Tracker
Peter.
more.
Okay. I guess I thought he and Peter kind of worked together. So then it threw me off, and I thought that there was some conspiracy going on. So since now that has been cleared up, I have nothing else to say.
Lichard worked for Peter as part of a group, but Lichard officially belongs to the same group as Tracker.
Yeah.
So, like,
Lichard looks to Arwen and says, "Look, that Peter guy's a dick, so I'm not really interested in going anywhere near him."
Well,
but Tracker's good people.
Tracker's good people, yeah. He hasn't
I don't
steered me
know.
wrong.
Tracker's thrown me off still.
You can trust Tracker.
Every time Tracker tells us to do something, we almost get murdered.
Hold on, what things did Tracker tell us to do that got us murdered?
Well, to go find Lichard, we almost got murdered by the doppelganger, and then here
but
we are.
saved Lichard in the process.
We did save Lichard, yes, but we still almost got murdered.
But what else?
Doesn't take that away.
What else has he done that has shown his?
I guess I'm still confused on how he got the information about Lambic. And then he says there's supposed to be multiple oracles. We only find one. She doesn't seem to be very helpful, and she kind of tricked us because she definitely knew I was a Nimoy.
Well, that may have had something to do with me talking to you while she had her glowy eyes out.
No, she definitely knew, because if she was able to see the fact that you messed up the parchment, she's seen what we've done in the past. She knows exactly who I am. So there was a trick there. So
they seemed like oracles.
Do we know for sure that...
Maybe I'm just looking into it a little too much.
Do we know for sure that Grandma Anna is an oracle in the first place? Because it didn't sound like she was human. And as far as I'm aware, correct me if I'm wrong, the oracles that I'm thinking of are wraiths that were once humans in the Skinlands, like the rest of us, died and became an oracle. And it doesn't sound like Grandma Anna ever started as a mortal.
Yeah, like most of the people down there didn't seem like they were humans.
Well, we're also talking about it's an ancient oracle, so we really don't know where they came from.
Also, there was something about the ancient race of the Black Spiral dancers.
Oh, I'm crying in metagame right now.
I'm sorry.
But
I don't know what the Black Spiral is.
Well,
Black Spiral dancers, they created the artifact that took Fenwick.
Yeah, so like the
gotcha.
non-humans that have moved in are a separate group, whatever race, from the Black Spiral dancers that apparently came before them and created the place that this group has taken over.
Gotcha. I'm gonna write Black Spiral dancers down because I must have missed an entire conversation or something, because that doesn't sound familiar. Or maybe my brain just erased it, said, haha, you don't need this.
Well, so it's one of the very few pieces of information that I, Bronson, gathered from that. When he asked, like, hey, so our friend kind of got kidnapped when he tried to do a mapping of this. Can we get him back?
You didn't miss anything. I don't think the Black Spiral dancers have been brought up in this session.
Yes.
Yeah, it was like a one sentence like moment. That was it.
Yeah, it was explicitly mentioned.
Gotcha.
Because I have no idea what the hell that means. I just knew that it sounded important, so I wrote it down.
Gotcha.
Same here.
So, I mean, eventually we're going to go back and talk to the Oracle again once we come back with the deal and what she needs to get Fenwick free. I would think.
And I guess that's when I assume, like, we will try and get the wisdom once we're on equal footing. Because, like, right now, she's holding Fenwick hostage. So maybe after we save Fenwick, we do her quest. Maybe that'll put us in a good light and she'll finally give us the wisdom that we were supposed to be getting in the first place?
Well, I think it's a good... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Bronson will just kind of shake, or, like, scratch his head. It is worth mentioning that, like, she kind of implied that we were going to have an ongoing conversation, so not sure I'm ever going to be on ongoing or on equal footing, because I'm pretty sure that she, like, owns a part of my mortality. I'm not sure how all that works. It's very confusing to me.
What exactly happened with you in there?
Well, so like I went in and I had a flashback to, a place that I used to be, but not a situation I ever actually experienced. And she was there, which is weird because that never happened. And she seemed very concerned about the things that are very important to me. And then once we finished that conversation, just before I came back to the Sunless Sea, I kind of felt like my heart was beating again, and I could feel my blood pulsing again. And before that, she said that we would see each other again soon. And like I said, it was weird. Look, I just threw it out there as a thing to consider.
No, I mean, that's fine. Hey, Myles, if Bronson is okay with it, if I was able to see that memory, is there any way that I can look into it to see if there's something he missed?
Okay. So you want to examine one of his memories?
Yes, specifically when he was in the pool.
Okay. Yeah, let me check your abilities and see if one of those would match up with that.
Because, I mean, it doesn't seem like an especially bad memory.
No, I'm not saying that. I guess I'm just trying to understand her a little bit better.
Okay.
And figure out, like, what the heck happened to you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Bronson is absolutely okay with it. Like, Bronson's in-game understanding of what happened was really freaking weird.
Because I'm looking at the level 1 ability in Memoriam, I'm thinking.
Yep, I'm looking at that as well. So that would be your perception plus Mnemosis, and difficulty will be Bronson's permanent willpower.
Can I choose not to resist it?
No.
Your body naturally resists it.
Can I assist her?
You don't have Nemesis, unfortunately, so you wouldn't be able to assist.
Yeah, it's worth a shot.
Yeah.
Let's see how it goes.
Okay. What's your permanent willpower again, Alex? Checking right now.
A glorious 6.
6. So difficulty 6, perception, and Mnemosis.
Well, I can explode the 10.
Okay.
Cool. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 successes.
Okay. You seem to revisit this memory that he is discussing with you, and you said you were looking for something that he may have missed, or something that might have been said between the two of them?
Just something like I guess what he missed. Like, I want to look at Grandma Anna and see, like, what did she actually do to him that he now thinks that she may own a part of his soul. I'm trying to figure out what happened.
You take a moment to re-experience everything that he has done up to this point. And in the middle of this memory, when you're kind of like looking at it and recalling everything that he's seen, you'll notice that she has used this pool that you had found out in the middle of the Sunless Sea to create a fetter for him. And once that fetter had been created, she had basically asked back at the meeting, what would you like us to do with it? We can keep it here for safekeeping, but ultimately it belongs to you if you can find a location for it. And it was decided that the necklace is best left there. So if Bronson ever wanted to use his level 4 power of Argos, he could always jump to this fetter to visit Grandma Annie if he wanted to. But
okay.
Otherwise it seems like he has created a level 1 power fetter with Anna. Now, this does not mean that she owns a part of his soul. That doesn't really kind of like translate to her verbology when she was describing what is happening in the memory. Instead, it seems like she just owns a fetter that belongs to him. Now, it should be noted that having a fetter that belongs to a wraith is a very powerful thing indeed. So, how you may want to translate that is up to you. She seems to be in a good relationship with you and your circle. You imagine that if Bronson or anyone in your circle were to betray her, she would have a fetter of Bronson's right at her fingertips.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Out of character, that's what I was trying to articulate using Bronson's understanding of this world, which is limited at best.
And that's why I wanted Arwen to see the memory.
I'm glad you
With
did.
her eyes.
As you are pulling yourself out from this memory, Arwen will notice that Grandma Annie will kind of take a moment in the middle of the memory, and it seems like she kind of breaks away from the mold that she's being held in and looks directly at Arwen for a second, and you'll hear her say, "Oh my goodness, look at you go. Very brave. Very thoughtful." And with that, you will awaken from his memory, and you get a feeling that she was talking directly to you. And she was not talking to Bronson in that moment.
Okay, that one is not my fault.
Creepy. That is so creepy.
So, is there anything else that you guys wanted to discuss with each other as a circle while you had this moment of privacy?
You know, I did have a moment with my mentor. Alex, mute yourself. I had a moment with my mentor, and he seemed confused that I would be helping bring, what's his name? Kronos?
Kara?
Charon, thank you. He seemed confused that I would be helping bring Charon back because as a haunter in his first time around, apparently he was like an abusive father figure almost. So I wanted to put that out there and also see if anybody had any more information that might corroborate with the experiences that my mentor told me about.
Richard will look to Josie and say, well, Charon is the very reason why a majority of the Arcanoi powers that exist are now outlawed. When he created the Dictum Mortem, it was basically to disband and dismantle all of the guilds that exist out there, and the Haunters are one of the guilds that was hit the hardest. So I can imagine your mentor probably felt that strain of conflict. While this is being discussed, Rob, I need you to roll your intelligence and bureaucracy.
Okie dokie. Okay. Four successes.
Right. Oliver starts to make a connection with what is being discussed between Josie and Lichard. And when he starts to consider and think about what was brought up about your renegade friend Tracker, you start to kind of piece together a thought that occurred to you a long, long time ago when you were first, when you were first getting under the, basically the not the hiring, but the assignment
Recruitment?
from the recruitment from both Peter and Tracker back in the moment. There was a brief momentary second where Oliver had questioned to himself, well, wait a minute, aren't the renegades against the hierarchy? And isn't Charon the creator of the hierarchy? So, as you kind of like piece this all together with what Josie has said and what Lichard has said, you can't help but wonder, maybe it's possible that Tracker has his own renegade agenda that he's playing at too and hasn't really revealed it yet? It just kind of like prickles your mind a little bit. It was a passing thought back in the moment, but now it's even more, it seems more significant to you now that this is being discussed. But Lichard will continue saying to Josie, it should be noted that I myself, as a renegade, am not all for the idea of there to be a tyrant who comes back into being. So if we are to bring Charon back, I think we need to put him in his place and make sure that he knows that we are in charge and not him.
So, why are you for bringing him back in the first place if we could just not do it and he would not be here?
Well, Lady Fate has deemed him as the prophesized one to end this final great maelstrom that's occurring. And it is he who will... Yes. And it is he who will meet Coldheart in the battlefield during the Great War for Stygia.
I see. So it is a fated thing, and it must happen, and there are good reasons for him to be here. Just, we should alter the... it should be different from how it was the first time, I suppose?
We need to have Charon understand that things are not going to go back the way that they were.
Okay.
He looks over to Oliver and says, I don't know if you agree with me or not, but I think that the guilds should be reunited again. I don't think that they're doing any good being this proclaimed banished material that exists out there.
How powerful is this Charon? Is he someone we can negotiate with?
I don't think negotiate is quite the right word.
I understand. I think by necessity, we kind of have no other alternative if it's true that he's the one who has to fight off. But at the end of the day, I guess, I think I would like Charon to understand that we can't keep things going the way we are, but I worry, is he so powerful that he'll simply take the hierarchy back into what becomes of us after he takes care of Coldheart?
It's a very good question. But this is why we have his memory, and he'll gesture over to Arwen. This is why we have his memories. So
maybe
I think we are. No, I was just going to say, I think we are the ones who need to decide whether or not it really is the just thing to give him his memories back. If that means it's going to return the Shadowlands back to the way they were.
I'll turn to, I guess I'll say, and I guess then, since you, Arwen, have those memories, it's maybe when the time comes, you'll have to be able to go through them and see. You'll have the most information to work off about who Charon truly is and how he can be dealt with. And how he should be dealt with.
I guess that's true.
Richard will look over to Josie. Do you want to bring Charon back?
It's not so much that I want or do not want to bring Charon back. It is that I feel that I have been caught in the claws of Lady Fate, and it would be more trouble than it's worth to try to escape Lady Fate and just go ahead and go and keep working towards this so that one day we can be disentangled from Lady Fate herself.
Or if that's really possible.
Well, it seems to be a better option than actively working against Lady Fate.
So, with that being said, you'll hear the sound of what appears to be a crow cawing on the mast of the ship itself. Do you guys wish to go back to the top level of the Nagelfire to find out what that sound is?
Yes.
Sure, why not?
You'll see Hector Morris still kind of like, speaking with his crewmates, making sure that his ship is in tip-top shape. And the crow will come over and land on his shoulder. If anybody has at least 1 point in occult, you'll immediately recognize that this is a shadow familiar.
Okay.
And the shadow familiar will whisper something in Hector's ear, and then it will fly off again. At this point, Hector will look to the circle and say, "I'm afraid I have dreadful news."
Oh dear.
The Isle of Eurydice has been attacked and is currently in flames. So we need to make a choice. Once you've acquired the maps to Tokyo, Japan, do you wish to go to Tokyo and commit yourself to all the tasks that you need to do there? Or do we go to the Isle of Eurydice and try to salvage what's left?
Oh, that is a hard choice.
Do we know the disposition of survivors?
No.
Do we have any information beyond it's under attack?
My shadow was able to identify the ship that had boarded the isle and attacked it.
Okay, and the
And?
identity is?
I'm going to write it in the chat.
Aha.
It's worth mentioning, like, at this point, Bronson's, like, whole demeanor has gone a little bit colder than he normally is. He's just very much all business at this point. And not that this has anything to do with his story, it's just this resounds with him as a person.
Okay. My shadow saw written on the side of the ship the name Neahogger. Does that mean
no.
Does that mean anything to any of you?
Can I roll? Okay, where did you post it?
Yes. I know
It's in
what it is.
Roll20 chat.
Oh, Roll20. Okay, my bad.
That's the.
Yeah,
I'm, oh, I think I remember it, but now I'm not sure because I don't know. Do I remember it from a previous game session or this session?
I
No.
wrote about it.
Unfortunately, Oliver was in a destruction harrow
Okay, okay.
when this was mentioned.
Can
This sounds so
Bronson
familiar,
roll? No, sorry. Go ahead.
So you,
I was saying it
I
sounds.
have it written down. It's when Oscar or Jalak, whatever his name, Jalaka Hoppus or whatever.
Jackalap.
Yeah, that guy. After they basically, after Oliver sacrificed himself, he told 2 of his henchmen or whatever prepare the Nego or the boat. They said to prepare the boat. So it's Oscar. They probably found the Isle of Eurydice because they've been tracking us down from the memories of Lothric, because he has that ring, and he's been tracking me down because I have the memories of Lothric. So that's probably how they found the island of Eurydice. My guess.
It's a pretty solid guess. So, Hector Morris will look to the circle once again and say, with this in mind, I'll need you to let me know where we are departing to. Either the Isle of Eurydice to intercept the Neodhogger, or am I taking you to Tokyo, Japan to complete your tasks? And that is where we will end game today.
Well, I already know what I want to do, but I'll save it.
You can say it now. We're in post game at this point.
I think it'll have more impact if I wait until I say it in game.
All right.
See, I'm afraid that I'll forget if I don't say it now. So my thought is like based on whatever y'all know of the New Year, because that's how I'm going to pronounce it now. If it's likely that any of our Oracle friends survived, I would vote that we go and rescue them. If it's not likely, I say we go do an heckin' revenge.
I feel the opposite. I feel oracles aren't the mission. The mission is to get to Charon and rescue him before they can. And if they're already at Eurydice, they're close.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And follow-up point, the oracles are perfectly willing to treat us as disposable for the sake of this mission. It would stand to reason that perhaps this mission is as important enough for us to treat them as disposable too.
And at least one of them has already sacrificed themselves in the cause of, getting us further along. So,
which begs the other question: what are we going to Tokyo for? Maybe we should be going to Reykjavik to get the final memory.
I'm kind of thinking Reykjavik is our next destination.
Tokyo has another Minoi that has a memory. So
then Tokyo's the best place to go. If that's true.
But where did we get the info about Tokyo from? It wasn't from the oracles.
It's from Isolde, who is a Minoi. She had the fetter for the Minoi in Japan.
Okay.
The problem is we don't have any information about Iceland if we don't have the oracles. So we kind of need them, don't we?
Well, no. I think Japan is our best bet right now. The oracles certainly help, but they're not 100% necessary. We know where we need to go.
My vote is also for Japan.
I'm with Bronson. I say we go to the Isle.
Interesting thought, by the way. Isolde was left on the Isle of Eurydice, which means that Oscar will now have access to whatever information she has or discloses.
Tokyo it is.
I honestly think A, will we be able to get back there in time? And if we're not, B, can we actually fight Jackalip? Do you really have a plan? Because it didn't really go so well last time. It's all well and good to rescue people, but I mean, if we have no plan and we physically cannot contest these people, and we'd be wasting time if we end up missing them.
The other thing to consider.
People.
The other thing to
we
consider.
Also don't know how. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, please.
Well, I'm also thinking we don't know where Charon really is without Peter.
Which was going to be my point. Is Peter has been hanging out on the Isle of Eurydice. Yes, Isolde was also there. But Peter has been kind of having go to Oregon or wherever, Washington, top of mind, go find his corpus. Maybe it's time we go look at that or finish up the initial 4 quests that we were given while they're busy chasing down a lead in Japan. I don't know. I'm new here. I'm just a guy who goes where the wind blows him.
It's all a good conversation to have for the next session.
Yeah. Any player noms?
I want to nominate
Rob did
my
a damn
shadow.
good job. Yeah, same.
My shadow's an asshole, but I like it. It's fun.
I want to nominate Josie for kind of taking point when we were exploring the island. I saw a lot of just kind of very proactive, like take charge kind of decision making, which was kind of a nice, twist on her character.
I also
Well, nobody else is
I
doing
want to second that for Josie, but at the same time, I also want to give my vote to Bronson, just because I love the fact that after you defeated Sato, you pretended nothing even happened, and you went back to the door and came in. I was like, "Hey, friend, how are you?"
That was pretty good.
That.
That was pretty good.
It was.
I also agree that Josie taking leadership, since Oliver used to be our leader and he seems to be out of whack. So it's been interesting seeing Josie be the leader.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point. Like Josie or Jay stepping up and taking that leadership role was really great. I think it comes down to whether it's like a nomination for the player or a nomination for the character. Because I think if it's a nomination for the character, I think Josie takes mine hands down. I think if it's for the player, I think Rob still gets mine because he played both like Oliver stepping back and being more timid and being more concerned about literally everything. He played that really well, and he also played my shadow really well. But honestly, I think everyone did a phenomenal job, so I wouldn't be sad to see it go to anybody.
And my vote is just split 3 ways.
I think we never really talk about how good Lichard has been doing.
Even
It's
though
now-
he sat on a boat most of this game.
Yeah. But I think there are some moments where he kind of gives a little bit of direction.
I like Lichard.
Yeah. He's a very direct character. I'm also kind of playing a little bit of his personality from what Rob did when he was NPCing him. So, all right. If this is going to go a tie between everybody, I'm going to need everyone to roll a d10.
I'm going to recuse myself.
I know I'm out, so it's really
Why?
just then between Rob and...
I think you can recuse yourself if you got a tie. Because then it's everyone recuses themselves, and then before you know it, we're all recusing, and now we got to roll over who recuses.
Look, it's a ranked choice ballot, right? It's now between Josie and Rob.
In a show of leadership, rolling my d10. It's Rob.
Yeah.
It's a good thing you didn't roll our Fate of the World dice. That's all I'm saying.
Oh wow, look at that. So Rob, you will get our player nom for tonight.
Okay.
And yeah, just to go along with like what everyone else was saying, I definitely know. It was what I liked about this is I liked how everybody had a chance to experience your destruction heroine, and then they got to experience your character return to the circle, and immediately there is just a dynamic shift difference in your role playing with the rest of the group. So yeah, I have to agree with the rest of everyone else that that is a good nomination to come by.
Thanks.
Staff nom, I'm going to need Alex, Nicole, and Jay to roll a d10, please.
2 botches in a row coming up.
Nice. Nice.
Wow.
All right. So, Alex, you'll get my staff nom tonight. There was... I completely agree with Nicole. There was a genuine moment that happened between you and Sato. I know that situation between you and him was very stressful. And I know that it was very difficult to think on your feet to figure out what to do with that. I'm also glad that Rob finally chimed in and said, Myles, do I know what's going on right now? And it's like, yes, you do.
I am too.
Because that helped you make your decision accordingly. And yeah, I think disarming him of his sword and then basically kind of putting him in a timeout was the best decision you could make in that moment. So for that reason, you will get my staff nom for tonight as well. But just also to throw in a little bit of credit where credit is due. Jay, thank you for taking on the leadership role of like pushing everyone forward a little bit and basically kind of like communicating to them like everything that was going on. It was nice to see someone kind of take up that mantle when Oliver was a little bit down on his luck a little bit. And yeah, Nicole, I loved that scene with you and Grandma Annie. As much as that probably bit you in the face, I thought it was such a cool scene. And I thought that the rolling the world of the, whatever it's called, the Fate of the World dice against me was the right decision to make.
Yeah, that was seriously clutch.
That ended up being very epic, and it actually changed the dynamic between our characters because of that decision. So I'm glad that you guys decided to take that road, all in all. So
My other favorite thing is just how terrible of guests we are. It's like Bronson's like, hey, could I perhaps trade you this photo book of vacation pictures with you in it that I found laying around somewhere? And then we're all like, can you give us a tour of this place? I want to see the other rooms.
Okay, in my defense, it would be like saying, hey, can I trade you this picture I found in the wallet of the dead guy I found in your front yard?
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there and say, that would also be a very weird thing to say to someone if you really think about it.
But you're the person who has dead guys in your front yard.
And in my defense, I just wanted a tour of what I presumed was a courtyard, not a house. Like, you know.
I know it was just funny how like
Yeah, no, it really was.
we were exasperating the spider people with our constant plans.
and
then they followed it up with, "Thank you for making this easy." It's like,
Yeah. I feel like after we left, the spiders were like, "Are all spirits like this?" Jesus.
What were those anyway? Annoyance spirits? Yes, and thank you again, Rob, for not metagaming the true identities of these spider people.
Oh yeah.
I know it's very tempting. So, yeah, I think everyone's made some really good progress. Like I said before, GM will have the Tokyo maps ready to go next time. And that will hopefully help you guys decide where you want to go next.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
All right, everybody have a good night, and thanks for playing.